Uh, all right, everyone, welcome to the live session. We're going live and kickstarting in just about maybe 3-4 minutes. Stay tuned. I'll come back and resume this live session. And we are still welcoming our friends in the room. Right now we have around 10 people, and a lot more are just arriving right now. So you can expect a full day of session. As I've been already communicating, it's going to be a non-stop 9-hour session without any breaks. I'll explain how the system works here. If you're watching this from your sofa, for you the break is is in your own hand, but we have a procedure here in the room. So stay tuned. I'll be back. All right, everyone. Welcome to a 9-hour-long non-stop workshop. It's non-stop in a way for me, but for you guys, anytime you can take a break. So for those of you who are in person here today, the restrooms are across this hall to the right at the end of the corridor in the left. For those of you who are online, please keep watching, keep asking questions in the description section, or most importantly, in the WhatsApp group that is coming up next. So you join the WhatsApp group, you shoot questions there, and then someone from here can help me see the questions and then raise your hand. And for those of you who are in person here today, you can ask your question just by raising a hand. So there is no Q&A session. Anytime in these 9 hours, you can ask a question. There is no food or drinks sponsorship, so please make sure that you stay hydrated with your own water bottles. Hopefully you brought one. And for lunch, we all can go outside somewhere nearby restaurants, and I will not do my lunch outside. I brought my lunch here. During the lunch, you can come to me and talk to me. That 1 hour, I'll still be live streaming. Those of you who are watching online, I can pull you guys on a Google Meet, and you can talk. And for those of you who are in person here, I can pull a chair here, and then we can put multiple cameras on our faces and have a conversation and even build something else during the 1 hour. All right, let me then give you guys a quick tour of what's going to happen. So today, we are bringing in this combination another puzzle piece a little bit more in intensive mode, although I have produced a whole lot of content before, but the focus area that we are bringing in today is Replit. And Replit is a coding platform. It's an end-to-end coding platform, something more like Cursor, but with deployment pipelines, with security checks and everything else included. You can closely put it in the bucket of lovable, but this one is more enterprise focused. And what we are going to do today is going to build an expense tracker. We're going to build a full-fledged application with a backend and with a front end. So you're going to love today's session if you come from product background or product management or product like ownership or a senior full-stack developer or engineering manager. When you have like your ideas run faster than the code that you produce, today you should be able to learn that much. And another cool thing about this is it's the 9th edition of a series that I have been running. It's a monthly series. I started my journey in this room on 15th of March. The video is somewhere on my YouTube. You have to scroll a lot. And it was an humbling journey. I'll tell about my story in just a minute, but the series is like every month I devote 1 day of my time in a Sunday, and I go in this room and I live stream, and I also try to teach people how AI agents work, how this whole world works. And that's the QR code for my LinkedIn. If you're not connected with me, I produce a lot of content around n8n and AI agents. Happy to be connected with you. We'll right away start from a demo that I use for a world tour that I do. You'll get to know me a little bit more in the next slides coming up next. Before I go there, I'd like to show you what are we going to build. All right. So I have a series of workshops around the world that I'm delivering. And as a part of that, what we are doing is we are building a workflow that is for expense tracking. I usually go and I need let me see if I get yeah, I have something. I usually get these receipts when I go to, this is a very private receipt. I will not really scan this one to show you guys a demo. Does anyone have a receipt like this that they're okay to to scan it. So I'll show you what are we going to build today for the next 9 hours. So it's a receipt scanning solution. So I will pull that workflow in here and show you what are we going to build. And this is inspired by this workflow that we're using in the weekly n8n World Tour that we are doing pretty much for now almost 6 months. Started in August last year, and we are around the world every single Wednesday. We go and thank you. We go and teach people n8n. And I got a receipt that looks like this. It's an IKEA receipt. I'm going to now scan it and show how this workflow works. And I'll also document on how are we going to build this and what is it going to change, the way it's going to change. And how does the Replit puzzle piece come together. So I have my phone with me. I use this on a pretty much weekly basis when I go to these new countries, new languages, new currencies. Very soon, I get a lot of these receipts that my accounting department needs, and I want to make sure that I document for our accounting department these receipts. So I have a Google Drive app on my phone. As you can see here, I have Google Drive and Voices running. So it has like this little scan feature. This is a feature of Google Drive, so it can scan document. I'm going to scan this document right now, quickly. And now this document scan will be uploaded. So the scan of the document looks something like this. It will be uploaded on the Google Drive. And once it's uploaded, I just lock my phone. I keep running through my travel, because usually it's very intensive when you're traveling around the world and you have a whole lot of other edicts in your mind, running a company and things like that. So then I throw away these receipts. And then what happens is that in the background, automatically this workflow is executed. We'll build this workflow from scratch. And you'll get to know the very basics of n8n. We will integrate Google Drive and then download that file that was scanned, and we will extract the text from here. So this text extraction from the scan is called OCR. It's a concept called OCR. We're going to do the OCR in this level. And then this AI agent node, when we get there, we'll have like quite a bit of like what is AI agent topics. And then we will extract the data. And then based on that data, you can see here, now this is a very valuable information that's extracted that says like this was a receipt from IKEA and its due date and so on and so forth. But this is just the start of this entire world. What we are going to expand it to is with the Replit front end. Well, during the 4 hours from now, 9 a.m. CET, all the way to 1 p.m. CET, when we'll have a 1-hour break for lunch, we will build all n8n related workflows. And then after that, Replit. At 2 o'clock, we'll resume Replit. At 6 o'clock, we'll stop the workshop. Today, in this room, there will be a subsequent event happening. So we may stop at 5:45 p.m. And then the rest of the 15 minutes, we need to kind of like do a little bit of a crowdsourcing to tidy up this room, leave the room, and then we'll have downstairs to do something else. That is networking. All right, so that's pretty much today's workflow that we're going to build. As I said, this is a 9th edition. I have been doing this before, and I really take it seriously. Like I go and lock myself in a room and I produce tutorial videos that is like bite size. And I kept doing this 8 more times. And this is the picture of the first workshop that I had in this room on 15th of March, which was a 4-hour-long video. You can find it somewhere on my YouTube channel with this description. And it kept happening. I kept producing a lot of content. And this video tutorial is, I think, 9 months old or 8 months old, Vibe Coding 101 crash course. And since then, I've been producing and teaching people around the world with the concept of AI agents, n8n, and vibe coding. So today, I hope you'll learn a lot about this. And the most important part is that you're going to meet a lot of cool people around you. These are some of the pictures from my last events. This particular one was with 120 people in the room and around 200 people live streaming. Right now, we have 75 people on live stream and around, I don't know, 50 people in the room or 40 people. But somehow, I managed to maintain my laugh here because this is the moment when I see that, oh, it's working, let's laugh. Before this, just minutes before this demo of this voice AI agent that I'm building in a workshop series, the Wi-Fi was not working. There were 200 people on the live stream running through these cameras connected to the same phone's internet. And I'm giving a live demo of a phone call, so it's somehow connected and all the dots connected, all the stars were aligned in the universe, and it worked, and therefore I was laughing like that. Usually I don't laugh like that. So there's a lot of personal stories people come and tell in these workshops, and I think I'm so passionate about this, and therefore I keep coming back in this room to deliver value and keep my promise going on and on. All right, why am I doing this? Why am I taking my time and still deliver this? My name is Emil Sire. That picture you see in 2001, me holding a mug of a green tea, love that. Persians do love that. And my 2 brothers and 2 computers, a 486 on the right, which is hidden behind my other brother's shoulder. It's a 486, and that's a Pentium 3 computer. What's so fascinating about this picture, someday in my book, not in the upcoming book, I just released suspense, but in one of my books, and I will write about this picture, is we don't have money to paint our wall, and we don't have money to pay for this new chair, and we willed it, but we have enough money to maintain 2 computers, and AI is now bringing that education to every single 16-year-old in the world, and I'm trying to help bring that to the world. So therefore, despite the fact I'm the CTO and co-founder and an n8n ambassador, and I have a lot of things to do, and Avanai is, despite the fact it's a new company, we just got $10 million in funding, and we're running extremely busy. With my busy schedule, I keep my promise of delivering and democratizing AI education, because when I was 16, I was exposed to computer education, and today I'm here with you guys, and I want to inspire a lot of 16 years old today around the world. Therefore, I keep running these live streams as well. So with that in mind, let's do something. Let's take a selfie. I have a picture and spread this world of AI education and repost that post that I'm going to do. Let's do this. Maybe this way. My wife taught me to do it this way. It's better this way. I don't know, because of the AI pictures and so on. Someone can help me with this picture? Can someone take a picture of me with, maybe from there, from that corner? So it's me and the community, yeah? Or maybe from there to this way, so that it's like not focused on me, but focused on people. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, let's do that. That's fine. Take that's fine. Take a few, and then, because it's going live in just a few seconds, that's fine. Thank you. Any picture that should fill the algorithm is OK. That's fine. That's good. All right, I'm going to share this. And I really appreciate everyone's help here to spread the word, because those who are going to join, they're going to see this post, and hopefully they're going to join this event by literally finding this post. There you go. Here is now my humble request for you to take this LinkedIn post and wake up the dragon, the algorithm of LinkedIn. Scan it, repost it with a comment saying like 9 hours of live workshop happening, join from this link. The link is already in the post. All right. Cool. As I said, I am around the world. These are the cities that we already visited in Europe and cities that we visited in the US. We're delivering a new workshop every single week in Europe and in the US at the same time. Every Wednesday, we're in a new city and we're delivering these n8n workshops. So please, if I'm coming to those cities and you're there, just come and say hi. A few words about the company I built last time so that you know what is coming. This is a TV series called Knight Rider. This seems to be a science fiction movie at the time in 1980s. This is a talking car. Its name is called KIT, Knight Rider Industries 2000. And this talking car with David Hasselhoff as like a cool friendship, they go on. And for those of you who know this movie called Her, 2013, Joaquin Phoenix has this voice AI agent as a friend, and then he goes everywhere with this headphone. And I'm building something like that in 2023, but only in Berlin with low risk capital. I bring a lot of my personal savings from my previous companies that I've built. I have been a tech entrepreneur for 17 years. This is my 6th company that I'm building, haven't I? And all of my savings are gone. Although I go through the Techstars acceleration program, still it's gone. This screenshot that you see here is an actual screenshot that I got from one of my presentations. This was the app that we were building. It sits on your phone. It connects through the sound system of the car, just the same way as Kit. Therefore, the name was VoiceKit. And the vision was to become something that today you know, a company called 11 Labs or VAPI. But we were building this in a time when they were also starting to build. But I don't want to give you a bad perspective of risk capital, not fertile enough land, and so on. But that was the reason that we liquidated the company. But I want to give you this positive perspective that when you're a wounded founder, go and keep building. You never know you're going to build another Avenai. So I kept building, and I started sharing the amount of knowledge that I gathered while building this voice interface. I stumbled upon n8n, and I built the entire orchestration layer in n8n. And I gained a lot of knowledge with n8n early on, and I kept teaching people around the world. And the numbers are really big. I taught over 8,000 people about n8n and AI agents, 3,000 of them in person, like in real life. And this would have not been possible without that VoiceKit failure. Otherwise, I would perhaps be a mediocre startup founder and not be at the forefront of teaching people AI agents. So what we'll achieve today is it's pretty much beginner friendly, so don't worry, things are gonna be according to your requirements. You'll get to know it. The core concepts of n8n Replit. We'll build this expense tracker that I showed you, and I'll walk you through a working automation and a lot of knowledge that you'll gain from today's time. And thank you so much for giving your Sunday, such a nice, beautiful, sunny Sunday in Berlin, which is very limited. And we'll have a lot of fun. This is the agenda for today. As I said, we'll have only one lunch break. Between that, anytime you can walk out, go to the restroom, take a break. It's a live stream as well, so you can also join the live stream from anywhere else. In our live stream, folks are increasing. Hello, everyone, 91 people. Don't leave your sofa. So we have quite a bit of people in the room, but I will keep it easy and not so many photographs so that we can go on and stay focused entirely on the content. But it is an hybrid solution. It's not just live stream. And then after the lunch, we'll focus entirely on Replit full stack. And then we'll have like this 1 hour that we'll do networking in the lobby of the CIC. And during this lunch break, I will still be live and answer questions and bring people from online stream to the Google Meet. OK, let's start from the very beginning. What is n8n? Anyone? I will help. It's an automation tool or platform. Give me some terms. NodeMation. It's NodeMation. This is the actual name of n8n. So n8n comes from a word called NodeMation. The number of characters is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that makes it n8n. So it's NodeMation. It's a concept of nodes in automation. What else is it?
Workflow builder.
Workflow builder. Yes?
Visual programming.
Oh, nice. I like that term. Visual programming. Who said that? You say it? Nice. Visual programming. Or my good friend Max call it flowgramming. A new term. Anyone else? Connector. Nice. Connector is in a term that it connects what? Systems? AI systems? Everything with everything. There's a cool slogan that we use when we promote n8n. You can automate anything. This is the connector for automating anything. Yes?
This is a nice MCP feature.
And it has MCP feature as well, yeah? You can create MCP servers with n8n in no time, like literally so quickly you can build that, and then you can create off-the-shelf MCP servers with a few clicks. All right, so yes, n8n is an automation platform that uniquely combines AI capabilities. So NodeMation or n8n was this tiny business in Berlin until the AI boom happened and until this AI agent node came in place, which kind of like created a platform that anyone could easily combine the AI capabilities of different systems and then glue it together and create an automation system. And now it's a very fast-moving company. It keeps building new features. There was a $55 million round middle of last year. Towards the end of last year, $180 million funding. So pretty stable, pretty pioneering company when it comes to AI automation. All right, any questions? As I said, there is no Q&A session, so you can ask a question at any time. All right, So what is Replit? Give me some terms. Vibe coding. Yes, it's a platform for vibe coding.
Low-code app building.
Low-code app building. Nice. I like that term as well. Yes?
When I quickly checked, I read it's actually not for non-coders, but it is.
Good. So it's you're saying it's for non-coders? Not for non-coders. That's how they advertise it?
That's what ChatGPT said.
Okay. Not for non-coders. Good point. I'll explain something in this realm. I will come in this point and I'll explain something about this point. Let me collect some more terms. I'll put like source ChatGPT. Okay. Anyone else? What is Replit? A front-end builder. Yeah, that's a misconception. It can build full stack. It can also build backend. So it's backend builder, front-end builder. It's a web application builder. And recently, it's also a mobile app builder. You can build mobile apps with this cool technology. What else can you do with this? You can build AI agents with this. So that's a cool thing. And you can build full stack applications. Coming to this topic about not for non-coders, I think the layer between this coder non-coder is disappearing. There is no difference between that. Oh, something happened. Camera. It's a camera feature. It's just a camera feature. It's not me. It's not Vibe Stage. This software is something I built myself that goes to next to screens and so on. And I run my automation, my streams and so on with this. But it's not a feature I built. And it's not like Peter Steinberger's OpenClaw that he said, like, I sent this voice clip to OpenClaw and it responded back to me and I didn't build this feature. It's something like that. But I didn't build this feature. Anyway, so Replit is a platform. the not coders or coders, non-coders, software engineers, non-software engineers, it's becoming an obsolete conversation. Why? Because AI has evolved so much that today, with the capabilities of AI, we can easily achieve what you can achieve with a human brain on the other side. So if you have two CTOs talking to each other, would they be talking in code or would they be talking in abstract ideas and diagrams and arrows and boxes on a whiteboard? If you go with that abstract idea, then you end up into the n8n realm. And if you delegate some tasks as a senior engineer or engineering manager, as a CTO to your team, that goes on the Replit side of things. So this thing that ChatGPT is saying that it's for it's not for non-coders, it's just for coders or it's just for software engineers, that does not hold true. Why? Because now anyone can build products. Anyone can build digital products. So this is fascinating. And the good thing about Replit is it stays on your browser. You can build end-to-end in different programming languages. And you can even operate it from your phone. So when you're on the go, you can keep building. You can keep building with your voice and stuff. It's a no-brainer that the ROI for AI automation is over 100%. Like these receipts. I used to do receipt management throughout my 17 years of being a business owner. But now the ROI on receipt management is like almost zero for me because I just take a snap of it, I throw it away while I'm on the go. And the extracted content of that is already available to my accounting department. It's amazing. And yet there is like 74% of these AI automation efforts in enterprises fail because of not choosing the right tooling. If you heard about citizen development or forward deployed engineers, this is already happening at forefront, like kind of the companies who are taking innovation first and early on, they are already changing that number. And I think choosing the right tool will definitely help in changing that number dramatically. And as I said, the automation has a real world ROI and P&L impact. And in large organizations, this P&L impact is a no-brainer. They're going to adopt it. They're going to keep building AI automation. And today that you're in this room, you will be one sort of a talent, not particularly a builder. Perhaps you're just a manager who wants to know how this world works. It will open your eyes around this spectrum of how things work in this industry. And just a few more words about n8n and how this thing bridges the whole world of AI automation. It's a glue between the AI systems that you have. It comes with this flexibility of code, but the speed of no code. You can even write code with n8n. You'll see it in just a minute once we start building with n8n. And one thing that it's enterprise ready. A lot of people think that this is not enterprise ready. It's only because of those YouTube videos that tells you that with n8n you can build, I don't know, an AI agent that makes you $4,000 every hour. But that's clickbait. Because this became so famous so fast, a lot of people are questioning the enterprise readiness for this. And I, as the co-founder of this company that builds AI agents for really big companies, 100,000 plus employees like companies, I come from that world. My full-time job is building AI agents for these enterprises, not delivering workshops for communities, which is somehow turned out to be my job because we have a partnership with n8n and we're delivering these workshops around the world for n8n. But my main focus still stays in building enterprise-grade AI agents for big companies. And we are using n8n there, and I know it for a matter of fact, this is extremely enterprise-ready, extremely scalable, and that's my job to spread that word that, yes, it's enterprise-ready. So n8n comes with this concept of connectors, or so-called nodes. As Pedro said, nodemation, this node in automation, this node concept comes from this connector thing. And there are over 1,000 of them, like over 1,000 of these connectors. So what we want to do now with these connectors is we want to make sure that we connect the right building blocks together. So for the next 3.5 hours, you will basically learn how the core concepts behind n8n works. Because the workflow that we showcased earlier, that's an easy workflow. That's a super easy workflow. We can finish building this in about 1 hour. But why the extra 3 hours? So that you can learn the core concepts of this. So it's a pretty hands-on workshop, and it's to make sure that you guys learn what we're going to build. The entire full-stack application that we're going to build in 9 hours, if I go in this other format that I call it a masterclass is that you don't have a laptop in front of you. You just watch it, and I keep building. It will take 1 hour. But it's expanded to 9 hours for the matter of fact that you guys keep building. So we're going to start building in about 5 minutes. But before that, a few frequently asked questions that I saw it in the WhatsApp group and also throughout all those dozens of almost 100 workshops that I have delivered. Do I need n8n Cloud? No. You can also do a local hosted n8n instance. And how would you do that? I will show you how to do it. Meanwhile, please install Docker if you haven't. And if you want to run it on your local machine. Do I need Replit account? No, because you can also use Gemini CLI. That comes with 1,000 free requests, and it should do the job for you. But I would highly recommend taking that trial period or paying Replit to get an account, because I'll be using Replit, and you'll get to know a lot about Replit, okay? I will go through the bullet points, and then I'll take the questions. And do I need a Mistral AI API key? Again, something that is required, but once we get there, I can share my API key. Or get emails API key. I will bear some expenses on my end, but I will not appreciate someone running a loop and using all the balance that I put there. Maybe I'll put like 100 euros in it, but that will be the max. But that time when comes, I will share an API key. But if you already have a Mistral AI account, but please use your API key so that we can leave that to everyone else. And now we have 100 people watching online. If 200 people in total starts using that one API key, first, it will hit the API limit. Second, I will end up paying a lot of money, and I'm doing it just for the love of the community, and it will be a misuse of that love. Do I need an API key? No, you can use any LLM. Again, Emil is a nice dude trying to teach the world AI. You can get Emil's API key, but again, fair usage policy applied. So you need to make sure that you don't do that, because I don't get any sponsorship. I'm paying this from my salary, from my income that I get from my company, which means I'm paying myself salary, so everything is my money. Don't abuse my API keys. Otherwise, you'll not get more cookies. So can I do a LinkedIn post about it today? Hallelujah, yes. Do a lot of LinkedIn posts about it today, because that's how I get back paid as a currency of so-called digital content marketing. I am delivering first. I bet that you will get a lot of value from this today. And I'm not expecting you to do a LinkedIn post and promote my LinkedIn profile even more to the algorithm so that they can give me this little badge that I am tirelessly working for, top voice. And with your help, I will get it one day. With that, I think we're done. Let's join this WhatsApp group. It's mandatory because we'll be sharing everything here. If you're not yet in that WhatsApp group, that means you're not there, and now I'm going to get some questions. There was a question from there first, and then I'll come to you. Yes?
My question was, what's the advantage of localhost versus n8n cloud?
The question is, just for the microphone for the online folks, the question comes from one of our folks in the room. He says, what's the advantage of local hosted and cloud hosted? The simple answer to that question is authentication. It becomes super easy to authenticate your tools when you have cloud version of n8n. If it's self-hosted or local hosted on a Docker container, then it's really cumbersome when it comes to authentication. Next question.
Yeah, small follow-up. Would it hinder us today, or will there not be so much authentication friction?
No, the question is, will it slow us today if we have one or the other? I'm considering that 16-year-old kid somewhere in a rural village in India who's following us, and I'm therefore delivering all the API keys, and I'm also making sure that he or she can follow along. So we will take the lowest possible point, which is like someone do not have 24 euros to pay to get a cloud version, or their trial version already expired. Since this is a community version I'm doing, and I only have like a limited amount of money and time that I can devote. Otherwise, I would buy you guys at least a 4-week long n8n account, but we'll make sure that everyone, but it's a part of the content. It's not going to slow us down. So if you want to go the self-hosted route, you will be able to follow me along in the next steps.
And if we use the Replit account, is it easy to just swap out the Gemini key later if we want to start paying?
Pardon?
So if we use Replit today?
Yeah, we are going to use Replit today. Replit is one part of it.
Plug and play, we can put the Gemini key later?
Exactly. So it's not that you use Replit, put the Gemini CLI, but you will be using Gemini CLI. I will explain how to use Gemini CLI. Any other questions before we move on? Anyone from my amazing folks here who helped me a lot with bringing people upstairs? Keep an eye on the WhatsApp group. If someone is stuck downstairs, bring them upstairs. Because I saw someone said he's going to join at 10 a.m. Will be not nice for him to, in such a day that the train strikes. I don't know if it's over or not. Does anyone know if the train strike, the Deutsche Bahn strike is over today? It's over? Okay, so today the transport works, but yesterday there was no transport in Germany, worldwide, German-wide. So yeah, thank you for all the help there. All right, so I believe we have everyone on WhatsApp. I don't have any visibility on WhatsApp. I want to stay focused in the room, on the online folks, and I'm also not seeing the messages that's coming up on the online. And anyone who can keep an eye on the WhatsApp group, and if there was a question, please raise your hand and portray that question to me. And if you're in the room, please don't use the WhatsApp channel for the question, so that we can keep WhatsApp channel only for the online folks. In the room, you can raise your hand and ask a question. Your voice will not be projected because these microphones are very good with background noise cancellation. And then I'll repeat your question, so your privacy is saved. All right, then let's start the workshop. All right, we have quite a bit to cover. I will start literally from step number 1, that you need to spin off your n8n workflow. By show of hands, who do not have a MacBook? Get yourself a MacBook, please. I'm just joking. Because we're going to have trouble if you don't have a MacBook. The commands that I'm going to give you guys. For those of you who have, now again, those 3 people who raised their hand, they don't have. Do you have an n8n account? Don't buy a MacBook. That's all right. Because I was worried about if I show you a command for self-hosting n8n, it's going to be trouble. All right, so for those of you who want to self-host, I'm sorry for those of you who are online and you do not have a MacBook. I don't have the instructions for that because I don't know it myself. In the meantime that I'm explaining other things, you can go to ChatGPT and ask yourself, like, how can I self-host n8n in Ubuntu? How can I self-host n8n in Microsoft Windows? And so on. And then you should be able to follow along. But for those of you who do have a MacBook, you need a software called Docker. And then once you have this Docker software running, then all you need to do is bring forward go to ChatGPT or any LLM of your choice, and then ask a question, something around, can you please create a YAML file for my Docker container so that I can host an n8n local instance? And then that LLM prompt should give you simple file like this. It's called Docker YAML. I will copy paste this in the WhatsApp group so you get it there. Apparently it's going to work. I just immediately pasted it, but sorry, this is not going to work. It misunderstood n8n to anything. I'm going to just delete it for everyone now. Because the voice dictation tools do not work properly. No, this is good. This looks to be good. let me quickly run it on my end, and if it worked, then we'll run it in your end. So what you need to do is go to this so-called terminal, and wherever you are in your terminal, just create. It's a best practice to create a folder. So I'm gonna go to this folder and then mkdir. That means like create a folder for me. I apparently need to do this a little bit differently because the live stream cuts it. Like this, perhaps. That's for running n8n locally. If you already have an n8n account, you don't need to follow along with these. So these are for the instructions that I'm giving for running n8n locally. So create, and I will keep doing this, mkdir, and then folder name called n8n local. This would be your step number 1. This basically allows you to create a folder where you want to create this. So I'm going to create this local folder. And then the second step would be cd n8n local. This is the folder where you created the n8n session. And then after that, you need to open this in a text file of your choice. I am using anti-gravity. So I'm opening Gravity here, but it can be even like Notepad or whatever you wish to have. And then in here, go back to your ChatGPT. It has given you this file name. Copy that. And then create that file in here. And then go back to your ChatGPT, bring that text in here. I'm going to copy paste this text in the WhatsApp so that you can get it from there. I'm not sure yet if it's going to work or not, but we'll see it. And then you need to run this command called docker compose up. But for this, you need to have Docker installed. How do you install Docker? ChatGPT, it's just a software that you have to run. Now I'm going to go back to the terminal. I'm going to paste this command, docker compose up. And you see it ran something. And if you go back to your Docker software, you should see something like this, n8n-local. If you go and click on this little icon in here that says open in browser, you should be able to see your locally hosted n8n version running. Yes? It's in the WhatsApp group. Yeah. The name of the file, I'll paste it in the WhatsApp group. And one more tip for those of you online and also in the room. If you miss a step, go back to the following live stream and rewind instead of asking, just so that we can move fast. Because only finding what text did I mention on my screen, you can easily go to the live stream that I'm right now running. For example, the text, what was the text called? And then you go to the live stream. Just so that we can move fast. And then you go a little bit backwards, and then you find that thing, make sure that you have it on mute, and then you can find the file name, and then you can type it yourself. This way we can stay extremely efficient, and we can go on with most of the value delivered. Sorry for being too German. I just got my German citizenship last week. All right. Now, you have a local hosted n8n version running in here, which allows you to create an account locally. I'm going to create one just for the matter of the demo, but I will be using my cloud one. you have to answer these simple questions here. And then you're pretty much ready for the workflow that we're going to build. I will still do the 101 of n8n in here. Let me run a small pool in the room. This pool is only for the room, not for online. If you're sitting on your sofa, don't raise your hand, okay? Because I can't see you. I will do another poll for you guys in just a minute. By show of hands, who do not know the very basics of n8n? Okay, 2 people, 3, okay? For online folks, if you haven't joined the WhatsApp group yet, and you join late, please join this WhatsApp group right now and go there and then write a message in the WhatsApp group that you have never used n8n before. So we have 3 people in the room out of 50-ish, 60-ish. And we will see some more messages coming in the WhatsApp group. Someone please help me in counting that number and then give it to me, so that we see if it was like extremely low numbers compared to everyone else. Then we will take another route. Otherwise, I'll go and do pretty much basics of n8n so that you guys can follow along by finding what is that menu, where is that, and so on. All right, meanwhile that those messages are coming, I will I'll take a sip of my coffee. Now, by show of hands, who in the room has access to n8n Cloud? n8n Cloud. Okay, that's good. Like 50, 60% of the room. You guys will not have any problems. It's just one click, and then all the integrations will work off the shelf. For those of you who either have a locally hosted or a self-hosted on a Hostinger or wherever, you will have to follow a very long journey, but I will cover that as well, in order to put this one little integration in place. And this comes from an official n8n content that I have created. You can find it on the live playlist underneath this official n8n starter session. I'll now go in and show which lecture you need to focus on. And hi, my name is. I will just share this link in the WhatsApp group as well. This is the very basics of it. If you want to follow along, and we can see there are like only 2 people from online. Oh, Patrick, whoever is that, thank you so much for running that poll in the WhatsApp group. That's nice. So used n8n before, 8 people in total. In order to keep now real numbers in mind, those who raise their hand, can you please also go to WhatsApp group and answer Patrick's vote so that I can have real numbers, and then I can go super deep in n8n or shallow in n8n basics. Nice. No, I think we are going with the numbers know a lot. 14 people know. I'll just bring that small side of that. I hate the fact that n8n, WhatsApp cannot collapse the contacts. Otherwise, I would be able to bring the entire WhatsApp group here. But right now in WhatsApp, we are running a poll where we are getting this number. How many people never used n8n before? So I can go like super slow on n8n basics. All right, the number is like more than 50% of the current vote on the poll in the WhatsApp group. So I will go and do it from the very basics so you guys can follow along. All right, so now let's go to our n8n workflow. So the locally hosted n8n workflow that you have. Click on a new canvas. Let's create a very simple n8n trigger. What is an n8n trigger? It's basically the starting point of a workflow. And then put a trigger called manually. And when you click on this execute workflow, this n8n workflow starts executing. That means that green check mark, as you can easily say, it means everything worked fine. And this one item means that whatever happens from here onwards, and n8n executions goes from left to right, it's going to be one time. It's going to be executed one time. So the next steps that you do in this workflow is important. So now let's put an HTTP request, type HTTP request node.
How was the trigger called?
Click manually. So now the HTTP request node requires you to put simple URL. I'm going to share a URL with you guys, which is a sample URL of a website. And if you go to this URL, it's basically some data flowing in here. It's in a format called JSON. I highly recommend watching the lecture number 17 of this tutorial series that I just shared, which is about the basics of JSON. This lecture, learn how to read and write JSON. It's only a 12 minutes video. You can watch it next weekend. But once you learn how to read and write JSON, this doesn't look code to you. You can understand what it does. But for the simplicity of this, so that you can follow along now, it's a bunch of data coming in. Each of those one bunches, it is one record. And each of that represents one column in that record. So basically, there's a name. And if you go in the next set, there's a name again. If you go to the next set, there's a name again. So imagine a tabular format represented in a tree format. So this is one level of the table, but in certain places you will have again this chunk of data, which is address, but the address is captured in a granular level. This is JSON, basically. In that lecture, you'll learn a lot more. So take that URL, go back to that workflow, paste it in the URL field. In this URL field, leave that git as it is, and then click on execute step. Now what you will see is this same data set that we saw in the browser now came in your workflow. So this is the basics of n8n, like super, super basics, that you do something in n8n, and that something is called a trigger. And that trigger can be of different types. It can be of a click type. It can be based on a schedule every X amount of hours. It can be of an event in an app, in an external app connected here, or it can be based on a so-called webhook that is basically an API call happening to your n8n, and so on. And then right after that, every single step you take in n8n is called basically a node. And this node contains a spatial structure. When you open that node, it has these basic three little segments, every single node. It has an input segment. And that input segment is always this column on the left. It has this output segment. And that output segment is always the column on the right. And then it has this settings segment. The setting is always in the middle. Whatever comes from previous nodes is used in the settings and then goes up to the next node. So it's a sequence of these nodes attached together, and each node, as I said previously in the presentation, there are over 1,000 nodes in here. And you can also create one of your nodes. So every single node does one very specific thing, one atomic activity. So this is atomic task. Every single node does one atomic task, and there are over 1,000 of them. It's even more than 1,000 atomic tasks, because each atomic task is called an action inside the node. So this is the basic of mental model of this whole thing that you can remember, that once this trigger node comes along the way, it goes in a flow like this. So one workflow may have many of these little so-called nodes, and they always go with the same approach. If I now double click this, you'll see it so much like the picture before. There's an input, there's a setting, and there is an output. And it's a very important concept that the incoming stream is changed by this setting, and it produces an outgoing stream of data. And it happens pretty much on the runtime. And it happens pretty much fast. And now you see the output of this becomes the input of the next step. So if you click on the plus sign and then type here set, you will see a node like this. The settings always changes from one node to the other node. This is an important note to remember. The settings always changes based on your node, the current node that you have. And now what you want to do is cut this data set from that big to a smaller segment. Let's bring forward the name, the email, the phone, and the website. Now click on execute. You'll see what happened was, from the left side, make sure you have JSON selected. You'll see that this big chunk of JSON is now turned into this small chunk of JSON. So these big chunks of JSON is turned into these small chunks of JSON based on this setting. So the same concept. The input comes in, the settings change it, the output goes to the next node. So the input of one node is turned into an output based on the settings that you have inside that node. And as you see here, this one generated an output like this. And if you see the set node, now the output of that previous node becomes an input in here. So this is an input, but previously it used to be an output. You see the difference? In the previous node, it was an output. Now in this node, it became an input. In the settings, we're changing it. We're changing the behavior of this data, and then we're sending it back as an output to the next node. So the output from this next node is going to become an input for the next node. So it's always input, settings, output. Input, process, action, output. So these settings will take an action, will perform a task. That's what you need to remember from the kind of like conceptual side of n8n. It's always a sequence of these little nodes that you can drag and drop, put them there, change something with it, and then it produces a new output that the next node will take in and do something with it. All right, any questions from the basics of n8n part? We're moving very fast to the next workflow, which is the actual integration of this receipt scanning. Any questions before we move there?
I have a question about the actual workflow. I've seen previously you shared a workflow that has like on-file upload, download file, Mistral. Is that the workflow that we're going to be integrating?
Yes. The question is whether or not we're going to build this workflow. Yes, the answer is yes. We're going to build exactly that workflow.
I was wondering if you could share maybe like a little prompt of what the workflow does, like what is the whole idea, so that I can try to do it like with the natural language prompting.
Yeah, so the workflow is downloading a file from a Google Drive, and then it converts it into a binary, and then it gives that binary to Mistral AI, and then Mistral AI extracts the text from the receipt that's scanned, and then we use an AI agent node to extract structured data out of that, like the invoice number and so on. And then we get basically the output and save it in a data storage. In this example that you see on the screen that I'm teaching in n8n World Tour of Workshops is Microsoft Excel, but we'll be using something else instead of Microsoft Excel. We'll be using data tables. So we'll not be using Excel, we'll be using data tables. This is a native feature of n8n. Welcome. All right, so now let's go one more step to that world of this workflows and so on. And I'm preparing you to the next step, which is bringing that Google Drive. We'll bring the Google Drive, but before we bring that Google Drive, I want to cover these two areas. I want to create a storage for you. I want to create something else in here. We'll put another node in here. And I will cover the AI agent node. And I will cover this part, the structured output parser part. And then once we are successful on that end, and then I'll bring this other piece of puzzle. So I'll go step by step like this. So we're going to start from, this is going to be our step 1. This is going to be our step 2. And then this is going to be our step 3. Yes?
If I don't see, if I put like execute step and I don't see the data, input data and output data, not the example file, I just checked another one. So what does it mean?
You have click listener? We can check it during the break, during the lunch break. Okay, so now let's go into that world of self-hosted. I changed my mind. I'm going to continue using the local hosted one so that I can also face the same problems that potentially you guys can face, so that we can fix it on screen. I see one person being happy in the room. I don't know how many more people on the sofa said yes. All right, so we keep this as a simple workflow. We call it simple workflow and leave it there. Let's go and create another workflow. And I have tried to communicate to please install Postman. By show of hands, who did not install Postman yet? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people in the room. I'll give enough time for you guys to install Postman and install Postman from postman.com. I think it's that Postman. Yeah, it's postman.com. And then we'll resume the workshop. And it's good for my throat to get some rest because I've been taking it a little bit too hard on myself. I delivered 3 consecutive workshops in 72 hours and traveled for 16, 17 hours for one workshop, very important workshop, which was for 2 hours in a boardroom, and that killed my voice somehow.
Even if you use on the cloud, you still have to do it or not?
Yeah. In any case, it's a must. Let's please install Postman so we all are on the same page. Can I ask someone to close that window because the room is getting colder? There, in the other meeting room, that window. And also, you can turn up the eating to 5 just for a few minutes. And then the eatings are on those 2 walls. So in that wall, if you can turn up the eating, then there's one more here. Yep, I'll do that. Can you help them take it out? Yep.
With install Postman, you mean signing in, right?
Both.
Can we exactly use the Postman online or have to install?
Download it.
Download?
Yeah. Thank you for reminding me about the audio. I believe the audio is back, but I will definitely check it again. All right, the audio must. Thank you for reminding me about. Okay, the audio is back. Thank you for that heads up. Okay, so now we have just covered for the online folks what is a webhook. It's a trigger. You put it here, and we are using Postman to test our webhook. The reason we want to create a webhook in here is to basically create a simple API. And once we create this API, we test it like the entire backend, like this entire backend that we are building in here. That's the backend side of it. And we're building it inside n8n. Let me quickly use this as a diagramming pad so that I can explain why do we need the webhook. Because we're going to build a front end after the lunch. This is basically the back end. We're going to build a front end. And the front end is going to be built in Replit. So Replit will then connect through this webhook to the backend that we are going to build now, or through this so-called n8n workflow. So this front end is going to send some request to the backend, and that's how the connections work. All right. So now, please let's add a webhook node in here. And leave everything as it is. Just don't touch anything. Click on listen for test. Copy this URL. Go to your Postman. Paste it right there. Don't do anything, just click on send. What you'll see in your Postman is a message that says workflow was started. Okay? Now, if you come back to your workflow, you'll see this green check mark the same way as we did the click button last time. So what it means is that some workflow was triggered. Something triggered the workflow. This time, it was not from inside n8n click. It was from outside using Postman. Any questions? All right, now, if you double-click this, you'll see some information coming in from this output of this webhook. Now, we can change this information and supply some information in here. Now, let's go to the Postman. And let's build something very simple. Click this value, change it to post. Click and change get to post. Go to body. Click on raw. And then choose JSON from here. And then after that, paste this JSON in here. That would be, for example, first name. Coming, wait a minute. Yes. What's the question?
Sorry, it's so hard to read because of the light from the window. Could you say what you typed?
You can't read. There's okay. I will copy paste this and yeah, you can also go to the online and then go back and then it's on your screen. The same screen is on your screen. But I'll also send a screenshot of this. And also zoom it in. All right, so let's do that. It won't work off the shelf if you click on send. We need to change something else.
Emil, can you repeat from where you posted the JSON? Where you posted the JSON?
On WhatsApp group.
No, I posted JSON onto Postman. Where there? We're on that step?
Yeah, we didn't move forward. It's coming next. Yeah. All right, now if I go to the n8n workflow and double click and then let's change this value from get to post in here. And then let's click on execute workflow one more time. Now this time when I'm clicking on the send button, this is what happens. When I click on send button, the workflow is in listening mode. When I click on the send button, a request happens in here, and then a response comes back in here. Okay? Now if I double click this, you'll see that the same piece of information that I had here is sent to me in here. So I need that piece of information in my workflow. This later on can be changed to a piece of information that's coming from Replit. But the information that is coming back from the workflow to Postman is not so much useful. It says workflow was started. It's not really helpful. I'm going to send a nicer message. I'm going to send a custom message back. So let's go back to the workflow and click on this plus sign and then type in here respond to webhook. And from here, select JSON, and then from here, type message. Thank you for your message. It's just a generic message that I'm sending back. Now, in the webhook, you need to also change something else. You need to change this respond immediately to respond to webhook. Now, if I close this and then I click on execute workflow, you'll see what happens. And then I click on send. A request has happened. This is called an HTTP request. And there is something called a payload body. There are terms called payload or HTTP request body. These things were also supplied when this request happened. We didn't do any processing yet in here. We'll do some processing. We will process this data in coming minutes. That's coming next. But what happens is that this part, basically this entire workflow, once the workflow stopped in here, so the respond to webhook caused a response back to all the way to, from here, it went all the way back here, and it created a message that is called an HTTP response. So now you see this HTTP request and HTTP response cycle. It starts from an outside world. It comes inside n8n, and then we do some data processing in n8n, and then some data goes back to n8n. Yes.
One time show what you put into the settings of the webhook?
You can check it in the live stream. Any other questions?
Just checking the live stream again, but where did you get the local host? Copy paste it into Webhook.
Do you have your Docker running? Did you follow those steps? It's in your Docker. Yeah. Any other questions before we move on? Because now we are going to switch the subject from this webhook to data tables. All right, now we got this data in here. This data that we were looking for came inside this Postman. So this is the data from Postman. Now, what's the intention here? We're going to store this inside a data table. That's the intention. And why do we need to do this? Because later on, once we switch our example from this dummy example to an invoice example, then we'll take this metadata of this and then store it inside that data table. Okay. Now let's go on and name this workflow as some data tables and webhook. Now let's go to the personal side. When you're inside the workflow, you have this personal menu. Click on that item. And then go to data tables. And then create a data table. And name it messages. This is just an example. It's not for invoices, it's just for an example, so I can walk you guys through step by step of what needs to be done. Let's call it messages. And let's add a column called first name. Let's add another column called last name. Let's add one more column called LinkedIn URL, and then the message. Those columns. Since I have just on the fly thought about adding one more column, I have also added one more column. And then now you created a table here. Now let's go back to this data tables in Webhook. And
Sorry, you mentioned first name, last name, and
LinkedIn and message. So those 4 columns. Add the following 4 columns in your data tables. First name, last name, LinkedIn URL, message. All of them goes with a data type called string. So please do that. And now what I want to do is I want to add a little step in between in here. Click on this plus sign and then add data tables or data table. And then in here, I will add insert row. And in the insert row, you can insert something in a data table. All right. Now, what I want to do is I want to add this LinkedIn URL in here as well. Okay. I want to make sure that the workflow is running in the running mode. It does require a data table just to avoid this error from happening so that I can get this data inside my workflow, select this data table, and then press D on your keyboard. So you deactivate it. Otherwise, this error will not allow you to run the workflow because it's not entirely set it up properly. It will give the error and you will not be able to run the workflow. So deactivate it by selecting and pressing D, or by selecting and and clicking on this power icon. Now click on execute. It should be in this waiting for trigger event, and then go to the n8n workflow. I'm copy pasting this entire JSON one more time, and then click on send. Now you'll see that this new data set came in the workflow. Now this new data set contains the LinkedIn profile and a message. Now I have this deactivated workflow item. I will activate it again by pressing D, double click. Now you've got all this data coming in here. Just select the right data set in here, which is called messages. And then you have pretty much all these fields that you can map one by one in here.
The insert row, I don't even find it as an option.
On your data table, you need to select data table first.
Okay.
Search for data table and then insert row. And now if I put these two things together and make sure that the workflow is running, and I hit send, it will go all the way through. And if I go to my data table, I'll see this one row added in here. Please follow along. I will take a small break in here to make sure you guys all did this step all the way through.
The data table is where? Sorry, I was gone for a second. I'm lost.
Go to the live stream, go back a few steps, you'll see the steps. Okay, I'm taking a small break to make sure that everyone followed this sequence. You already have the
Use n8n Postman, that's it, right? What's this R?
I will also copy paste the JSON of this workflow, so you have something that you can literally copy paste and then go on with.
Could it be that the create data table is only available for the crowd version of n8n?
No, this what I'm running is on localhost. If you followed this,
Mine doesn't have
yeah.
this option.
It's the version. It's an old version.
You know how to update? It's a little bit tricky if you have Postgres.
I'm also adding the curl of my entire Postman, so you can also get the data from the Postman. All right, in the room, by show of hands, who have successfully stored something from Postman to data tables? Okay, 2 out of the whole room. Now, let me run this poll one more time. By show of hands, who could not save something from Postman to the data tables? Okay, that is a bad idea. Now, I will take one random person and see what's the problem, and I try to solve that problem, okay? By show of hands, who has not installed the Postman yet? Everybody? Perfect. Let's do the following. I will send you a Postman code in the WhatsApp. So I send you a piece of code in WhatsApp. Can you go to your Postman and click on the import? Go to Postman, click on import, and then paste the code that I sent you in WhatsApp. And the code looks like curl blah blah. Something like this. It looks something like this on WhatsApp right now. You can copy this entire text and then paste it in curl. And then go to the body section. Go to the body. Put your name. Put your name here. John Doe. Whatever is your name, not John Doe, your real name. I want to also make it a little fun project. And then put your LinkedIn URL in here, and then give me a message. This can be an actual message that you want to give it to me. A testimonial, a thank you message, a sarcastic message, a feedback, whatever. And then click on send.
So it's raw JSON, and then we paste the curl.
Yeah.
And then we send it.
Yeah.
I'm getting a status code, error code of 200.
That's fine. That 200 means that's okay. Yeah.
Right.
And whatever you guys are sending is coming to my computer inside the data tables. I have already seen so many messages coming along here. Chris said sunny day. Leon said 2026 is going to be fire. Serena said hello world. Dimi said let's rock AI education. So this is how webhooks work. So you send, now Pragit said form Postman to webhook testing. So now what happened was you sent some data to my machine and my machine saved it here. How did it work? Let me review this. So I published my workflow, and every single person that's sending me these messages arrive first in my workflow. And then once it arrives there, and then it is captured, and then it's saved inside this data table. All right, now what do we have in place? A data table. A lot of people may have not found a data table in their machines. There's a question here, and then I'll answer that. What's your question?
I just wanted to mention that it's brittle, so when you have a data table and you change a typo in my data table, it doesn't update in the node.
Yeah.
Something brittle.
Yeah. Okay. Now, by show of hands, who do not see this data table tab in their instance? Okay, you guys are probably running an old n8n version. You need to update your n8n version. How do you do that? ChatGPT. It's a few steps. I will explain it, but follow along with ChatGPT. So you need to go to the main menu from where you're basically doing your entire settings and so on. You can follow along that from there. I can't find it exactly. Where is the version settings? It's where you spin off your instances from your localhost instances. You can see where it is now here. Just ChatGPT and then increase your n8n version. Or in worst case, what you can do is go to this version. Probably some of you did not follow this step as I was doing. This make sure is called latest. Then you will not see this problem. It will show you the data table. Okay? Now let's go back to the workflow. Since everything is recorded, you will be able to catch up. We'll have a few small pauses, which will allow you to follow along. Nice.
But I see in my webhook a get, not a local host, and I can change it.
I don't understand what you're saying.
In my webhook, I have not a local host and a get request.
Yeah, that was the one that I sent you. Remove that, close that. Go back to your localhost. All right, so now what do we have? We have a very simple step that allows you to send some information, save it, and then go back. But if we go and see the master plan of what we want to achieve, is that this incoming data is coming from Google Drive. And then we're going to do one extra step in here after the Google Drive, which is the Mistral AI. And then after that, we do another step, which is the part for AI automation. And then this is the part which was replaced with this data table. Any questions before I move on to bringing the AI agents? We just brought this part. Now I'm going to bring AI agent node. Because what we have in place is a little bit information. We can capture that little bit information in here that people can send me some information. But I can do something more about this. What I can do is add another column, call it prior or maybe tags. I can generate tags with AI and put it there so that I can see what is that message about. And I can add another column, call it, I don't know, message type. And I extract with AI what was the message. Was it a love message or a hate message? So I can distinguish and then remove those people from my LinkedIn. Just making up something on the way. These two columns are going to be populated by AI in the next steps. If you couldn't follow along with the data tables, please raise your hand. Okay, 5, 6 people. During the lunch break, please come to me so that I can see your problems and then we fix it. Otherwise, if you want to follow along, because I need to respect the time of the other people who do not have this problem, I need to move on. It is already recorded. You can go back and then chat GPT when I'm explaining. Try to see if you can solve your problems. But it's just the version, most probably the version issue. Now, I want to bring one little AI feature in this workflow. How can I do that? Again, I'm running on this local host. I believe you're also running on a local host. And you will need an API key. Now click on the plus sign and then put AI agent. This AI agent node sits somewhere between the webhook and the insert row. Now click on chat model and then type open AI chat model. And then click on the credentials, click on create new credential. From here, you need an API key. This is the time when I provide you an API key, and I would highly appreciate if you do not abuse my API key. And if you already have one, please use your own so that we make sure that we have enough people using the API key that deserves it. I will share the API key in the WhatsApp group. So right now, I have $17 in total. If we run out of $17, which will be a lot of money for what we are going to do, but if we run out of the $17, I will add more money in it. Okay, now I added my API key in there. You should also, after adding that, see this green message. And the API key for OpenAI has been just shared in the WhatsApp group. Once you have your OpenAI account set up, then you need to go to the chat, the AI chat model, and then click on this source for prompt, and then define below. And then you need to change something in here. Now let me explain what is that change. And then you can follow along all the steps by pausing the video recording as it is happening. So if you remember, we have quite a bit of data flowing in from the webhook. So let's do the same thing. Select this, deactivate it because that is incomplete work. Let's execute this. Let's go to Postman. In the Postman, click on Send. The data will arrive here. Now we have this data. Now let's reactivate the AI agent node. Double-click this. You'll see that all of this data is sitting in here, ready to be used by this AI agent. In order for me to not lose this information, I'll select this node and press P on my webhook. That means the data is penned in here. That also means if I refresh my page, this data stays here. I don't need to go back to Postman in order to supply this data to my webhook. Now, if I double-click on this AI agent, now I can do the rest of the configuration. I will add a system message here. The system message will go something along these lines. You're a helpful assistant. You will help me identify the messages that people shared with me. Extract the tag and message type. So this is a generic information, and I'll say analyze this message. What is the message? The message that's coming in all the way from the webhook postman. Now, if I execute this workflow one more time, it will go and store something in the workflow in here. This is a small architectural decision making that you need to make. What part of the workflow needs to be activated and deactivated at the time you're running that? So select that part, press on D because I don't want the workflow to go there yet. And if I execute this, now you'll see that AI is analyzing something, and if I double click this, it will give me those two pieces of information: tag, democratize AI education; message, inspirational advocacy. Now, this is not structured information. I want to get some structured information out of that content. For that, I need to turn on this field called require specific output. If you click that, now if I run it again, it will go through the workflow, but I can also give a output parser to it. So click on this output parser, select structured output parser, and then in here, give an example of how the output should look like. One is called tag or tags. It would be inspirational, appreciation, education, for example. And the message type, motivation, for example. I want one message type. Now, since I give this little type of an output, if I run this, you can see that the output type is now based on that example. It gives me a comma-separated value for all the tags I need to store in my data table, and it also gives me one sentence or one word message type. That is a statement. Now, I have those two pieces of information that I can store it in my data table. Now is the time that I will deactivate this step. I'll press it and then press on the D on my keyboard, and then double click in here. Since I have done some changes, you'll see this red in here, and then you'll see also this refresh icon because some fields were added. So please click on this refresh icon. You'll see these new fields that we have added in the data table. And let's fix these red messages first. So I will go to Webhook. I'll delete this field, only the content of it. Do not delete the field itself, just the content. Drag and drop, delete the next one, drag and drop, and then delete the next one, drag and drop, and so on. Now, the two other fields are coming from the AI output, the AI agent. I'll pick the AI agent and get the tags assigned to the tags, the message assigned to the message. Now, if I go out, now I have all my workflow done and ready. I can unpin this piece of information, and I can start the execution again. This is in the running mode, and this time I will send some extra information. For example, John Doe is sending me, I'm just putting some information so it's not someone's real thing. And imagine if he's sending me, you are going too fast, I couldn't follow, therefore I am leaving your workshop. You suck. And if I send this workflow, I being me, I still thank John Doe, saying thank you for your message. he didn't know that it's being recorded and he can follow along, and I have a plan for that, therefore I go so fast. But what happened in the workflow was I identified what is it? It is a negative feedback, frustration, complaint, and I stored it all in that data table. If I go to the data table, now John Doe somewhere in this data table will have its own place. It doesn't save it. Let's go find out why it didn't save. I go here. I go to the execution. This is, I confirm if this is the right execution. This is not the right one. Somebody else used it in the same time. This is John Doe, and it's saved inside this data table. The first name, John Doe, complaint. This is the ID number 32. So I can go back to the data table, and ID number 32 is in the second page because I'm only in the first page, therefore I don't see it. I go to the second page, I see ID number 32. I captured John Doe's record with all the information, including the complaint and negative feedback. Now, what I want you guys to do is to follow along with this current tutorial that was produced in the past 5 minutes, 10 minutes, to make sure that you follow and arrive in this place. Let's make that one border that you can do that. I will put my microphone down. I'll come to the people in the room and help you to resolve the issues you have. And then for the online folks, you can get the data table, this entire JSON file. I'll download it here and share it with you so that you have something that you can run and create those data tables. And let's get this thing solved, and then we'll go and include in the master plan the next step. In the master plan, we covered these parts. Now we're going to cover this part before 1 p.m. So we have like 2 more hours to cover this part. We covered these two in 2 hours. I think we're going perfectly on time. This will need less than 2 hours, and we'll capture a lot of Q&A sessions. So let me put some messages here so that those folks who are coming after the, those people who are joining this live session later on, let's talk to them. Let's get your data tables issues resolved. We will be back in 10 minutes. And I'll put a timer for 10 minutes. Okay, now, yeah, so
But my problem is, sorry, I'm slow. I cannot insert the table.
Data table, okay.
Yeah.
So you need to put data table, and then insert row, and then you get the insert row feature. Now, if you have executed, you didn't execute anything. So let's start this execution. You go here, and then you click this. You make sure that this is changed to post. This is Git. Let's change this to post. Stop listening. It's going to be a post endpoint, and run it like this. Go to your Postman and click on the plus sign, not that plus sign. You can go here, plus, and then paste it here. And then from the body, raw JSON, you can send some information. That information is already in the WhatsApp. And then once you send it over, then it will arrive here. Go do this and then come back to the end of the queue so that I can solve the next person's. Give me this table space, please. This table is mine. Go do it on the other side and then come back to me. Yeah. Who's next? Sorry, maintain a queue, otherwise I will feel bad to see who was the, yeah.
I just got lost with the table. I don't even know which table.
So let me do that for you quickly. And so here you have a post running that's correct. I take that.
I just changed it.
And where's your Postman?
Here.
Now if I send this one in here, the body, this looks all good. If I send over, the data goes to your workflow, that's fine. And now, so the response is not changed, right? The response to webhook. That's the error. Everything else you did was perfect. The only thing was, yes, that one, you see? Now it arrived here, all the data is here, and then the mapping and everything you can follow along.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Your change was response immediately. It had to be respond to webhook. Yeah.
So I think because I'm trying to import from here.
So here you have like this, this is post, this is correct. Here it needs to be respond to webhook node. This will fix it this way. And then if you start executing, it's basically running and listening. You need to make sure when you have more than one trigger in a canvas, then you need to make sure which one is selected. This is selected here. You start executing. You go to your Postman. And then in the Postman, you create a new tab. From here, the post. And then the URL goes here. And then the body, whatever you send to the body. For now, I don't know your keyboard, so you can copy paste the entire JSON that I shared from there, and then send it over.
This one.
So this JSON goes to your body.
Third. Third.
Yes, like this. And now when you send this over, you see that the data went to the, this needs to be your n8n workflow. Is it your n8n workflow?
No, I copied it from your email because you shared your email with us.
So this goes here in the URL of this. Oh, I see this particular error that you're seeing. You need to use Docker. We're following with this Docker example. Your n8n instance right now is having a problem. It's not reachable. So it is not reachable. It's a problem that's complex in that sense. You can see that. Let me quickly see if I can resolve it for you in just a few seconds. Otherwise, then we do it separately. Yeah, your n8n instance currently has a problem. It has to turn on that one. Yeah, it is a problem in the instance that you're running.
I have to
Sorry.
same problem. I had the Docker
Thank
set
you.
up until now, but then I don't know what to do anymore.
So your Docker container is running? Where's that? Can you show me the Docker?
I can open it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have Visual
Oh,
Studio.
in that case, then restart your computer. Make sure that the Docker container is running, and then it can spin off that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Actually, until this project was done, after that, what you have to say and get the.
So okay, your insertion is working perfect.
Yeah.
Then use this feature called copy to editor, and then from here, put the AI agent node, and then you can follow along the tutorial on the live stream on how to add the AI agent node, add the OpenAI key, and so on. The rest of them is the same.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're going in a good direction. Yes. Thank you. So what's your problem here? Let me see. So you got the data coming along in here. So that's nice. You already received the data in your canvas. Now so here you need to create the workflow. Let's go and find out the workflow. That's nice. That's nice. You created the the data table. Perfect. From the workflow itself, in the AI agent node, let's first bring one of your workflows that even this workflow didn't work. You jumped over this one, so let's fix both of them at one time. So you have this data, right? So you can have like a system message. I'm gonna just jump over that and categorize messages, and I will just bring this message right here. Now your AI agent can export certain fields based on an output parser in here. In this output parser is an example of that. So I'm going to give an example that it is, what was it? Tags, I think. Tags and whatever the tag example is. Motivational, I don't know, democratizing, and so on. And then now I don't know your keyword. I just pressed a message that is, I pressed a key that lost the thing. So now the next is message type, for example. And the message type in here is one basic big string. Okay? And this could be motivational. Motivation. And now when you're activating your AI agent and then you run it, what happens, it has a problem on this one, so we're going to deactivate this for the time being. When you run it, you'll see that the AI agent produces an output based on that structure that you have put in place. So here, those two basic outputs, that you can save it inside the n8n workflow. So you double click this, and then you pick the messages, and then you map all of those fields, one coming from the webhook, and then one coming from the AI agent node, and then you're done. All right?
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You're done? Yeah, this 404 is basically saying that your workflow is not listening. Can you go back to your workflow? And then you make sure that the workflow is in the listening mode, and then it will go on in that. So it needs to be in the listening mode. Right now, it's not in the listening mode. You see? Listen to even. You click on that, and then it is in the listening mode, and then you don't see the 404 message anymore.
Hey, I didn't quite get the parsing part. So it works except
Let me quickly check this. So let's activate this one. Let's go here. You have done this, all of that perfectly fine. If you're, yeah, it's good. Now if you run this, this is also correct. So now if we, just for now, deactivate this one, execute, and it should give us an output. Okay, it is giving, the model does not fit the format. Okay, so analyze this message. This message is let's do not be friends. Hate you, okay? You're helpful. You will help me analyze the message. Extract tags and sentiment. Let me see the output parser. Perhaps. Okay, this is very common that n8n, sorry, not n8n, the model under the hood is not strong enough.
Got it.
And then it cannot come up
Yeah, I
with
thought
a,
so.
a thing. What you can do here is put this thing on. I already shared an n8n, an OpenAI key with you. Put an OpenAI credential here, paste the key from the WhatsApp here, and then what happens is that this model is taking care of this. This model is taking care of extracting the sentiment.
All right.
All right? Cool. You're welcome. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Yes.
I am here. Till here, my data was completely doing it fine. And
So
I just had followed it till here.
you need to.
I need to put the API thing.
Yeah, this one you need to create it like this. Define below. You bring the message here, drag and drop. You need to put a system message from here, like this, and here.
I haven't connected the API thing.
Yeah, you need to do that. And then, meanwhile you're doing that, then it makes sense that you deactivate this one. So literally, when you're working on the other part of your workflow, when you're working on this part of the workflow, deactivate this part. Otherwise, you'll keep inserting a lot of data in your data tables.
Got it. So
Yeah.
Till here it's fine because it was coming down.
Okay.
My data,
Wonderful.
I think. I'm asking. It's fine, right?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, just need to add those two things that I mentioned, and then you're good to go. Yeah, cool. Yes.
I'm setting up on the Docker, but I'm lost here.
Now let me see. Did you execute the Docker Compose up? Can you copy paste this exact same message in ChatGPT? ChatGPT will give you some instructions. You need to install something locally. That installation needs to go ahead. You don't have that particular CLI installed.
So the Postman
Yeah.
is working, but it's not like sending the web.
Yeah, because you have to run and execute this, right? So it has to.
It's not.
And then now your Postman will be able to send information to that. This is the URL that I sent.
Yes.
Don't use that one. Use this one. So if you send this, and then it will give you the information that you need. So this particular one is running on this one, right? So the URL that you get is this one that you need to send. You need to make sure that you send that one. So you can't have a local host running, and you see? Now this data arrived here. So the local host is only if you're running it locally.
Yeah.
But right now you're not running it locally. Right now you're running it from this URL, from the cloud URL. So, yeah.
Have a look if I'm too far off or if it's worth fixing it.
Sorry.
Do you know any chance to copy their?
No, it's once you create the key, then it's gone. You can't recreate it. Create a new one. Yeah, delete the old key. So that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. No, you created the row correctly. That's correct. But now the AI agent part, this part, you can follow along from the recorded tutorial. The step is like you add a tutorial, an AI agent node, and then from here you change the message. You bring basically the message from there, and then you put a system message from here, and then you put a model in an output parser. That output parser you can get right away from this part, and then you're done. Okay? That's already recorded in small steps, so you can follow it there.
I'm still failing at this nitty-gritty.
Yeah, just change that to OpenAI. You're good.
This one completely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remove. Follow along the entire JSON that I've created. Olama is not strong enough to extract the sentiment. Yeah, maybe last two questions, and then I have to resume.
I am struggling with my DeepSeek thing here, and I don't really know what I've done wrong.
Yeah, don't use DeepSeek. OpenAI. Same problem the other guy was facing. because they are not strong enough, they cannot extract the sentiment. So use, instead of DeepSeek, OpenAI. That's it.
But I don't have like an API for that.
I already
one
shared
that
the API key.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, last minute, yeah.
Okay, so I'm listening. Then what? Why fail to?
Yeah, because your JSON is not correct. This JSON is not correct JSON. Copy paste the JSON that I shared in the WhatsApp group. Okay. No, that's not the JSON, the correct JSON. There was another JSON I shared in the WhatsApp group. That's not a valid JSON that you copied. All right. All right, so online folks, sorry it was longer than I expected, and also it's not aligned properly here, but you guys can get your table back. Let's resume the next steps, okay? All right, all right. This was a totally new format. I never thought about like this real-time help. Usually I get like a so-called champion program. In the one that we had like 120 people in the room, we had like around 17 champions. That's like one person helping a table. That worked very well. Hopefully I'm gonna come up with that idea one more time. All right, guys. We have got 90 minutes left. I think now we're running out of time for the n8n section. Therefore, I'm going to be a little bit fast. I know it's very, very hard to keep up with such a pace, but for the sake of the following reasons. For the sake of this tutorial series to be consumable later on, I will go fast, but if you fell down and you couldn't follow along, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. You dip your toes in the water of n8n. What you can do is stop ChatGPTing, stop following along, close your laptop, follow me on the screen, because you will have this tutorial series here, and I will make sure that I do not leave any stone unturned, so that the next 90 minutes that we have, we utilize that in order to achieve this other piece of the puzzle, which is the Mistral AI and the Google Drive integration and so on, so that we can already have the n8n section entirely done. All right? And for those of you who can actually follow, good luck for you. So we still have quite a bit of people online, 72 of them. That's nice. Now, let's go and recap what we want to do. We want to bring this other part, which is the document extraction and the Google Drive integration and so on and so forth. Again, reminder, I'm not prepared for this content, for this localhost setting, but I will use the localhost setting so that you guys can follow along, and then if I face a problem, you see that problem and we document and fix it in the real time. But this will not work off the shelf for the deployed version of the final product, especially the Replit part that we will add in here. It will not work off the shelf because your local host is your local computer. It cannot be accessed from outside the world. And what is going to send traffic to this webhook is going to be Replit. Replit is outside the world. For that, you need to install something called ngrok only for development purposes, not for deployment, for final published one. For a final published one, you need to have your n8n instance running somewhere on the cloud. The same way as I shared with you guys a link, and I said, send me some messages, and you guys send me a message, but if you noticed, what the message contained was a URL that is not localhost. It is ngrok. You can see here ngrok. It's a development tool that allows your computer to be used from outside the world. So for our development purposes, even for the Replit session after the lunch break, we're going to use ngrok, but the part to deploy this version from localhost to a version that is accessible on the cloud is out of the scope of today's lecture. So therefore, I will continue working on the localhost to tackle all the problems that we can face and solve it, and then we take it from there. All right, so this was a very simple example for us. Now what we want to do is add these two little bad boys on file upload and then download. So I'm going to create a fresh new canvas, and I'll call it scan receipts. And the first thing I will put is a Google Drive. Google Drive has two triggers and 17 actions. Since it's a trigger time, I'm going to add a trigger, and the trigger I'm going to put is on changes involving a specific folder. Why? Because the moment I change something in a folder, the moment I upload an invoice or a receipt in a single folder, I want it to be triggered. I will need to add some credentials. Please do not follow if you are not comfortable, because I'm not repeating these steps because there are a lot of strings attached to this. You can follow along later on at your own pace, but I will not stop or slow down the pace of the entire workshop only because 5 or 6 or 10 people are blocked here, because I'm doing it for the purpose of someone else later on joining in watching this video, even 5 months later on. So now I'm integrating my Google Drive, and for integrating my Google Drive, I need certain things. This is one of the differences that it was asked this morning. That was the difference between a localhost or a self-hosted and a cloud version. I will do a quick comparison of the same thing. So I'm going to my cloud instance. I'm opening a new workflow here, and I do the same thing. So Drive, Google Drive, and changes on the function, and I add a credential. You see that you have this button on the n8n Cloud version. But if I go in my localhost version, you don't see that button. So we need to take care of these steps, which is quite a bit of steps, to be honest. And now we're getting into the deeper software engineering waters, because there is a URL that's sitting in the localhost, and somehow Google needs to access my computer. For that, I need to access ngrok, okay? So that I can expose my local host to this system. Please do not follow along. This is a step that you cannot follow along. It's a lot of software engineering steps involved. And I'm going in a fast pace for the reason of producing this tutorial for you guys to use it later, and also for others to follow along. So now, what do I need to do? And I'm using, the reason it's a little bit complex, it gets a little bit complex, is because of the local host version of this. Now, as I exposed my computer to you guys with ngrok, I'm going to do the same thing with Google. And Google should be able to, unless Google is blocking ngrok, should be able to send the same thing. So once you install ngrok on your computer, it's a very simple step of installing ngrok. Then you can run this one command, which says, ngrok, please reverse proxy. This thing is called, it's a concept called reverse proxy. It's reverse proxying this port, which is 5678. If you see, it's the same port where my Docker container is serving my entire n8n instance. But once you have your n8n instance deployed somewhere out there on a cloud, then you don't need to do this particular step. But since it's a development step, I will do this. So I run this, I copy this URL, and I go to my Postman, and I take one of those localhost versions that I was running. And what I will do is just take this localhost part, and I will replace it with this URL. What I have done in here is basically I imagine if my computer is sitting in one part of the world, ngrok is sitting in the other part of the world, and Postman is sitting on the other part of the world. So that is the ngrok server. That's my computer. And that is Postman. Just for the sake of example, it goes there and then it comes to my computer, and vice versa. It can go both ways. So then it responds back to ngrok, and then ngrok sends it back to the server. In the current state, it is my computer, it is Postman, but in a few minutes, I'll try to change Postman to Google Drive and also authenticate Google Drive so that it can send all of this information back and forth between the Google servers and my computer. So now let's go and do that. Now I have to bring a couple of information here, but the very first information is that when I am done, where should I come back to? Where's the callback URL? And I need to send this to a different URL, not this URL, a different URL. What's that URL? We already know that it's so-called base URL that's sitting inside my terminal, which is this base URL, this entire URL. So I'm going to copy this, and I will open my anti-gravity. I'll just paste it here. I will need it in just a minute. And then slash this entire URL from here. The only thing I'm doing is replacing this part, right? So I need this part. I paste it here, make sure I have one slash. This is the URL that I want to set up in my Google Drive to be able to send me all this information. So in order to make this possible, I'm going to go to my Google Drive, create a new folder. Okay. Here is the folder I have created, and this is inside my account, emilsire.com. This is important to notice because we are going to go in places and we need to make sure that I pick the right thing. So what is the plan is that I scan this QR code like this, the item, and this goes in a specific folder. So what I'm doing on my phone is I'm switching to that folder that I've just created now. And it's an empty folder. And I'm scanning and uploading this whole thing in here. Keep, save, upload. So I have just uploaded a new file. It's being uploaded here. You can see it's uploaded there. If I refresh this page, I should have received, there you go, the scan copy of this IKEA receipt is now available on my Google Drive. Okay. Now, what I want to do next is I want to bring it in my workflow in here. For that, I need this URL that I have already explained, why ngrok, and I need two more pieces of information, a client ID and a client secret, which I can get it from GCP console. You need to go to this URL, and then you need to make sure that you log in from the right account. So I need to bring that credential. Okay, now you need to create a project here. I'm going to create a project, call it n8n Replit. Create the project. It takes a few minutes to create your project, and once the project is created, then you can select it. Once you selected the n8n Replit project, then you need to go in here. There's a thing called consent screen, OAuth consent screen. You need to turn this thing on and provide the app name. And then select the email address. For now, we can just put it in the internal testing, provide the email address that will be used for this purpose, and continue and create. Now, what we have done is basically created a way to create these client IDs and client secrets. So in the client now, I can create a client ID and client secret that I can select for a web application. The web application is n8n Replit receipt scanner, for example. And then if you remember, we had this authorized redirect URL. If I copy this URL localhost, this Google server, which is running on google.com in these two subdomains, won't be able to reach out to me. Therefore, I curated this link. And I'm not sure, this is my first time doing it with ngrok. I'm not sure if it's going to work if Google Cloud blocked ngrok, but let's give it a try. Probably it's going to work. Now, I'm saying that when you're done, then send me once the authorization is done, then send me this URL into this URL. So I create this consent screen. Now you can see here, there's a client ID that I need. I'll go in and paste this client ID here. And then there is a client secret that I need. I'll go and paste it right here. I know these are supposed to be hidden from the public public face, but I will just keep it for now because I need to make sure that I have it in place. Now, if I go ahead and it says, okay, there is one step that we need to do is that you need to add it as the audience. Let me quickly see. For testing, apparently this particular, oh, I see. There is one more step that we can do. And not yet external. That was a bad step. Anyways, so since this particular API is being blocked, the reason is because it's going to Gmail. And there's redirect URL also mismatch.
Do you validate as well the Google Drive?
Please don't give sessions. This is the redirect URL is coming back to here. We need to check this one. Otherwise, then we switch it to cloud in just a minute. And then I'll produce some content on this one. But let me quickly enable the two APIs that I need. So one is for Google Drive API. This has to be enabled for this API to work. So the API request comes to this particular piece of GCP, and then it says like, yeah, you can do that. And then it will give me the instruction. So right now it's being blocked from this URL, this local host. Therefore, I'm going to quickly switch it to my n8n instance that's deployed. That is going to make it easier. So I'm adding Google Drive here, and on the Google Drive, exactly same steps, and another new feature, pretty much new feature, this button, that will allow you to authenticate one of the inboxes that you have that will get permission and will cut all of those steps that was just being blocked into one or two of those steps that we have just created. So now this canvas is already authenticated, and then I can select how often do I want to take all these receipts and then put them in the database. I'll say every day at, I don't know, 6 p.m. So it's ready for the next day, or maybe 8 p.m. I want to run all of those from a specific folder. So that specific folder in here was something to do with n8n Replit. I need to double check the naming convention. Or we can also do it by ID. I'll explain that in just a second. So we had this particular folder. It's called invoices-n8n-replit. So we're going to go back here. So it's invoices-n8n-replit. Now, if I open this, it says look for files created. Now, the trigger that I was looking for is in place. Now, if I go to the master plan that we want to do, we just finished this part. And also, we finished that part when I was explaining it on the local host. Now, these two parts are super simple and easy steps. But let's go in detail in here and explain. If I run this, you see it gives me some pieces of information in here. All of this information in here is a so-called metadata that I can use in order to download the PDF of this. So along all of that metadata, I also get this web view link. If I copy this and I open it in a new browser, you can see that this is the PDF of the same PDF that I have scanned on my Google Drive. Any questions so far? Not that I cannot run it because we switched it, but any conceptual questions, any questions that you want me to dig more deeper into this part?
Using a service account and just using the client secret and the client ID.
What's the difference between a service account? Is a JSON file that you can download from there, and then you can upload it, and it's a different authentication route. Yeah. And in the client ID and client secret, it's a different authentication route. But good question. I would prefer service account if you want to, because your role-based management and everything can be done in there. Both of them can be done, but it's a DevOps question. Yeah. Yes.
Would it be? I mean, I've heard that n8n is good, but then I've also heard about OpenClaw coming out. Like, what would you say? Is that a question?
I don't know that other tool that you mentioned, so I cannot compare them. Sorry. Yeah. All right. So now let's go and download that file. So I need to go to my Google Drive and download the file that I have just uploaded. So the file that was uploaded is sitting somewhere in Google Drive, but I need a Mistral. So Mistral AI needs a binary file to process. Now, Mistral AI also works with a URL, but why can I not supply the URL that I have just copied here? The reason is because this is a private folder. If I open it in public, it will ask me for password. So if I supply this URL to Mistral AI will say, give me your password, I can't log in. Well, probably it won't say, because they only work on public URLs. Therefore, I need to send to Mistral AI on this step a binary file. And this is how you download a binary file on the canvas of n8n. It's called download file. And the download file can be done by ID. So I pick by ID. And then from here, I will get the ID of that file in the payload that was sent to me here. So the previous node had this ID. I'll drag and drop it. And now if I run this workflow again, you'll see that I got the ID downloaded in here. So basically, the file is in binary format, and I can literally download it. You can see downloads on my computer, and it's exactly the same PDF file that I have created before. Now, it's one step away from this being sent to Mistral AI. So I have Mistral AI created here, and I can send it to Mistral AI, and I have a Mistral AI account configured, and I can execute it, and it will just go on, and it will extract the text out of this, like this. Now, by show of hands, who has an n8n Cloud account in the room? All of you guys can follow along until in this step. I will share all the information. And can someone run a poll on the WhatsApp group so that I can grab all those who run an n8n Cloud account? And then we can follow along, and then you guys can do it, especially during the lunch break if you want to take a shorter lunch break, and then you can already start this step. Someone please run a poll on WhatsApp to see how many people run on n8n Cloud accounts. And then I'll see that number in just a minute. All right, so we have pretty much the text of this receipt, which is in so-called unstructured format. You see, it's IKEA, Deutschland, GmbH, and KKG, and blah, blah, blah. All the information I need is sitting in that text. And from the previous example that we did in my local host, we saw that we can easily extract information from an n8n workflow. So on my local host, we have created this data table webhook example. And when I was explaining that, I mentioned how can you extract valuable information from a unstructured text. So the unstructured text in here was message. The structured outcome that I was expecting to extract was the tags and the message type. How is that going to change in here? It's going to be the invoice date, invoice number, and so on and so forth. So let's go and do that. So I need to add an AI agent node in here. That AI agent node will get all the information based on a system prompt that I'm running in here. I'll say, you're a helpful AI assistant, and help me in extracting receipt information. That's it. That's pretty much a good enough system prompt. And if you want to give a specific prompt, as you saw it from the previous one, you can give it here. Analyze this receipt. And I bring forward that receipt right away in here. But if you pay attention, and you do the lecture 17 from that series, when you start reading JSON, you will know what does that square mean. That square means array. And arrays are usually more of something. Right now, we only have one receipt that we scan, or it is a, let's say, if it is an invoice that has more than 1 pages, this one item will go into 2 or 3 or 4. Imagine if you're building the same thing, but you're building it for an invoice system, not a receipt system. And invoices or purchase orders can be of many pages. Now, you need to take a small step in here in order to make sure that you get all the pages. Otherwise, in here, when you say page 0, what happens is that from the scan of that page, only 1 page is scanned, the rest of them are not scanned, although it is in the PDF file. So for that, what I would like to do is like take the entire JSON from here and then put it there, or take this entire extracted page and then put it there. Because this one also contains all the pages. So the best payload candidate is not the pages, but in this case, extracted text. Now, if I put my OpenAI it automatically picks ChatGPT 5 Mini. And if I put my AI agent to give me back required receipt columns in here, I can instruct the AI to give me that particular information. Now, this is the time when I define what information I need this to extract. So what makes sense here is that I define the fields. I will define it right away, and you guys can shout out if you want to extract any more fields. Which fields should we capture? Invoice date, amount. I'll just use simple date, amount, item description, or just general description, like what is this whole thing about. Currency, very important. It goes next to amount because it can be in different languages, different formats. Description. Vendor. Yeah. This is IKEA, so the vendor will be IKEA. What? Payment method. Yeah. Payment method. Good idea. Like how many items were in this? You can. Probably AI will extract it for you. But my question is, am I really interested in how many items? Let's take it. Total items, I would say. We will not go in detail to extract all the single items separately and then save all the single items separately, because it will be too much for a day-long workshop. That total items is enough. If I have a receipt that has like, I don't know, 200 items I questioned, that field will contain 200. It's still something that I can work on. You say tax? Yeah, that's a very tax amount.
Amount of the single items and the total amount.
Yeah, this is the total amount that I told about. So total amount, and then the tax amount, and the general description. Okay, that's pretty much good to go. So the date could be something like, I don't know, 28th of I don't know how is it, but I'll just give it some example that works for me. And then the currency. This is an example that we are supplying to the AI, that from this example, the AI will learn and then will show us the outcome as it comes along. So currency is going to be euro. Total amount is going to be a number, so I will just put some random number. And then the tax amount, I don't know, maybe 10.27. 30% tax. Description, I don't know, lunch paid for meeting in, I don't know, Zurich. A vendor, it's going to be a restaurant name, Taj Mahal restaurant, for example. And payment method, for example, it was cash, but it can be card and stuff. And total items that we have ordered was a number. It was 5 items that we ordered. Okay, it's just an example of how we can get from this extract. Now, if I run this, I don't want to run all of these steps. So same concept, pen them, execute a workflow. You can see that the workflow is now going to run. And based on that text, it will give me an output. In the output, in this case, it's not Taj Mahal. It is vendor Zekia Deutschland. The payment was SIPA Lastschrift. The date was on 26th. The description is purchase Zekia Deutschland. Receipt shows Lastschrift and items included the tax. All right? So all the information I need to store somewhere. Now, where do I need to store this? I need to store it in a data table, right? So I'm going to go and create my data table. I'll call this receipt scanning. Now I will go and create a data table for myself. In here, call it receipts. And I'll create those fields that I have created. Create a data table for my. I just need the field name, so #dogfooding. So I need to follow what I just said earlier to you guys that use the stream. So I'm going to use a stream to see the actual columns. For some reason, my computer is stuck on the other screen. Entire Chromium is stuck. Let me. There you go. It's unstuck now. Okay, so the first column was a date column. And then here we have a date, so I'm going to put that as date. It's a little bit tricky right now, but because if the date that was extracted by LLM is not of a valid date, it may not work. It may give an error. Therefore, I'm knowing that I will just keep it as a string, just so that it blindly saves it. And then I have a currency. That is also a string. And then I have an amount, or how did we call it? Total amount? Was it amount? Total amount. Now I can go back to the workflow and then see what was it called in there. It was called total amount. So I'm going to call it total amount. This is going to be a number. And then I have tax amount. That's also a number. And then I have the description. And then I have a vendor and a payment method and total items. That's a number as well. All right, so I have created my data tables. Now if I go back to my workflows and then I take this workflow and I take the outcome of this workflow and I save it inside the data table, it's just the same knowledge that you guys acquired this morning. So I'm going to go to data tables. I'm going to insert row, and I'll choose the data table that I have just created and all those fields. So I will just dump it. And all right, now I have this step pretty much set up. Now this will do the whole job for me. It will insert it and it will execute and insert the row for me in the n8n data table workflow. Now, if I go to the data tables, you'll see that there is a new row with all the information in here. Now, there's not that field where I have the link to it. So I can also add another column, call it link to Google Drive. And then I go back to my workflow and I create that link. So if I refresh this field, now I have this column, but the actual value of this is going to come from the Google trigger field. So it's right now running. As soon as the running is stopped, I can go to the Google Drive. And then in here, if you remember, we had something called web view link. So if I search for web view, you can find the web view link here. Web view link. I just need to drag and drop it in the right column, link to Google Drive, like this. Now this time, if I'm running this and then it analyzes it, it stores the entire record of this scanned QR code, scanned receipt, and additionally, it will also save a URL to which then I can reference to, which we will use after the lunch break in Replit, that we can actually have a button that I can go and then I can open that entire scan copy like this. Any questions so far? Yes, any questions? You can ask any questions around this topic. Yes?
Where were they made?
On my instance, on my n8n instance. This data table was made in the n8n instance. So this storage is in my n8n instance. Yeah.
And this is instead of having a receipt in the drive.
Pardon me?
Why we did that is that instead of having a receipt.
Yeah.
Well, I put a generated receipt in the Google Drive folder and it just doesn't get into the. It's not being extracted or coming in at all.
Yeah, as I said, the authentication layers between Google Drive and this on the cloud, it's much easier as compared to self-hosted. So if you're on self-hosted, you need to create those client IDs and client secrets, and that is pretty complex. And as you have also seen, my cloud IDs and client instances didn't work, so I switched it to cloud version, so that we can continue the actual content, not the integration, which is just a permission issue that will not serve any big benefit to the tutorial, to the content that we are producing. All right, any other questions? Yes, please.
Mistral, I don't have an API key for that.
Okay, I will.
Why do you require Mistral?
Okay, the question is, why do we need Mistral? The reason is because we get this data, this basic binary data that's coming out of the download file node, and then this node will generate a PDF document. So it will basically download the PDF document for you. So now that PDF document needs to be analyzed. Mistral is the component that analyzes that. Once Mistral takes that PDF, it gives you back this kind of a text. If I take this text and if I go on and show it to AI, then AI generates a simple ChatGPT prompt like this: analyze this receipt. And the receipt text is extracted by Mistral. So this green text that you see on screen is what was extracted by Mistral AI. Yes. Yeah, its quality is not a very good one. So the question is, why am I using Mistral? Why am I not using text to PDF, like extract from file, and then I use this PDF? Why am I not using this one? The reason is because the quality of this is not really good. So when you run it on really, how do you call it, scan documents like this one, it gives you nothing. So the quality of the one that I just showed earlier is way much better. It extracts documents from any type of scan documents, including the one that we have in the subject, which is like this. You can see how IKEA was written in here, and it's so tilted, it's like a CAPTCHA. And from this kind of a scan, Mistral AI could scan, but the normal extract PDF do not scan it, cannot scan it.
Just one follow-up. You said
Mhm.
is that OpenAI or Gemini or whatever?
Mistral is a French company that is producing an LLM. Besides that, they are also producing a document extractor.
So why Mistral and not OpenAI or?
Oh, the reason is they have a very good one, and I like French. Any other question? Yes.
Can you use the same Mistral AI to analyze the output, like to put it in the feeds? Like
Yes.
What OpenAI is doing?
Yes, we can use Mistral as an LLM and not just as a document extractor. So we have only one LLM engaged. Yes.
It's partly
Yes.
free, no?
What's free?
It's, like it has a free account, so I haven't.
I don't know.
read it, but
I have a paid account, so my API is using. There's another question here.
Is Mistral like a lot cheaper than OpenAI? Is it like a really good? So it's a small model, so from WebHooks.
What's the question?
How is Mistral in comparison cost-wise?
I don't know. I have no benchmark on costs of Mistral and OpenAI. There must be some online articles about it. It's just numbers of tokens consumed and how much money you pay. Any other questions in general? And then I can move on to a few more important steps that we need for the afternoon. Pardon me?
Will you provide us with a Mistral API as well?
Good point. If you're following along this much, and if you have a cloud account, and you can follow along, I will share the JSON of this in an API key for Mistral AI. So from the vote, I see that 16 people do have this so-called cloud instance. So those 16 people can actually use this. So therefore, the entire workflow that I've created here is shared, and I will also share a Mistral AI API key. So currently we have $48, euros in Mistral AI. Please make sure that you do not abuse anything with Mistral AI API key that I'm sharing right now. If you do so, no more cookies. And the API key for Mistral AI is coming in just a few minutes. Not sure why can I not see creating API keys. That's weird. All right, the Mistral AI API key is shared. Please, oh no, this might be not the correct one. Please double check if that works. Meanwhile, I'll resolve the issue I'm facing with Mistral AI's API key generation. Can someone put that API key and then see if it works for you? Mistral AI's UI is literally having a bug right now. I can't generate API keys in there. Doesn't work? Create a Mistral AI component. I mean, all right, that should do the job. But if it didn't, then we can take it from there. All right, so now we have pretty much the initial versions of this agent working. Now, if we take this workflow and see what happens, we have Google Drive in here. So there are so many moving pieces. Let's put them all together. So there's a UI that's going to come out very soon after the lunch break. This is the Replit part. Okay? In Replit, we're going to build a UI, a web application basically, for managing all these invoices and so on. It's coming up after the lunch break. But there is a mobile app that is the Google Drive mobile app. Google Drive mobile app. Or Google Drive is another piece of this entire puzzle. And we are using the UI in there is the mobile app of Google Drive that is sending the request to this n8n workflow. So this n8n workflow is basically responsible for taking things, storing it inside the data table. So it basically, Mistral AI is used in here, OpenAI is used here, data tables is used here, and so on and so forth. So these moving pieces will be utilized inside the n8n. So from this table, we'll receive something. So what happens here is on a so-called long polling method, we are long polling all the invoices, or we are receiving or we're downloading invoices or receipts here. Okay? Inside this n8n workflow. In this n8n workflow is basically the core of bringing data, saving it there, and then making it available so that we can fetch data from there, from the data tables. That will happen later on. Now, in order to do this full-fledged example of this how did I name this event for today? n8n plus Replit, build your first AI agent, AI-powered expense tracker is all about this exact same concept. Like the concept of putting together two different systems. On one side, n8n, on the other side, Replit, and Google Drive on that side that will take all these little receipts that you have and then put all these receipts through an agentic workflow that will extract content from that workflow, and it will put it back together. This one screen is literally the gist of how the world of product development is going to change. This is basically, I mean, just for those cool YouTube videos, YouTube LinkedIn posts that you may do. Let me put myself a little bit bigger here so that you can do a Google, a LinkedIn post so that I can get some love if somebody wants to give me. So the idea here is basically simple. We're doing one simple thing. We're putting a real world example that we get these little receipts, and then these receipts are installed in that sequence. And that makes it to the behind the scene videos a little bit. So I'll explain it a little bit more as soon as I start doing some more videos here. All right, guys, we are about to finish the n8n section, and this is the gist of what is there. I know the glare on the screen does not make it easy to understand, but basically we are building a glue of n8n that on one side Google Drive is pumping data and n8n is pulling it, and then after lunch we're gonna create this little front end, and this wouldn't be so cool if so many people would not join. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining and tolerating so far. And there's like, I don't know, 200 people. No, not 200. I wish 200. Some 70, 80 people online. So let me go back to the workshop. Any questions so far? Yeah, I saw that underscore blank n8n. That's not the right API key. I will find and share the API key with you guys. Right now on Mistral, when I click on API key, it doesn't work.
For the cloud account, we don't need to set up ngrok, right? Ngrok would be just
yes, good question. Why do we need ngrok? For reverse proxying. For cloud, you do not need ngrok. When you start building seriously, there's no way but to use the cloud. I tried my best again to do it with the local host only. Unfortunately, it didn't work, but that's that. Anyways, any questions? Anything that I can, before removing this part of the screenshot, anything that I can explain? We have about 38 minutes left, 39 now, just the clock counter changed to 19. Before we go to the break. This is going to be an hour-long break. I will not take my break seriously. I will have my meal and answer questions because I am extremely busy man. I run a business. I have 2 kids, and it's very hard to find time again to deliver. Every single minute of this time that I have devoted, it has to go to work. It has to go to deliver. So you can come during the lunch break later on and ask me questions. And also for the online audience, you guys can join a Google Meet and say hi to me personally. Alrighty, so let's go to the next step. So as that particular screenshot that's gone now was suggesting that we need to somehow read this data. So we need to read this data. Why do we need it? It is for the Replit application that we're going to build in the afternoon. So the ingestion of these receipts are pretty much done automatically. The reading part needs to be done now through a postman. So what I will do is I will try to pull those 16 people up first to follow along with me using the Mistral AI API key. And see if the Mistral AI UI can generate API keys now. When I click it, it doesn't work. It doesn't say anything. If you have a credit card, I would suggest signing up for that API and then get yourself like a $5 balance. Because I have balance, the UI for Mistral AI is not working. It's giving me trouble to create new API keys, and the API key that I have saved on my Google Drive, on my n8n workflow, isn't working either. So let me see if I can try it in another browser.
If you create a Mistral account and then create a workspace, then you can create a new API key. Is that what we need?
Yes.
But I have not put any money on there.
No, it's free for testing.
They give some free credits. Mistral AI gives some free credits. Then please, everyone, you can sign up and get that, because my API key is not working.
How do you get the API keys for Mistral?
You go into a Mistral Studio, and then you create a new workspace, and then you have a free time for testing. Okay. And in the upper left there is a button.
I see. Now this is working fine. I got it working. I will share the API keys with you guys. If you don't have a credit card, then you can use this API key that I have just shared earlier in the chat. And let's get that thing running. Please take the Mistral AI API key from the WhatsApp group and get this setup running on your side. Okay, I'll be back in just a minute. You guys get that thing running? guys. I took like a few bites during this time just to make myself available for that 1 hour. So I'm recharged for another 5 hours. So we'll do some little chit chat during the lunch break. Lunch break is coming in 29 minutes. And what we will do during the lunch break is whatever you wish. We co-build something else. We talk about everything or complain about everything, but we'll do something. I once give a little break during the lunch break, and it turned out to be a very bad idea because the online folks left and then they never came back. And I was so sad. I'm putting my time in here to make sure that I get a lot of people help me in democratizing AI education. And if that happens, then it's not a good idea. Let me find where is my online audience. So with that, we're going to go now to the next steps, which is going to be exposing this data over an API and getting it ready for the next session, which is going to be the Mistral AI session. So, which is going to be good. The voice is working. I see a lot of people there. 48 of them still sticking there. Nice. And you can come back anytime and watch it. So this recording will still be available there. So most of you are already on this workflow. And one thing that Pedro noticed is that since I have this thing penned, you don't need the Mistral AI API key anymore. Why? Because each time you refresh it, it works off the shelf. So you can literally go with that mock data in here, and it just works fine. So please go ahead and do this. Make sure that you have created this workflow table so that you can go and get this thing up and running. Now, when we bring Replit later on, what we need is Replit to show that part, right? So Replit needs to be able to pull this information and show it to us. So if I quickly show the, please pay attention. It's just a few more minutes so that I can let the whole world go. So when Replit wants to pull this information out, excuse me, just so that I explain why do we need this part. This fetching data part is an important part because we need Replit to be able to fetch data, to bring data in a so-called JSON format. In that JSON format is something that I'm going to do it in the next 30 minutes or so. It's going to take very quickly, but we will do it together, so therefore it's needed. So this part is the last bit of the puzzle. So what we are going to do next is this. We know where is the data table. We just create a new workflow. And that workflow will have a different route. I'm going to just keep it in the same one, but it's not a good idea to keep your workflows in the same place. For example, I will show you a development server where we have multiple workflows in the same place. So this is something that we're building for a voice AI agent. And as you can see here, workflow 1 in workflow 11, we have plenty of workflows on the same canvas. This is a very bad idea to do it like this in production. In development, it's absolutely fine. Why? Because this gives you a superpower of like zooming in and zooming out across multiple workflows, and then you get some insights about what is happening under the hood and what parts are automated by what workflows and so on. But in production, don't put them together. The reason is because your execution tab will have pretty mixed up data. So don't put them all together. And so goes the case with our workflow. We're not going to put it for production together, but I'm going to build that other workflow right here only for development. Only for development, not for production. So I'm going to put a webhook, and that webhook is called get receipts webhook. And what it will do is just the same way as before we did, like respond to webhook. And this webhook will respond to webhook actually, and it will send back some message, hello world, just so that we can test the end-to-end things. And now you see I have now two triggers on the system, one for this one and one for this one. Now I can choose the trigger I want to execute. I'm interested in the webhook. I get the webhook, copy, paste it inside my Postman. And then from the body, I go with JSON, and I send some payload. And what's that payload? We can talk about it later, just putting it, ABCXYZ for now. And once I have that webhook running, it has to be post. What I have right now is get. It has to be post. I remember somebody here was, yeah, you're on cloud, and I said your cloud, this is the problem. It is get, it has to be post. In that moment when I was helping you, it didn't work. Just make sure that it's post, and then run it, and then run it. It should send you back some data, and that respond back data should be hello world, and there we go. Hello world comes back. So let's do an end-to-end test of that. Let's put it on the side. Now if I have it running like this, and it runs over to the workflow, request went here, response came back here. So now the rest of this workflow is going to do one thing. What's that? Getting the data from the data table. From which data table? The data table where we have been dumping the data all day long. So I'm going to can we run this workflow for a little bit test? I need more of these receipts. Bring on my table as many of these receipts you want me to scan, so you can put it into a test. If you have more receipts like this, bring it on my table so I can test it, so that you see this more than one idea in mind. Okay, so I have this in here. I will just add one more item, that is data tables. But this time, instead of insert row, I need something else that's called get rows. It will get all the rows that I have in the data table. So I'm going to get the rows from that data table I've just created, and no conditions, just return all 50 or top 50 of them. So now if I run my workflow, and I need to do one change in my respond to webhook. That is, like, instead of JSON, I'll say all incoming items. Whatever is coming from here, this is called incoming items, is going to just return it back to the workflow. So I'm going to execute this. I'll send over the data. And you see, the moment it hit, it brought back to me those two items. So one item is one receipt. The other one item is the other receipt. And it just goes on and on and on. And I have got a few more items, and I'm going to scan them. And then we put this in Notion. And then we'll put some guardrails and some error handling and so on. And then we will call it a day. OK, so now I got 3 receipts, 4. There you go. So I've got 4 receipts, and then we're going to scan them and then run them so that we can see the data flowing in. And we see the rest of this going on. Okay. I will go to my phone again. I'll put the same drive, the Google Drive app, same place. Scan this one. Put it and save, upload. Now what you'll see is if I go to that Google Drive folder, it was this scanned Google Drive. Invoices n8n Replit. Here you will see first another invoice uploaded. In that new invoice is this one. And if I run this workflow, it anyways runs every night at 8 p.m., but I don't want to wait until 8 p.m. It will insert the data in here after analyzing it with AI, but this is gonna go with this pen item. So I don't want to pen it. I want to unpen so that I can get the latest data, right? So I will do that one more time. Execute workflow. It downloads that new invoice, downloads it, sends it to Mistral AI, and then the Mistral AI will give me back some text. And OpenAI is taking that text and then analyzing it, and then it puts it into the data table that I have created. And besides extracting all the data, it also saves this URL, which is exactly the same PDF file that I have scanned in here, right? Now let me do the same thing with the next invoice. So the upload is ongoing. This is receipt number 2. Since I have all of these unpenned, I can execute it again. I hope the upload was done from my laptop to here. Yeah, this is correct. Kick filiale. And the last one from TK Maxx. This one is a little bit tricky because you can see it's like really not readable so much. I hope it's gonna work for this, but we'll put Mistral AI to the test now. So the tricky one. By the way, this has like these cropping feature. So this is pretty cool when you can take it and then crop it like this. I'm gonna crop it properly because this is a tricky receipt. It's on a red background. Hopefully it's gonna work. So scanned it, saved it, uploaded it. Now my desk looks like a real accountant. So many receipts like this. Thank you. So now let's go to the next step. Which is scanning this one of the complicated ones, and then I will explain what's happening here. So this is the TK Maxx that apparently the upload didn't work or what? What I'm what I'm afraid is that the scan didn't work, or the file is not uploaded properly, or is being uploaded during in the back of the software. So we need to see something from TKMax. I'm more interested in that red one. Oh, it is the red one. That's good. That's good. So this one is being processed now. So you can see that this document brought back some data, and that some data is sitting here. Obviously, that there are small issues, like this TKMax was extracted as FCMax. So these little problems in the scanning is a big problem. It's there, but it's okay. So it's the most important parts are like this one. As you can see here, that one was properly extracted, 21 euros. And let's see if the subsequent step, that is the LLM step, that can fix the outcome, because then it knows somehow in the knowledge of the LLM, it knows that it must be TKMax, not FKMax. So the vendor is still showing if I see max, because the way that this TKMax was written on this red thing cannot be properly read. But that's the possible problems that you can get from the current AI. But what is interesting is this part, that you can see the most important part of this was 14.66. Wonderful. This was 100% accurate. So you can see here the 95.91 was accurately extracted, and the 14.66 was accurately extracted. So this is one of the important things. And also the total items. So if I count it manually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, exactly 12 items on this thing. And apparently everything in this was accurately extracted, except the TKMax name, which is fine, and that's why you need human in the loop, because these kind of things can be fixed with human in the loop thing. So all right, any questions on this OCR quality check that we did quickly? Any questions, or on any other thing? We are going to go for an hour-long break in 10 minutes. Until then, we have one little step to do, and then we can call it a break. Any questions? No. Then let's go to that little thing. So we have now a webhook that is basically supplying all the data, and we have a workflow that we have seen. If now I go to the webhook and I go to the production URL, this is the difference between the two. A test URL, a production URL. A test URL is something that you use when you're running the workflow. So when you have this workflow running, and then you hit the endpoint that you have, you will get back the data. But if the start listening is not running, or the workflow is not in execution mode, And if you run it again, you get this 404 error. What you can do is, instead of like getting the production URL, you can get the test, instead of test URL, you get the production URL, but the only thing you see that changes when I paste it is this -test. So that -test is determining whether or not this is a production URL or not. And in order for the production URL to be available, you need to make sure that you have published your workflow. So if I publish my workflow, in this case, my computer does not need to be running, and my workflow does not need to be running. It all runs behind the scenes in here. So if I quickly show you, sending request now will trigger a workflow, and that workflow is basically stacked in here. And it will show you as well how many milliseconds it took from here. You can see how many milliseconds it took, what is the ID of that execution, and exactly what happened in that point in time and moment. What it did was it extracted all the invoices saved in the table, and then it returned it there as a JSON file that we will be using this in the Replit session later on today. All right, so that's pretty much our n8n section. What we did as a quick recap, we have gone through pretty much the basics of n8n, from what is a node to pretty much put a simple workflow that scans receipts through Google Drive and then puts them in a data table. And also, we created a webhook that retrieves all the data and then sends it back to the front end. Right now, this is not secure. This is just production. It's not production ready yet. If you see the authentication sets this value to none, it means it's not secure. Once we come back from the hour-long lunch break, we'll also work on the authentication layer, but after putting the front end, which is going to be a Replit front end. I'm going to be a little bit less German here and let everyone go 7 minutes before the actual time. That means you guys get 7 minutes extra time for the break. I get 7 minutes extra time for the Google Meet show. There was a question in the room before we let go. Yes?
My Google Drive trigger always triggers on the same PDF, although I uploaded a new PDF to the file. I cannot see why.
We can check it during the break. Huh? Any other question? Yes? Yes?
What is the broader use case of this particular workflow?
Broader use case of this workflow is that someone like me can, like a company having like consultants going around, and they collect a lot of these receipts. They can scan it, and then their accounting department can immediately see those PDFs being scanned, and it will reduce the paperwork, so I don't need to carry on all of these paper receipts. And also the amount of time that usually an accountant puts on scanning these receipts. For example, in the Uber or taxi company world, this is happening in tens of thousands of receipts every week because they have hundreds of drivers. Every driver brings them these receipts of fuel refillment and so on. So you can take the same concept and apply it to those industries. It will save a lot of time in automating those kind of receipt management.
So would that mean each employee or each driver in this Uber case would need to have individual workflows running dedicated to them? Or would
the workflow is not triggered by a driver in case of Uber example. It's triggered by this drive, this Google Drive, that is shared with that Uber driver. So now imagine if you have a workflow system that you have like drivers in one zone or one city or something. You can create your folders by city name, and then you can put them there.
So that means all the drivers would put.
Yeah, but the best would be that you when you come back from the lunch break and you see how Replit can build the front end, the best would be that you build a front end for the drivers. Do not give them the Google Drive access. Build a full-fledged front end for them so they can scan and upload these PDF files to that front end, and then everyone can have their own username and password and so on and so forth. All right, I'm sharing a Google Meet now with the WhatsApp group. And if you're not a part of the WhatsApp group, you can also join. I will leave a QR code of joining the WhatsApp group on the screen of the live stream. Any further questions before I invite everyone to the lunch break? Will we what? Yeah. Okay. So let me welcome our online folks. There are already 2 people. Hello, Mariam and Selva. Please tell us where are you online from? I will mute you, and I don't understand what you're saying. Please mute yourself. If you would like to talk, please talk in English. Where are you from, and how was the session so far? And you guys can please take your lunch or go to the nearby lunch. And if you want to join me here with the online session, then grab a chair, come here. I'll put one of those cameras on us. Yeah. Oh, WhatsApp group, the same way as you got in.
Hello. Yeah.
Hey, can you hear me? Yes. Where are you from online, Mariam?
Syria.
Syria?
Nigeria.
Nigeria. Nice. Hi, Radhika.
Hi.
How are you?
Can you hear me?
Please turn off your live stream when you're on the Google Meet so that it doesn't echo. All right. How are you guys? How's it going? Do you have any questions?
Hello.
Do you have? Yeah, I can hear
I
you.
am.
Hi. Hi, good to see you.
Hi. Yeah, so I'm using n8n Cloud and I imported the JSON file that you shared for the workflow. And I changed my credentials to mine. So it is my Mistral API and my Google Drive that it is using. But the problem that I'm getting stuck is, it is not considering, I have 2 files in my Google Drive folder.
Okay.
Whereas it is again and again when I run the workflow, it is considering only the 1 file.
Okay.
The latest file, not the previous one that I had added.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what.
If you can share your screen, I can see what's the problem.
You want me to share?
Yeah. If I can see your screen, share your screen, and then we can see.
Okay. Let me just. Can you see my screen?
Yes. What's the problem there?
Yeah. So what I'll show you. So if I take you to my data table. So after I run the workflow, this is my data table. And if you see this, it is again and again taking the same data
I see.
from the one receipt. It is not considering the second file that I have uploaded in my Google Drive. So I'm not sure what should I change here so that it works.
I think it's the same way as someone in the room had a problem. What was it?
Okay.
Hello, Amal.
I see. Okay, so we'll fix it in just a second. Hi, Selva. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hope you are doing well.
Thank you. I'm doing good. So
I have been following you like past 3-4 months.
Oh, thank you.
I'm working in n8n more than 1 year.
Oh, nice.
Okay. I think Rajika's issue after download file node, if we add a split node.
Yeah, probably your double click.
It will work.
Just one question, like, I mean, is it like individual solution? Like, for example, I'm looking at Emel's screen. I didn't see the split node there, but he, I mean, he just used 5 to 6. He just scanned 5 to 6 receipts, right? And the workflow seemed to be picking all of them, right?
So let me check this. Let me share my screen as well with you guys. You can keep sharing your screen. No, you can keep sharing. We may need to come to your screen as well, so you guys can see my screen. So let me see. So on this screen, did you pick this by ID and then you map the ID?
Which node is that?
That's the node that is download file.
Okay. Here.
Yeah, the same one.
ID.
That's the same?
Yes, it says by ID.
Let me check. Now let me bring it here so that we can also see it on the live stream. So now if you run your workflow one more time, what do we see here? If you can we go to your Google Drive and then see if you have more than one file?
Sure.
Make sure that you do not share anything personal because your screen is being live streamed. Otherwise, then stop your screen sharing.
Yeah, I think I'll stop my screen sharing for some time. Because I just downloaded 2. I know that because I just, I was doing it when the session was going on. I actually got a sample from GitHub, scan receipt. Yeah, I have 2 files.
Okay, now let's go to your workflow again. And then go to the workflow top, like close this.
Yeah, 1 second. Good.
Yeah, I close, this one. Now trigger the Google Drive. Can you double click on your Google Drive? Yes, Salva?
I think she is triggering the trigger manually every time so that she can publish and test it so that all the files will be retrieved at the same time, right?
Yeah. So can you change that every day to every minute, for example? Just for the time being. Every minute.
Okay.
And then everything else needs to be okay, seems to be okay. Now if you add now trigger it again. Can you confirm from that downloaded file if it's a new file or the Extract Mistral AI? Double click on Extract Mistral AI and see if it's the file number 2.
No, one item, she is receiving only one item.
Yeah,
I think in the file she uploaded one item.
But apparently it must be the last one. That is because the interval is going on. Can you see the text? Anything T-shirt that you see the T-shirt? Is it the second invoice?
This is the second invoice, yeah.
Yeah, okay, then it's the
Doesn't
interval.
take the
It doesn't take the third one?
it's not taking the first one.
Because that one already went through the processing. It already went through the processing. But that's a good point. Like I need to also double check that because it works perfectly fine on my end. How does within a minute, if you're putting more than one works? Apparently, it will come just more than one item in your long polling, and then it just works fine. But right now, if you put
node once again.
Sorry?
Could you please open the Google Drive trigger node for?
Yeah.
Even I am also having the same, but
I believe this. Like if you put Radhika now another folder, sorry, another PDF on your folder, it will fetch it. And once you publish it, it will work off the shelf without any problems. The way long polling works under the hood in this node might be considering with a queuing mechanism that how does the files are served based on the sequence that they come in, and then it stops fetching the ones that are already served. Because at the end of the day, it has to stop somewhere. From somewhere there should be a cut. Otherwise, if every single time it pulls all the invoices, it's not a convenient way to do it. That's the whole point. So exactly how it's doing it is okay. Is something that is doing it. But that's just one small point of that. But thank you so much for joining. Were you joining and listening since morning?
Yes. I'm in India, so for me the session started at 1:30.
So it started at 1:30 your time.
Yes, 1:30 my time. It will go until 10:30 p.m.
Oh, nice. We may end the session a little bit earlier because, as I mentioned, there is another event happening in here in real time. Yeah, nice. What do you do, Radhika? What's your background?
So actually, I am from the investment banking field. So I have around 15 years of experience in that. But I took a break in between almost of around 6 years. So now I'm getting back into the professional work industry. So somehow AI and n8n, I attended few boot camps and some sessions, and n8n was, I got attracted to that workflow. Building workflows and nodes, etc. I liked it. And like that, I connected with you on LinkedIn as well, and I got to know about this event, and I just joined. Basically,
Nice.
I'm a
Thank
beginner
you.
into AI. I'm just learning.
Yeah,
I am glad that I'm able to follow through as you're doing. It's just that I'm doing on cloud, not localhost.
Yeah, localhost is a little bit of bumpy roads because it's basically you're doing two things at the same time. You're taking care of infrastructure, you're taking care of workflows, and for a workshop setup, it's very hard to carry along two things at the same time, and it makes it hard. So, yeah.
I actually had attended one, n8n session, introduction session, the portal called Simply Learn. So on that, I learned how to install Docker and localhost. Everything was done.
Oh,
but
nice.
I somehow prefer logging into cloud. It is much easier.
Exactly, me too.
So I use that.
Yeah, for me too. It's always a cloud especially for training purposes. It's a cloud. Even to be honest, as an n8n ambassador, you get like this 50,000 execution per month kind of a quota, and n8n is so generous in that, and they also let you run your business on it. And to be honest, I'm even
Right.
running some of my own automations on n8n Cloud, and it's so good. Yeah, cool.
Thanks, Emil. Thanks for the session. I'm enjoying it.
Sure, looking
I'm
forward
sure
to
I'll
it.
be looking at the recording again later. But thank you for the session.
Thank you. Looking forward to it. Who else is online? I just saw Tayyip online. Oh, he's gone. He was in one of the. No, he's not online anymore. Who else is online? You want to talk, Selva? You want to talk a little bit? Vidula,
Yeah.
Clara.
Yeah, it's like even I am from India.
Okay.
Came from India and I started my masters in 2022, and last year I completed in a masters in digital engineering.
Okay.
Currently staying in Weimar. Do you know Weimar?
Where is that?
It's like near Erfurt or.
Oh, you're in Germany. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Germany.
So near Erfurt. Okay, so it's like 2.5, 3 hours of drive from Berlin.
Yeah.
Nice.
If you are taking ICE,
Yes.
2.5 hours. Yeah.
Yes.
And,
Nice.
And even I have applied to your company as well.
Oh, I
For
see.
the n8n workflow managed
Yes.
automation engineer.
Yeah, our recruitment funnels are pretty dense, and we hired quite a bit of people already. But you never know if we are looking for more. And we will we'll go back to the CV pile that we already have. So good to know that. What are you doing, Selva? For how long are you living in Germany?
Like from 2022, and in 2025 Jan, I started to work in an e-commerce company as a
Okay.
work student.
Yeah.
And for a year, I worked as a work student in AI development.
Mm-hmm.
That was my starting career in n8n.
Nice.
But then after 6-7 months, I started to post some automations in LinkedIn. So I got an opportunity to work with Digimable, which is a Belgium-based company, as a freelancer.
Mm-hmm.
Now working for a Sites GmbH, it's a Switzerland-based company as a freelancing thing. But my aim is to get a blue card in Germany, so I'm looking for full-time opportunities.
Nice.
But for my financial thing, currently I'm doing freelancing in n8n and as well as vibe coding.
Nice. I think this combo is very this combination of like vibe coding and n8n is very interesting for a lot of people out there, especially for those who want to build products in no time. And yeah, makes sense.
And that's what I'm trying to integrate Cloud AI with the n8n and doing the vibe coding thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's wonderful.
I tried to come in person, but because of strikes yesterday, I couldn't able to travel.
Yes, this was a terrible strike. Yesterday, entire Germany was on a strike. Yeah. So nice.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Who else is there? Vidula or Clara?
Hello.
Hi, Vidula. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I have a similar story like Radhika. So I've been learning recently n8n, and I follow your YouTube channel and all the tutorials. And of course, I'm working with automation company as a partner right now. So I've done some advancement, but I'm keen to learn more. And
Nice.
that's why I'm here today and looking for more opportunities
Nice.
around the line. And I've got 15 years plus experience in Oracle database as a consultant.
Nice.
Also.
Nice.
I was working in IBM, but I took
wonderful.
some 5 years break. So I had
Nice.
to reskill myself, come back,
Nice.
apply what I know, and that's where I am.
Yeah, I mean, the Oracle world of like really big data and everything becomes even more interesting in today's world because before we had these big data centers and we could just do a SQL query and then pull information. But now we just don't pull information for the sake of it, but it's semantic information. And in big data, usually you get a lot of intelligence once the data is so big. And Oracle is one of the big players. Do you know if Oracle already, this might be a stupid question, does Oracle already have a vector database implemented?
Yeah,
Probably,
I
yeah.
have done the
Yeah.
certification for that too.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it had some free certifications for 6 months.
Okay.
So I have done that.
Wonderful,
Yeah.
wonderful. Hmm.
I am in a process to upskill myself
Yeah.
to the latest AI, whatever is required, and
Yeah.
then come up with something that I'll be valuable for.
Nice. Nice, wonderful, wonderful. I think the new era of building products is not just for those who know how to code. It's for everyone. Like everyone who can follow some basic instructions, like the way we saw today. It's gonna make them a product developer, at forward deployed engineer, that citizen developer concepts that are new concepts and also new ways of doing things. It's coming along. Yeah. Yeah, wonderful. Very nice to meet you, Vidula.
Yeah, I'm always grateful to you because you're helping me a lot, and I am following your videos, tutorials, everything,
Thank
and
you. That's
upgrading myself. Thanks
thank you.
a lot.
Thank you. Where are you based, Vidula?
I'm in Pune,
In Pune,
India.
south
Yes.
south of India. No,
Yes.
it's south or south. Yeah, I'm
Center, best part of India.
yeah, cool.
It will be west of India, Maharashtra.
Nice, nice. I'm not sure when exactly, but we're expanding Avanai anyways, and India is in our target hub. So we will, when we do open our Indian office, I will be visiting India more often. And I'm not sure if I told you guys, I speak Hindi language fluently. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I've attended your sessions also,
Yeah,
live
so-
sessions you took in Australia. So I know you know many languages.
Yes, 5 languages. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, cool. Very nice to meet you guys. It's so humbling to hear that you guys have been following my YouTube tutorials, and despite the fact I don't have so many followers, like I have only 3,000 something, 700 YouTube subscribers, so it still works. That's humbling to see that.
Eva, I have one question.
Yes, please.
You know the system SAP, SAP that is used in mostly supply chain, etc.
Yes.
Can n8n and SAP be connected, or a workflow be created based with SAP involved?
Oh, nice, nice, good question. Yes, I do know SAP, and there's something soon to be announced. Well, actually, it's officially announced. Now I can talk about it. So we have a new employee joining the team on 1st of April, who has been an SAP consultant for 18 years. His name is Sasha. And he is bringing in Avanai the entire workforce around SAP n8n integration. So he has been working on an SAP community node, and that was pretty much it's super hopeful. I'm super looking forward to that particular stream of work we'll be delivering, and soon you'll hear a lot about SAP and n8n in that combination. So Sasha is leading that at Avanai. I'll be supporting as well, but Sasha is the main lead on that because he has been working with SAP for 18 years. Mainly it's OData, n8n community node that he is working on, but anything else that can come next to it, we'll do it.
Okay. Till the time SAP comes, are there any supply chain or logistics related apps that we have already nodes for in n8n?
There is like 1,000+ nodes. I don't remember it, but the easiest would be like click on the plus sign, see if it's there, then it's there. Otherwise, then either you can create your own n8n node or community node, or you can use HTTP request node. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Who else is there online? Hi, Radha. How are you? Who else is there?
Yeah.
Radha and Selva. Good
Hi,
to see you as
Sandeep.
well. Let me pull you guys up one by one. Maybe Radha. I will
Yeah.
pull
Hi.
you here now. Good to see you. How are you? Where are you online
Yeah.
from today?
Actually, I'm from India, but currently I'm staying in US. So I just logged in.
Nice.
So Radhika is my fellow member here.
Hi.
So
In which
hi.
state in the
Yeah.
US?
I stay in Michigan.
Michigan. Nice. Which background you come from?
I'm from Java background.
Nice. Nice.
So basically, I have around 5 years of experience as a Java developer.
Oh, nice. Nice.
But I have a career break of around 10 years.
Oh, okay.
So I'm restarting my career.
Perfect timing.
So,
Yeah, AI
yeah,
development is so on the hype. I think it's
yeah.
yeah.
So while my upskilling, so I got attracted to this AI
Yeah.
and n8n automation.
Yeah.
So I'm upskilling in that in n8n automation, and I have built a couple of automations as well.
Nice.
And I have my GitHub repositories.
Nice. I
Yeah.
suggest like it's not for to be amazed at why a lot of senior engineers like yourself and other folks that I met during all these so many workshops that I did are coming back and restarting their career because product development has become so easy, and because now with your kind of background experience like Java or Oracle or all the experience that you have gained throughout all those years is going to play a great role in these automations, because the architecture, the underlying architecture is going to stay the same in that architectural mindset that you have already, regardless of 5, 7, 10 years of career break. It will still stay the same, and it will help you a lot in this workflow. This n8n world tour that I have, I go to a new city every Wednesday, and I teach people n8n. I have one topic about architectural design, and that is pretty much around this concept that if you are a software engineer or were a software engineer even 5, 10 years ago, and you're restarting your career, this combo of Replit and n8n is the best that you can learn, and it's so easy to learn it. Like you need just one weekend to get this thing done.
Yeah, I could able to do that. Currently, I'm building RAG n8n workflows. So I have just used vector database, Supabase as a vector database. So with my background, I could able to connect easily. Whenever I get error, I could able to debug and figure it out. So my technical background is really helping me.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining. And I don't know what
Yeah,
time is it
thank you.
there. You must have
Uh,
early morning or what time?
Yeah, it's like 7:30 a.m.
7:30 a.m. Yeah, looking forward to the post-lunch break where we will be doing Replit. So basically, we'll build a full
Yeah,
stack application.
I'm curious to know.
Yeah. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you so much.
Thanks. And just for your information, all of this is being also live streamed. So you guys are also on live stream right now on Google Meet, so that the latency is reduced. But I have been zooming in on your face when we were having a talk, so that I can appreciate your time being here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Wonderful. Marcus, Clara, Vidol Joshi, how are you guys? Oh, Vidol, we just spoke, sorry. Because your camera was off, I didn't see that. Yeah, anyone wants to talk, ask anything? Marcus, Calara. Or we switch it to, hi, grab it. Yeah?
Do you have a card for like going around?
You're not supposed to go around. Okay. Yeah, just the restroom and downstairs.
For coffee.
No, there is no coffee served here. You can get out to the nearby places. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. No sponsor for. Yeah. All right.
Maybe other topic if you're not busy
now. You can join us. Like sit there, and then we all can. I will switch my camera, and this way. Let me pull this thing out here.
Hi everyone.
Let me. They will see you in just a second. Wait a minute. I'll set something up here. Bring a chair and no. There. The other camera is gonna focus on us like this. There. Okay. Can you guys see us? Pedro, come on, join us.
Hey.
Fill those two positions so we can have very nice. Or maybe we'll keep one more chair there for someone else to join us in the conversation. Look at the camera so that we see that until what place we can fit one more person. There you go. There you go. That's nice. That's nice. Let me give you guys also a microphone so your voice is loud and clear too. What's your good name?
Hi, I'm Fabian. Hi. Nice to meet you guys. Where's everyone from? I'm very curious. Okay. Hey. Hi. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I already visited you on Wednesday. I was in your course at Beta
Yes.
House. Yeah. And we were discussing about polling, and if polling creates an, it's counted as an execution on n8n.
You mean long polling?
Yeah. For example, if I have a Google Drive folder and I have polling every minute, you know, to see if there's a new file created or not.
Yeah.
So apparently it's not counted as an execution. You know?
That's good.
Yeah. So
the
you
long polling is not created as.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
That's even. You can put it on every minute, and then every minute it will.
It's
not.
only counted as an execution if the whole execution is triggered, and yeah.
I see. So if the execution breaks in between, it's not counted as.
I don't know. That's actually.
Did you double check that? Should we double check it now? Let's actually double check it.
Yeah, maybe double check.
Let's. So just for everyone to get some context, I personally don't know, or I'm not sure. My gut feeling says that an execution is an execution the moment it triggers. What was your good name?
Fabian.
Fabian and I met last week, and he asked me a question. I said, like, maybe my gut feeling says it's an execution because the trigger goes on, the memory is engaged, the processor is engaged. Logically speaking, n8n is obliged to or eligible to be paid for that as an execution. But let's double check that and then see if a single execution is counted if the trigger goes on and it stops here because there's no new file coming in.
That might be,
So-
but I mean, the polling, polling the Google Drive trigger doesn't count. Only if there's a new file.
Only for Google Drive, huh? Not for. Okay.
I don't know, you know, but.
So long polling through an HTTP request node may be counted as. Doesn't matter. We'll just put it in test. So here I have a workflow. Let me put it this way so that you guys can see what we're doing. It's a full stack live coding thing. So I have 47 executions out of 50,000 executions, okay? If I go inside and if I create a simple click trigger that is doing a simple HTTP request, JSON users, and if I execute this one time, and if I go back to that particular step, I need to see that 48, right? This should be. I don't know how often it is
Is it only
executing.
if it's in published? So if it's deployed, does it count? Or
Could be.
training
Good point.
or-
Good point. Let me then put it as a schedule trigger, and I put it every minute and connect it like this, publish it, and then the publish goes on and should be now triggering behind the scenes. What I can do is keep an eye on this and then see, or maybe something that is more in my control, not to wait just for that many seconds. I'll call this thing schedule trigger. I'll do this in a new workflow, paste it as a webhook so that I can use Postman and then trigger it from there, right? So it's easier for me to count those numbers. And then we put that one thing at least off the thing. Okay. Now I have that thing running. This is webhook trigger. All of that is good. Now let's see this number. 48 because of that one trigger that's going in the background, right? So I have now this one sent, done, 49. Perfect. So this is now in my control. Now what I want to do is simulate a situation. We'll do the two tests. One is with Google Drive to see if Google Drive long polling works or not. One is with an HTTP request. So this HTTP request that we have in place, in one case, we're going to make it break so that it doesn't arrive to the end and see if that works. And one is the long polling. I think long polling in Google Drive is as a higher logical priority. So let's go with that first. And then we'll come back and then kind of like create some branching logic in here. And then we hit it randomly back and forth or based on the payload that we can send through the post request. So let's go do the long polling of the drive first. So I'm going to put a Google Drive here. No. And we pull same folders, okay. What was it called? Invoices. Dash n8n Replit, huh? Dash Replit. Now, I'm looking for files created. Okay?
Yeah.
And what am I doing here is, let's say, I just do that part of the download file. Okay? Not the rest. Just pulling it, downloading it, that's it. So this is the ID. This gives me the download. I won't do anything else, but I think it's going to be exactly the same thing. And I will keep this as every minute. In order to make this a little bit more controllable, I will turn off the other one, okay? So G drive long polling test. That's all good. There was this schedule trigger. I can turn this off so it doesn't interfere with our numbers. Where is the unpublished button?
Up there, I think just left.
Here. So unpublish, unpublish. Now, the numbers I'm looking to are this number. So I have one workflow running. Okay, so this, we need to wait for 1 minute for this number to change. I'm going to just put this on the side so we can easily keep an eye on this. And put this one on this side. Let's keep refreshing it. And G drive long polling test. So in the past 2 minutes, we don't know if that 54 includes that or not. So what we can wait for is one more trigger. So once we get that trigger after 1 minute running in here, and if that number becomes from 54 to 55, and hoping that nothing else during that time were triggered, it's not a closed test, so it can happen during that time that something else got triggered. And then we will have the answer to that question.
But I had it running all one day, full day.
And then nothing happened? Yeah. Okay. So then you have a bigger data set, so that's the answer.
Otherwise, my free account would be used up now.
Yeah. Or maybe it has an optimizer.
Okay.
It has an optimizer. If I was a developer working in n8n, I would do some optimization code in there.
What does that mean?
An optimization means like it checks a back kickoff algorithm that kind of like checks if it doesn't exist and it doesn't make sense and to kind of keep hammering again and again. I should be able to see these background every minute, right? So 34, 37. Now I should have seen a lot of them. You see it's not kicking in every minute. So some optimizer or something is running in the background. So trigger every minute doesn't sound to be working fine. Now, this leaves me with two things. Either the trigger is wrong, it's broken, or there's some optimization. And this is what you have seen in your use case as well, right? So we said every minute, and that is not working. And we also have everything published. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. It's on the cloud. Yes, Vido?
Yeah, I think we have mentioned there if the folder is updated, right? So if it runs once, then.
Good point. So here, when file is created in the watch folder, perhaps the underlying, good point, Vidula. So when the API under the hood, what happens every minute is that it requests a new API call to the APIs of Google Drive. The long polling is happening under the hood. And if a file was created, then this trigger will happen. So in order to get that in here, so until the next file is created, there is no execution. So let's give that a try. Okay. So I'm gonna go here. I think I have a downloaded version of this. And I'll just get one of those files, call it new receipt.pdf, drag and drop it here, and don't do anything. I won't do anything. I'll just look at this. So now probably look at this, 37 and 40. There you go. Automatically it kicked in, and probably this number went up by 1. There you go. Vidola, very nice catch. Good. Yeah. So the long polling is happening under the hood of n8n servers. So the n8n, there's another cron job running underneath this workflow that's taking care, or the nature of this API call to Google Drive is of that nature. Wow, that's good. This is what I love about multiple amazing brains coming together. And then, thank you, Vidola. That was a good one.
Yeah. I've been doing that, so I just thought of like what's going wrong.
That's the microphone.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
This is Pedro.
Hi.
Pedro, tell us about yourself.
Yeah, I'm a student here in Berlin. I'm just learning about n8n, and I really love it. It's so cool to see like stuff working, and when the workflow executes and everything works, it's so cool. So I really love it. And I was wondering, this is more related to sales. How to frame, for example, projects, right? Because I get a lot of discovery calls, but I don't really know how to frame it or how to find the real needs of clients. So
Yeah.
sometimes, so what kind of questions or what kind of automations are usually the most generic for every single client, or how, I don't know if this is like really technical or not, maybe it's more related to sales, but yeah,
Yeah.
I was just curious. Yeah.
I think it's a question of like the needs. Like if you can identify their needs properly, and if I don't know the silver bullet answer to that, but it's documenting their needs properly and then quantifying the amount of efforts needed, and then just give them back a quotation that is more logical for charging that much of time and efforts.
And is this based,
Yeah.
for example, in the
Microphone.
Oh, sorry, sorry guys. Is this based on, for example, the needs that we are solving for them, or not? Because, for example, for a client a few months ago, I just said 1K, right? I said, okay, yes, but I didn't calculate anything in the back, so I wasn't sure if maybe.
I see. So it was mainly rough numbers.
You know?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. Like this pricing of AI is a big question. The reason is because pricing is very hard. Like if you think that you're gonna create, give me a second, please.
Yes, of course.
So if you think that you build an AI agent that can resolve all the invoice processing or accounting or taxes, does it make sense to open a new tax office, or does it make sense to sell it to tax advisors? I think it makes sense to open a new tax office. This is a perspective that Y Combinator folks have, YC, and they say like, don't build a software to sell. SaaS is dead. Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, said it before. Instead, create a service competition to tax advisors, for example. Create an AI agent that does tax advisory. Instead of selling that software to tax advisors, open a tax office. That's a better way of seeing pricing or competition, or from the business side of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I saw a few people joining in the online Google Meet. You want to come on the stage and say hi? Who wants to go first? Nisar Hussain. Let me pull you here on the call. Let me bring it. All right, who's there? Oh, we have quite a few folks from online session. Let me bring you guys in here. All right, so who's there first? Mark, Vidula, you have a question before I move and bring some people on?
No, I don't have. It was the old one.
Okay, then you can lower your hand. Okay, so who was there? I saw a few video streams. Marcus, how are you? Good to see you.
Hey, ML, how are you?
I'm doing good. Where are you online from?
Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah.
Wonderful.
It's early in the morning here.
It's early in the morning?
Yeah.
Nice. So for how long have you been using n8n, and how is your n8n journey? You're gone. Internet. Yeah. No.
And
Now you're back.
and I have,
How's your n8n journey like? From how long have you been
Well,
using it?
I have been using it for a year and a couple of months.
Nice.
And I'm using it to do some integrations, not and as well as automations. So, for instance, I have integrated some biometrics to HR software and some other things, which is interesting. And I have done something similar to this invoice
nice
automation tool. You know, one of the challenges that I have was that I wanted to get all of the items in a list, like a separate list. So to be able to also handle the stock of items. In the case of where, for instance, one of my customers purchase and he gets the invoice, then we can not only process the invoice, but also add the items to the stock because we get the quantity, we get the
Subsequent,
item list.
yeah.
It's
Subsequent
like
steps,
a next level.
Next level, yeah. Yeah, I think with this workflow automation, you can build almost any sort of workflows because it's so configurable. Yeah, good luck with that. Let me know how did it go, and if you did any LinkedIn posts, just tag me. I'd love to see if I can help you amplify it a little bit more. Yeah, cool. Hey Nisar, how are you?
Hello, sir. I'm fine, and I hope you too. So I am using n8n of December 2024. So it was a great journey for me because, like, I'm working as a freelancer. Okay, I work with a lot of clients, business like that, and I have successfully delivered about 25 plus businesses. Their workflows, like it includes from mid-tier business to high-tier business as well. And right now the journey is going well. Just looking for another clients and clients like that. So yeah, it is a great journey, and time by time I'm increasing my knowledge related to the
What's your background? Do you also come from computer science background, or you didn't do?
Actually, you can say that I am in college. Like I passed out the 12th grade, okay. And
oh, nice. So you're a young man.
Yes, yes. I didn't go to the university. I directly looked at the n8n. The journey was like very good for me because I was in an SEO background, okay? And my friend was making a lot of money in SEO like that. So I just want to automate a process called an email outreaching process. So by that day, I just looked up that stuff n8n, and the network was like booming out, and I just watched the tutorials. About a month, I just learn about it, and then I just go to the school community, and then in 10 to 15 days, I just got my first client like that.
Nice,
and
nice.
In the second month, I got a client, which is a company called Google Average. They are the Pakistan thinking brand. So I'm from Pakistan, so like that. So that was in the first automation. That was the big and the real problem solving, and that it was like they are getting and stakeholders again and again on their Shopify stores.
Nice.
So that was the problem was coming out. So I just resolved all that problem using n8n
Cool.
and the Shopify integration.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'm so amazed when I'm seeing all these young people coming with their cool stories of making money online with n8n. And I took this messaging to Jan Oberhauser himself, the founder and CEO of n8n, and he is also so happy about that. And we see that this is great. Like I have seen a lot of other success stories coming, like yourself, Nisar, that people are making money with n8n on Fiverr or on Upwork by providing automation services, and that's crazy good. Like you build a software that saves a lot of time to these big companies. That's amazing. Nice.
Yes, yes. Actually, that not the ending point. Like, I am also figuring out to create the SaaS apps also using n8n and other apps like that. So yeah, I also built an app that like it's not a promotion, it's not a promotion, but like I found a problem which is related to the API calls like file conversions like that. Okay, and like I was figuring out to convert the HTML file into the PDF. Okay, and that was not available in the n8n. Okay, so I tried to make this thing happen using other API calls and like that. So they are too much costly like that.
Yeah.
So I built my own what we call it SaaS. This provides like an file conversions all
Yeah.
around a month like that. So
Yeah.
if you allow me, so can I share that platform?
Unfortunately, time is running out, and I'm looking at the clock. We have 9 minutes, and I have to take a bio break, and also pull back together everyone to resume the thing. Definitely, hopefully next time. And if you join a little bit earlier, we had a lot of time, and we had over 1 hour for this chit chat time, so we can definitely do it there. Sorry about that. All right, guys. So very nice to meet you guys online, and I can see people are coming back from the current session, like the in-person session. And you guys can stay on the Google Meet if you wish, or go back to the live stream however you wish. I'm sharing my screen on Google Meet as well, so that at least you guys can see near to lifetime, like a little bit less less latency, because I believe the YouTube has like 5 to 10 seconds latency. So you guys should also be seeing it. And also the YouTube channel currently has also a little bit of engagement. We are 36 on live stream, 36 people. I'm sorry, guys, I can't read the messages. I see some messages on the chat, but you should be following or joining the WhatsApp group, because I'm sharing all the API keys and everything there. And if you haven't yet joined the WhatsApp group, so please go ahead and do that. I'm going to bring the QR code for WhatsApp in just a second on this screen. And then I'll take a small bio break, and then I'll be back with you guys. And so let's join. All right, I'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for coming back. We're resuming now. We're gonna resume our workshop. I don't know what is it called. Build session workshop. Crazy day of 9 hours of non-stop content. But whatever it is called, we're gonna resume this fun. We had an amazing break. I hope you had enough food and everything. I still see 40 people online, around 7, 8, 9 people. But whatever. Okay, the voice is good. Also on Google Meet, we have some people now. You guys can stay on Google Meet. If you have any questions, raise your hand. I'll bring you forward. If you guys have a question in the room, also please raise your hand. I don't need to bring you forward. You can talk from there. Let's get to it. So before we left, we have created a little screenshot. I'm going to bring it forward and then review what we plan to build. So basically, the current setup is in a way that covers mostly this entire part. So this part's done. What we're going to build is put this extra part in this system. So as a quick recap, we have like Google Drive set up. It has a mobile app. And the receipts that we scan, they go through a long polling in here. During the, what was your good name? Sorry, I forgot. Fabian. Fabian came with this idea of like, how does the Google long polling work? During the lunch break, we did some tinkering on that. We got some more information. I'll share that and to the bigger group here. And we created this workflow. Besides this workflow, we created another one, which was the webhook, basically. So this part was also created. And what we have now left is basically this box. This box that is the Replit part. And we'll build a full stack application that will read this. I'd like to do that in 2 steps so that we see if we have enough time left. We'll go to step number 2. Otherwise, step number 1 would be more than enough. What Fabian, Vidol, and I were discussing, Vidola from Online Call, were how does the long polling work? Does it consume every single time if I pick this trigger as every minute? Does it mean every minute my consumption is captured? Because n8n works with this so-called execution. So right now I have consume 55 execution of my, or 57 execution of my 50,000 executions per month. When does it go down? Is it every minute it goes down? If that's the case, then it's 60 per hour, and 24 times 24, that makes it 1,440 per hour, even if during that 24 hours of the day, I don't have any new invoices coming in this folder. The answer is no. And under the hood, apparently under the hood, there is another cron job running, and it's taking care of all the new invoice or new of what trigger? This trigger, whatever is your watch for. So watch for is for when a file is created in the watch folder. Apparently under the hood there is another trigger going on that doing long polling of Google Drive, and then it will only trigger this workflow only once. So that's how this thing works. Now, for the rest of the workflow, as I mentioned, we're going to do this, that we're going to use the fetch part. We already created this fetch part, so this is done. We will spin off a workflow, and we'll do it in 2 steps. Step number 1 would be create just a simple UI without any, actually I'll put it in 3 steps. Simple UI without any authentication. Step number 2 would be with the auth. Step number 3 would be with base 64. What is base 64? Or basically a PDF viewer, I would say. The way we will send this information like from n8n workflow back to the front end, and the way we will show PDF on the front end is something that requires a little bit of an understanding. Very, very similar to what is happening right here. Like we are downloading a PDF in here, and that download on the other side on the front end will be the same concept. Why? Because these folders that we are saving inside these, let's say if I pick this particular saving that happened, it had a URL. This is okay if I open it in a new tab and the entire browser is authenticated. It is aware of this session. But if I go in incognito mode, right now I'm in incognito mode, that means it's a new browser. It doesn't remember the password of that. And if I open that in there, it is requesting me to request permissions for this. So how does this authentication works is a part that we will do once we get there. So for right now, let's go to Replit. So for those of you who do not have Replit, you can go to Gemini CLI. Gemini CLI is also a Google product. It doesn't mean like it's also, it sounds like Replit is a Google product. Gemini CLI is one of the Google products, and you can install it literally by executing that one line of command. And once you do that, it allows you to run just like Cursor, or the closest to Gemini CLI is Claude Code. But Gemini is more generous. They give you like 1,000 free credits. On the free one, you get every day like 1,000 plus prompts. So you can build a lot with Gemini CLI as compared to the other ones. So once you have that setting in place, then you can create a folder. So I'm going to create a folder, call it n8n Replit receipt scanner. And then in there, I will create one for Gemini to kind of like show the UI of Gemini CLI. You just type Gemini and then it runs, and that's exactly how you spin off your Gemini CLI. That's it. After this, everything else should just work off the shelf. If you need to log in or something, there might be one step that you need to do, but it should be very easy to pass that step. Now, I'll be using Replit mostly, not Gemini CLI. In case of Replit, you will have a lot of flexibility. It will have like an end-to-end development framework, so it's easier to do it with Replit as compared to Gemini CLI or Claude Code or whatever. This is just some information for you to have at least something running alongside by me. All right, now this is the first screen of Replit. With Replit, you can build web applications, mobile applications, and quite almost everything that you can with a normal agentic coding platform. Replit has also a mobile app that goes alongside with Replit. Let me quickly show that to you guys. And it looks something similar to this UI. You can see it's so much close to what you see on the server. And then you can prompt, and then you can build things as if it was running on your own app. And then you can also see the apps, and then the apps that you have built, and then you can open one of them, and then you can literally see the entire features inside the app. So you can browse it, you can play it, you can see the app itself running inside the system. Now, additionally, you also have like this terminal on the app itself. So I'll come and explain terminal in the web app in just a minute, but just to give the idea of how much it's portable, Replit is fascinating. And Replit's story starts long back in time by someone from Middle East, Amjad, and his story is so inspiring. He doesn't have a computer, and he goes to this net cafe, and he thinks that why isn't there a coding platform where I can just open a browser and then start coding? Replit is not new company. I'm just looking forward to see if I can show you guys the first Replit email that I got. And this is from the founder himself, because it was a small company at the time. And this is a very long time ago. I hope I can find this, but during the time that I'm searching this, I will give the backstory of this. So I used to teach in a coding school. I used to teach web development, and when it comes to web development, running something on the kind of like inside a browser, it's pretty powerful. Why? Because then you don't need to worry about so many moving pieces that can go wrong. And if it goes wrong, it will, at least I found something from 2001. Yeah, this is not the oldest that I could find, but at least something that can give you, from one of my websites. As you can see here, this is 8th of October 2021. And I'm receiving a Replit privacy in terms, updates, commercial embeds, and whatever, student privacy pledge. And even the domain was not replit.com, it was ripple.it. And this is coming right away from the man himself. Now, this company is getting really big and really one of the fastest moving companies in Silicon Valley. I believe they crossed $100 million in revenue. But this entire $250 million, that's the funding. But the revenue itself is also going out the roof. I will get this number in the next time. So less than a year. So $150 million less than a year. That's the kind of skyrocketing revenue that happened to this company. Also very similar to what has happened to n8n, and you guys saw that during the first steps of n8n that we did in the morning. Now, why am I telling you all of that story, the web development and so on? Because it was initiated out of the necessity of a person. I'm not sure from where is Amjad Masad. Lebanon? Where? Israel? I don't know. Jordan American. So he's in Jordan. In now the way that this guy is building this company, or the way this company is changing how product development is done, is only because of one thing. Because this one person came with one real problem, and since then, I don't know since when is Replit being built. I used to use it in this 2021 is not the right time, because I used to teach in that coding school in the 2017-18. So you can check my entire history here, and that's the coding school is called Digital Career Institute. Anyways, there is something that I used to teach, not sure in here or not, but it was a little bit back in time. Here, this one, Digital Career Institute, 2017-18. So in this time, I remember when I was a teacher and teaching people full stack JavaScript, Node.js and stuff, this is the time when I find Replits, and it used to solve my problem in 2017. And across all these years, as and when the technology upgraded, this company upgraded the same way as n8n, and then it got skyrocketed. Therefore, in just a few minutes, I'll show you guys a demo project, something on Replit, and show you how did it come together. There used to be another Replit competitor called CodeSandbox.io. Now it's acquired by Together AI. These two were my go-to solutions. And now I'll show you why is Replit my go-to solution now. In all those years, why did it change? So for example, if I build something with this, let's say I build a very simple application, I prompt it, and it comes to an existence. So let's say a snake game. I'm just giving an example so that I can get to you something fast, and then we'll go back and then build the entire application that we need to build. So I'll say, can you build me a snake game? No further instructions. When I kickstart this, the UI changes to something like this. There's a chat window on here. There's a preview window in here. I can add new tools and files in here. I can publish things in here. If I click on tools, meanwhile this is working, if I click on plus tools and files, you can see here I can do quite a bit. I can add databases. I can see the preview. I can publish my stuff. We'll see that in a minute. There are a lot of native integrations to Replit. There's an app storage. So basically the object storage that lets your app easily host and save, upload binary images, binary data like images, videos, and documents, and so on. There's an off-the-shelf authentication to this. There's a security scanner, which once we start publishing our app, you'll see that it is one of the best vibe coding features that not only Replit, but almost every single agentic coding platforms are bringing in. A secret manager, which allows you to save your API keys, your passwords, and so on safely. You can bring agent skills. You can bring automation. You can do code search. Like internally, it has a search that is making it so easy. We'll spend some time in console. I'll show you and compare it with the terminal that almost every single developer loves to spend more time on this, and you get that off the shelf from Replit. A proper Git integration that basically allows you to connect your Replit project to a GitHub repository or whatever Git application that you have, and so on and so forth. Like I can spend like a full day workshop on all of those features. But one thing, if you click this shell, you see something very, very similar to what I have on my terminal in here. It's very similar. I can write a message like that. I can see the entire result like this. It's basically called a Linux terminal. And it these commands are as universal as physics. Everyone knows what ls means in the world of web development, and everyone or if they know it, they know what does that coding means. It's the Linux way of defining what is the folder in the user group and the user permissions on the top of that particular file or folder, and what is that, that's in what's that, and so on. Everything is in your fingertips, while you have like literally full command over that little virtual machine that is running this code that was generated based on your request, and it is pretty much agentic. The models that are used under the hood are also optimized, because there is quite a bit you can do here. We'll just see it in just a minute once we get some output, but there is this autonomous feature. This is one of the reasons why building with Replit is a better solution, because of the tooling, because of these wrappers around the code generators. For example, if you go with autonomous, you can choose how would you like to go. You can choose, for example, you want to go for a max plan. It will run on long run running workflows. You need to enable that, and then you need to do some settings, but just making one small point that once you start running these things, it can run for multiple hours. Speaking of this multiple hours, I'd like to take a small detour, and then I'll get back to Replit. I did a small project, side project, multiple months ago called Vibebox. That's 8 months ago. What is Vibebox? It's basically a Docker container that puts multiple AI agents coding frameworks, and they work with each other infinitely in a loop, using their MCP interfaces and then using this project called Taskmaster. And I tried it multiple times myself. This software that you see that's doing all my projection and everything, and this is pretty much done or built with Vibebox. And these arrows that you see, these texts that I'm writing, and it goes in the next screen and so on. This is pretty complex C++ code that is running in there. And just to put things in perspective, I ran it only for like multiple hours, and then I came back and I saw like the whole vision I had in my brain that I want to run my workshops like this and this. It was built, and I didn't take it only with myself, and I said, let me do a proof of concept of this idea. It's not a product, it's an idea, and I haven't done anything with it for the past 6 months, and it's an MIT license. It's a few hundred lines of code, but I'm showing you the power of agentic coding. And if you let it go in infinite loop, I'll connect it in just a minute to OpenClaw. And then I said, like, I want to bring a few people and test it with them together. In that room, I invited some people. We were around 10, 15 people. And on my YouTube, you can find the entire 4 hours or so of that meeting here. 3 hours and 9 minutes of this video that I have recorded. What we did in this room, it's that room where we had like 15 people ideating about building a Python SDK for n8n. There is no Python SDK in n8n. And when you're talking about building an SDK, it is pretty complex. And we somehow pulled it off in 4 hours of autonomous usage of AI. So AI went by itself, and this is, again, 5 months ago. And it consumed $27. It was around 4 hours, AI agents talking to each other and then building based on around 75 tasks that was also generated by AI, but through a brainstorming of these 7-8, we made 2 groups, 7-8 engineers, senior engineers in the room. The average year of that experience was 10 years in the room. Now, once you put AI agents together so that they can work autonomously, you build OpenClaw. And that's what Peter Steinberger created. And it went viral. Because in one of his podcasts, he says, I'm in Morocco, and I have not built this feature in OpenClaw that can accept voice clips. And I send it over to OpenClaw, a voice clip on WhatsApp, and then it responds back to me in text. And I say, like, I didn't build this feature. How did you do that? And then OpenClaw says, like, I received the file. I didn't know what was the type, and I checked the header. Header is a technical word for the type of the file. And I checked the header, and then I saw it's an opus. It's a codec, and then I didn't have it installed. I saw that you have FFmpeg or something installed, and I converted the file, and then I got it, and then sent it. I saw you have given me your OpenAI API key. I sent a curl to OpenAI API key. Curl, you guys did it this morning. This was the curl that we did. I sent the curl to you guys. I did a curl. I sent this voice clip to OpenAI, and then it transcribed it, and that's how I got it. So that agentic feedback loop is important. And this is exactly what we did in this room 5 months ago. But this project itself was 8 months ago that we started it. And that's what makes projects like Replit shine. Why? Because they figure out these are big companies with hundreds of millions of dollars in their disposal, and they have the right engineers. Silicon Valley money, what can it buy? Good engineers. And they put these agentic workflows around it. And once we click on that max button, you can go for long-running, hands-off building experience. You come here, and then you enable that. You do something what we did in that room, 4 hours of building an SDK by itself, all AI agents talking to each other. That's going to come to the world of product development. And you have an idea in mind, you can go ahead and do that. Like, for example, this game was built literally while I was talking. It's nothing so cool about this. Let's blame it on John. It's nothing so cool about this particular game, but this game is so universal that everyone can relate to. If you have ever used a Nokia 3310, those old school Nokia phones. But what is there at the stake is the whole industry of software development changing. Like, I have been building software for the past 24 years nonstop. As a senior software engineer with a bachelor's degree in computer science honors with 4 years, a year in software engineering and a master's degree in data science. 10 years ago, I acquired that one. I'm so puzzled about how the software engineering world is going to evolve into if I, as a software engineer, can't find enough job to write code. But to be honest, who really wants to write code if you can build things? So these agentic workflows are bringing you that vision of building things and creating things with just menus and chat and a few options that you can learn, or a few core concepts that you can learn and become better in building things. And I'm so optimistic about this, despite the fact that I'm losing my job as a senior software engineer to these platforms. But every revolution changed that differently in a positive way. I'm so positive about the future of this world because everyone can become a builder, and if everyone becomes so efficient, they will the whole economy will increase so much. There's a question here. So we give the example of if somebody is running it on Gemini CLI or Cloud Code or Codex, as you mentioned. The difference is that this one is not end-to-end integrated. When you want to do the deployments, you want to publish your app, you can do that. In this case, it's pretty much end-to-end. You can see here, it is already suggesting me to publish this app. Now, if I publish it, I'll get a domain name. I can share it with my friends, and during the publishing process, it goes and checks for all the security scan in here. It is a flexible end-to-end solution. Everything running inside the browser. And yeah, exactly. All right, so now this was just a small example. We're not going to build a snake game with Replit. This is an overkill. We're going to now switch to the actual app we're building, which is the invoice scanning app that we built the entire workflows in the morning, in those 4 hours of slot in the morning. And now we'll build a front end for this. And how to build the front end in the best way, I'll explain in just a minute after answering that question.
Actually, yes, that's what I wanted to ask. Maybe just before you showed the, I don't remember the application you built with your colleagues like in 4 hours. Just maybe key points on design, how you approach it. You know, what was the key essential parts to like PRD document or specs, or if this is like key approach, how you use it.
Yeah, that's coming next. Exactly, the PRD and everything. I'll do that. And just for you guys to see how cool this whole world is becoming, scan that QR code and let's play that game together. And this is how this game looks like. The UI on the front, if you're running it, is different because now I have these arrow keys, but I didn't have this on the system. And I will be amazed if Replit already picked the right thing for data storage, and I can see this as a central scoreboard. At least I see someone else also played that. So please put your names there so that we can see if it is using a central data storage or not for the. And don't play very seriously, okay? Try to also lose. Nobody is going to come first. So that we can, here, that's me. Oh, exactly. So all of us just played. Pedro made 40, Emil made 50, and so on. So everything came off the shelf. I didn't ask Replit to build this with a data storage. Since it built the score board, it already built the mobile-friendly version. This is nothing that I asked Replit for. Look at this. I just asked Replit, build me 16 minutes ago, can you build me a snake game? It built me the snake game. I deployed it. We all played that. And the UI for that looks amazing. And this is the future of product development. Now, this question was so vague, yet it could build it, it could understand it. But what if this question becomes better? So the question becomes more understandable by AI. Now look at this. This is the UI that was rendering on my phone that has arrow keys because it knows how to do the management of the snake direction. In the score, it is connected to a data source, probably on the databases that is hosted by Replit, and that makes Replit a better choice as compared to Gemini CLI or Cursor or Cloud Code because it comes everything integrated off the shelf inside this whole thing. And you can see here, it already deployed it inside a machine with 2 CPUs and 4 GBs of RAM. And this is amazing. What's happening with this world of product development is absolutely amazing. All right, now we're getting to building that exact workflow automation that. So we have built this workflow. We have built everything in there. What now we are going to build is this front end, this Replit web application that's going to fetch everything from n8n workflow and then supply that to a front end. Now, in order to create a workflow, in order to create a better context for Replit, it's better to go in and build a so-called PRD, a product requirement document. And the way you can build a PRD is like you can spend a lot of time typing it yourself, or you can go to ChatGPT and speak on the microphone and then let ChatGPT build that PRD for you. So I'm going to choose this route. And I know exactly a rough idea of what it has to be there. By show of hands, who is a product manager or product owner or product designer or UX designer, UI designer? Anyone with product background? Okay, 1, 2, 3. So you guys can help me rectify this PRD even better, but I will first speak the vision of this product that I have in mind. The vision of this product I have in mind is very simple, like a list of all the invoices that I have, that I can filter things out I know this thing called EG Grid. It's a grid component library available across all those famous libraries. It has like a lot of features coming off the shelf with these search things. Obviously, we don't need like these graphs and everything for an invoice, but this table itself is so amazing. I will use this table to show all my invoices. I will build some dashboards to kind of like show the types of invoices. And in the workflow itself, we already have that we capture some external things in the workflow. Otherwise, we can also extract some stuff in the workflow. And then for the dashboard part. So for your memory to remember what maybe you can take some notes, those product managers who raised their hands. You can help me pimp up this entire thing. So we are extracting these pieces of information, but what else can we extract from here so that it can be helpful in the dashboard of the invoices? Could be something like category. For example, this is meal expenses. And then based on that, I can create a dashboard that will show that how much of my travel costs are there. For example, country, because I personally go to these different countries, and these receipts from the language, from whatever AI can extract and understand which country does it belong to, and things like that. So now even like with little changes only until that much, if I execute this workflow one more time, it does pull the last one. I think it's the one that was, yeah, if GT Max. And then I can pin this, all things, so that from here onwards, subsequently, it gives me that. And here, retail, household, and party supplies, Germany. That's pretty much 2 pieces of information I already extracted that I can, in Replit, show it as a dashboard piece. So let's quickly put that in the data tables. Category and country. All right. Now, So now since we have 2 more fields added, we are going to create the insertion part so that it can insert those 2 new fields in here that we will be using mainly for dashboard purposes. Okay, now I'm pretty much done in here. I'm going to share this latest JSON with you guys on WhatsApp so you have something to restore and work on your side. All right, any questions so far before I spin off the PRD part? Nice. So how we will build the PRD is, I changed my mind. I will not build the PRD here. I will build it inside Gravity, anti-gravity, because there we can also, we have a little bit more flexibility here. I'm going to build a PRD in here, .md, and I will use Claude Code for this. I'm going to put the terminal here, or Gemini CLI, doesn't matter, but for me, since I have an API key set up with Claude Code, I believe that the quality of that will be much better. So I'm going to run Claude here. I can also do this inside Replit, but I'm just trying to kind of like keep the memory of Claude and this separate so that we can do this. All right, so I have a dictation tool. I'm running last chance for this dictation tool before I unsubscribe. It failed 3 times already previously. 1, 2, 3 testing. I am unsubscribing from Super Whisper. Never tried Super Whisper again. Okay, so what do we want? We want to create the following things. Let's first bullet point it here, and then from this bullet point, we're going to go in and prompt it in Claude Code. So the first bullet point is, I want to build a table, right? Table view of my invoices. A dashboard view of my current month invoices. A filter to change months on the dashboard. Product designers, help me populate this even better. What features do I need for this web application that I need? Category. Receipts, a category, a view to show categories, or receipt categories on a chart, for example. Give me more ideas.
When you have second point, it's on current month, but do you want month by month comparison?
So the filter to change months to dashboard, that will change. Okay, a view to show expenses on month by month basis.
Maybe even compare by category by month.
Month by month basis, category by category basis, a view to show expenses on category by category basis, on category and month. Anything else?
And who is the end user? Is it for yourself or it's available to more people?
It's for my accounting department. It's more people.
A login function, right, for every single user in the account.
Louder, please.
Like a login function, maybe for every single.
Yeah, I will. As I mentioned in the start, I'll do it first without any logins, and then I'll put logins only if we had time, so that authentication can be like literally a separate one.
Do you want to combine them by one business trip or something like this?
Good, by country. So my business trips are segregated by country. I don't want to add extra layers of complexity in my workflows. Yeah, yeah. So we have already just recently added this one field called country in category. So same thing can also go with country, a view to show expenses by category, and maybe a crosstab view to show expenses by category and country. That in which category, how much was the expenses, with a filter on months, and so on and so forth. We can expand this a lot. Right now, we are touching some corners that is way complex for this project. For example, this aggregation of data. The best way is to do it on the back end. But we'll let Replit generate that code and see how it's going to do it. I'll put some technical details here in the PRD, and the rest of the PRD will ask AI to generate, is that make sure that you do not use any authentication for now. Use this this API to fetch data, and the API to fetch data is this one. Because if I run this, you know what happens? It gives me all the data that I need to work with. I believe it's a post, and I don't even need to keep this as a post because I don't have any data coming in. So I'm going to quickly switch that from post to get. For now, once we have any requirement to send some data from the front end, we'll change that to post. So this is basically let me quickly publish this and see what's the problem. So we can copy paste the curl from there, and then we should be good to go. Body, that doesn't need to send any body. That's good. For some reason, I don't receive back the response. It gets stuck right there. It seems to be just a UI problem, so I already have it published. I will just get the production URL, not the test. And there you go. Yeah, it's just a UI problem. So I got all the data. So you can see in the execution, it ran once. And what it did was it pulled everything from the data table and then sent over all these 11 items that I have in the database right now. And there is all the 11 items I have, including the where is the, there must be some hard rules. I'll just say like return all of my data, because I believe I have more than 11 items, and there is one that has Germany in it as a country. So if I run this, this is the data I received, and that's 11 items. Do I have Germany somewhere? Something is wrong with our workflow. Let me quickly find it out. The workflow that was done earlier that inserted Germany, that's what I'm interested in. So let's go and find out how many data table entries we have. Okay, we have 11, and the country or category is not populated at all. So let's create a quick entry that has also country. All right, So we have this particular workflow running. We can re-execute this one to just save some execution time, and then we'll let the insert row also run. Perhaps we never ran this step previously. There we go. Now it has a country, Germany, and it is recorded. Now we should have in the data table 12 items and Germany as the country, so that we have at least a little bit of data that we can rely on. Okay, now going back to the PRD, there is this technical requirement that use this API to fetch data. And what's that API called? This one. And there is this curl that will show what is coming out to this particular PRD that we are generating inside anti-gravity. And then we'll say the endpoint for getting receipts will return a data like the following payload. And I'm going to just copy one piece, at least the one with Germany on it. ID number 1, ID number 3, and keep it with the array so that it knows it's an array. This is why it's important to know how to read and write JSON, because then only from those square brackets, AI will know that, okay, I'm going to create this as an array, and then it will create this whole thing. Another point I want to tell from the link is that create a show receipt button and use the link to Google Drive from the payload. Make sure that the aggregations happen on the route side of the Next.js application. There are a lot of things that you as a Vibe coder, you need to know, like for example, Next.js. What's Next.js? What's a database? What's a SQL? What's a NoSQL? And so on and so forth. So, okay, let's put a few more things in this technical things. Make this as a Next.js application. Use AG grid npm package for showing the table view. And then, okay, the product managers. Do you have any further ideas, anything else from the feature side? So there is a component library called Eero UI. It used to be called Next UI, and it's a really good npm package. So the Eero UI component library comes with a lot of components, and I like the way this is done. I will give an example of how this is nicely done in comparison to one of its competitors that you can actually put them combined. It's called ShadCN. So in that one example, I will pick a checkbox. A checkbox so that you kind of like get the idea behind that. You see this is a ShadCN checkbox, and that is an Eero UI checkbox. You see the little animation inside this checkbox? That goes through for Eero UI's all things. Now, in this case, it's just like a blank checkbox at once. But the good thing is that they both are compatible. In certain places, you can put ShadCN. In certain places, you can put Eero UI as you wish. But I want to go with Eero UI, so I will get Eero UI as my part. So I'm going to find the Eero UI npm package so that I can give exactly this to my requirement document. use this UI component library, UI. I will leave a few more details. Make sure that you do not create, or maybe I'll just let it go because I want to start the process as soon as possible. Can you please make a detailed PRD, product requirement document, for the following? Now, a PRD has its own little sections and little format and so on. And once it creates that, apparently it will leave a file here, or it will use this PRD file. What it will do is it will create a detailed instruction that Replit can use to reference. It's a better way to document your thought into a file that you can give it to AI for code generation. If you directly prompt only in one go, it's okay, but it will just consume more of your credit. This way that you create your PRD separately, it's a better way. Okay. In the meantime, is there any question? Yes, please.
You just changed the webhook to get.
Yes.
Do we keep it?
Yes.
For the overall workflow?
Yes, for now, yes. Once we bring in authentication and some more things, definitely we'll change that, especially with filters and so on. Yes?
Very particular packages which to use, like Next framework or Hero AI. What will it use if you don't give this?
It will pick something from its own knowledge, but I want it to kind of go in the right direction. The question was like, what will it use if we don't give it the right packages? Which npm packages will it build it in a specific way or not? I don't know. Like, it's just the way it will create it.
So you just get your own preferences of which frameworks you like, and you
Right. Right. I have been a JavaScript developer for 17 years, full stack engineer, so I know the good things in that world. I pick the ones that I worked with before and I'm okay with. So what had happened was it created this so-called product requirement document, and it's that much detail. You can see it gives some data model, some code examples, some folder structure, a lot of information that it would take me forever to build. So I'm kind of like generating one part of the code base with one AI tool, and I'm not the code base, but the work needed, and I'm putting it to another AI agent node. I don't have the time to go through this and do it in detail, like review it in detail. This is just an educational content. But if I would be doing this in real world scenario, I would spend another off day on this PRD to make sure that the things that I have written here is exactly according to what I want to build. So for now, I'm just going to copy the entire thing, go to my Replits, and spin off this new project. This new project is going to take a little bit more time. I'll just say build it. And it already has the product requirement document. And this is going to take quite a bit of time. And it will fail in certain places. It will ask me questions in certain places. And I will keep answering. And once it's done building, I will try to customize it so that I can give you guys a full spectrum of how things are moving forward. So we have 3 hours left for this session. In the next 3 hours, we'll be spending time in perfecting this. So I have 3 product managers in the room, from the online folks, from the people on the Google Meet. If you are a product manager, please join this Google Meet. I'm sharing it again on the chat of the live stream. so that you can also give us some insights on what needs to be improved. So we put under extreme tight pressure this Replit instance and build it collaboratively. And I will open source everything we're building today so that someone can actually use it for their expense management. And as I mentioned, this is right now publicly available data, so we're not going to put actually information that like is sensitive, but once we secured it with authentication, then we'll talk about that. Okay, since it's going to take time to build, meanwhile it's building, I would like to appreciate as many questions as you guys want to ask. Please go ahead, ask your questions online in room. Yes?
Did you prompt how to do the product document?
The PRD? What was my prompt? I just asked, can you generate a PRD for this? And then this was the copy paste of the list of things that I have mentioned in here. You remember I created this list? This is the thing that I have typed. Like I typed a few features, I typed a few technical details, and this payload was the payload that I received from the webhook, and some stuff that I had in mind that I wanted the AI to generate the PRD for, and then the actual prompt was something like here.
So it's you prompted Replit to make this, yeah?
This was not Replit. This was Claude Code. So I asked Claude Code to generate a PRD for me. It generated the PRD. I copied the entire PRD and I came to Replit and I say like build it. And since I had the entire PRD in the context, now it got it 3 minutes ago. It may take around 10 minutes to finish building this thing, and it may have certain errors. It will keep fixing those errors as it builds it. Even if it can't pick the error and build it, I'll take a screenshot and give it back to Replit to build it, and then we'll potentially see an actual result of all those invoices that we have scanned, like these invoices. And if we were successful, considering time and even credit, I don't know if I'm going to run out of credit. If everything was successful, then we have 2 more steps to go. One step is building this, like build UI. Step number 2 is auth. Step number 3 is PDF viewer. So these are 3 steps that we can consider. If time allowed, we keep going on to the next steps. If time was consumed only on building the UI, you guys get the idea. We understand this, and more importantly, we'll have a lot of questions answered. And also in conjunction to the workflow that we are doing in here. So ask me any question, mostly around this combo of the 2, like the n8n workflow and as well the other one. Yes, please.
In the theories, you gave curl as an API. What is that curl again for? Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, the curl was for getting data from the data tables. So this was a curl that is used to this curl. This is doing nothing but just bringing in data from the data tables. So if I execute this, it brings me all of my receipts that are scanned.
So is this the webhook URL, production webhook URL from the n8n, or should we always take it from Postman?
You're right. This is the production URL. It's the production URL of the n8n. No, it's from the webhook itself, not from the response to webhook. So if you double click this, you get it from this production URL from here. Yeah. Yes?
Could you maybe just share the markdown in WhatsApp?
Oh, good point. I'll share the markdown file in WhatsApp. Oh, that is so fast, and it just finished creating this. And it's still working on it. It's checking and doing things. Until then, I will quickly share the markdown. All right, so it's still working on it, but at least we can see a dashboard with, since it's working, it's refreshing it. This is another reason why Replit is a better choice, because it's integrated end to end, and then it has its own browser. Since it has its own browser, it can also see things, so it can click things and so on. And there's a feature in Replit that that comes as a, just explain it in a second, making sure that it is visible. Yeah, it's visible. Replit's the better choice. I'm just trying to see if the icon I want to show is visible. Yeah, it's visible on the live stream. It's this one, the inspect. If I want to, once stop doing its job, I will give detailed instructions of how to use this feature. But there's, sorry, that one, this one, the inspect element, that will allow you to choose whatever you are targeting, and then you can prompt it exactly about that specific point. But let's wait for Replit to finish its job, and then we'll use that.
I saw you create the feature to use the markdown. It doesn't mean we have to write the right markdown. Or if we have no basic to write markdown, how should we do?
ChatGPT also writes markdown for you.
Directly switch the text to markdown and copy paste the
Yeah.
markdown into the.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
How different is Replit from Bolt?
Pardon me?
How different is Replit from Bolt?
Bolt? Bolt.dev. How is Replit better than Bolt.dev? Is it Bolt.ai or something? .new. I have never used Bolt, but as far as Replit is concerned, I cannot do a true apple-to-apple comparison to Bolt, but being an n8n ambassador and now trying to be a Replit ambassador as much as I can, I have a series coming very soon, n8n versus X, not x.com, but whatever. And on the other side, I will be producing a lot of content around Replit versus X, and that X be bold and lovable, and there are like a lot of these end-to-end agentic integrated environments. So in order for me to make a statement that is logical and also rational to do this comparison, I need to also understand Bolt very well. So once I start producing these content, I'll sign up for Bolt, I'll build something in Bolt, I'll build something in there, and I'll record the entire session, and I will compare and say this is good in Bolt, this is good in Replit, this is good in Bolt. And when we did our, like when I chose to use Replit for this session and for many other sessions and for many other reasons, for me, Replit stood out. I did a quick test of other things, but not deep. But a lot of benchmarks, a lot of online information and so on was so much in the favor of Replit, and also my own judgment when I compared Replit with other coding platforms. Replit was much better. So there will be a lot of content coming out soon with those comparisons. All right, so let's carry on in understanding this. So there is some small bugs in here. As you can see, it says top vendors, and it's kind of like showing every single record of the vendor, because we did this, and this is just a noise in our data because of this. You see, each of those have a different one, and because it's AI and it's generated differently, and we use the same invoice, that's okay. That's not a big deal. Now it shows me uncategorized retail home. Now this is a cool thing. Look, we had a lot of invoices that didn't have category yet. They're null, so it's managed as uncategorized, and this one is retail home stationery. Now in order to show this is connected, what I will do is I will go to the data tables, and I'll put a category to this one, just randomly put it as stationery, or maybe, I don't know, food and drinks. And this is in Italy. Now let's go here and just refresh the page. And if it's not caching, now you see that okay, maybe it's caching. We'll find out what's going on. Let me quickly see this here. Yeah, food and drink, Italy. It is a category, so perhaps it's caching it somewhere. We'll find out in just a second. It should. My expectation is that this spending by category should show that anyways. So let's start taking some notes that goes back here. I just changed something on my API, added a category. Don't see the category show up on my UI, on my dashboard. Can you double check if the caching is invalidated on timely manner? Another, we will keep checking a few things, and then I'll let AI work on it. Meanwhile, I'll answer other questions. So you can see even it implemented the dark mode. It has only data for February, so it shows only data for February. And let me quickly check a few other parts. So this is all my data table shown in here. Very nice. It used actually that data table that I was looking for because it has all these cool features. Apparently the category is not shown in here, although I did change that category thing. Let me refresh the whole page. Yeah, so that should be resolved with this one. I will just let it run, and then I'll check the other parts. And also, if you see the receipt part is also added in here. So if I click it, it does actually show me the PDF file that was scanned on this side. So that is perfectly done. We'll find out what's the issue with the latest data. You're right to check the current caching set to 5 minutes, which means after, that's wonderful. So it already implemented a caching mechanism. And this is, as a software developer, you think about building a cache layer in front of your APIs. This is next level software engineering, because you're really thinking about speed and subsequent calls and so on. It already implemented a 5 minutes cache. This is amazing. And now what it did was I'll reduce the cache to 60 seconds and added a refresh true parameter, a query parameter that allows you to forcefully refresh it. This is amazing. Like, now you see here I have the missing category in place. So now it's caching it for 60 seconds. That means if I pass, besides that, if I pass this refresh is equal to true, it will forcefully refresh the content. So let's put that in actual test. I'll put another category called, I don't know, electricity. And I don't know, in France. I have to be fast so that it's not 1 minute, otherwise the refresh. There you go. You can see I'm forcefully refreshing the caching part of this. So this is amazing what is possible with this. Now, since I asked you guys to come up with some product ideas, we have this product pretty much sitting in this state in here. That is a dashboard that has all the invoices coming in from the phone, like actually scanning, and it shows up in here. It has a list of all the invoices that I can filter here by country, for example. If I filter all the Germany, then I see only the German ones. And if I filter by amount, I can filter things like if it's greater than 10 euros, I want to see them. I only see those ones. For example, if I want to put a download CSV in here, is that a good feature? I want to put a download CSV in there on the filtered things. So I will keep building that further down the line. Can you add a download, let's see, CSV button on the table view? Now I'm putting another thing in test to see if it creates the download based on the filter or not. I intentionally didn't mention in this prompt to keep it only on the filter. So it's going to go and implement that. Meanwhile, let's analyze the other parts. So this is that view that is showing by category. So all my invoices based on category, all time, or a specific set month. This is the monthly trend. This is the weekly. And since we have AI at our disposal, it's so fast to generate data. What I'm going to do next is generate some random data so that we can see this whole thing in a great format. So I don't have that much time to scan like 100 different receipts. I will use AI to generate like 200, 300, or 1,000 invoices so that we can check and do a load testing of this entire application. How would I do that? I already have the metadata of my payloads in here, right? This one. I'll go and ask Claude Code to generate it for me, okay? I'll say, can you please generate a CSV file with 100 different.
You kind of do synthetic data, right? Now.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. 100 different receipts using the metadata as following. Make sure that you come up with the right categories and put it across different countries and different currencies. Well, we had currency as well as another dimension. We didn't consider that in this list of analytics and so on. So I'm going to go add one more metrics. Can you please also consider adding currency as another metric and build the views and dashboard elements, etc. And meanwhile, again, product owners help me with enhancing this even further. So the invoices now has a download CSV. If I click on download CSV, it downloads that file. And if I open that file, it will show me all of this data. Well, it's a CSV. We'll see why in just a minute. It's showing 13 items. That one specific feature that I had in mind was whether or not it can download based on the filters. So if I say give me all those that are 10, in this case now there are 7 of these items. If I download, let's see if it gives me 10 of those items. No, really not. Now, this is something I will prompt. I'll say that the download CSV is downloading all the items in the grid. I want to make it to download only the filtered information that is currently displayed in the AG grid. I'll not hit enter until the process is done, but it also has a queue mechanism, so it will queue it. But the reason I don't want to do it is to make sure that I gather some more information, and then we can do it all along with the same approach. So even like when we ask for caching, it also implemented this refresh button. That's also nice. And the dark mode was already implemented anyways. So here you go, by currency. So we have a currency feature. Now, once our Claude code is done, oh, it's already done. AI agents are so fast. Now we have quite a bit of data generated by this one, 100 items across different months. That's nice. You can see January, February, March even. 2nd of March, it's in the future. So that's nice. It's enough data. We can load it inside our data tables. So in order to add data in the data tables, the easiest approach is that I remember what's the data table name here. It's this one. I can rename it just to make sure I don't break anything. And then I can create a new data table, and then I will say this is coming from the CSV from here. Let me quickly see, where did I put this one? This is inside n8n local. So ID is reserved. I don't need the ID, and also I don't need those created at and updated at. We don't need the columns ID, created at, and what was the other one? Updated at. Can you remove them? Now, for the old AML, you would go to a CSV like a Google Sheet and then remove those 2 columns. But the new AML is trusting AI so much and doing this with AI. All right. Meanwhile, this is working. Let's go check our. This would break anyways. Well, it doesn't break right now because it is caching data. But as soon as the cache is expired, it's going to break because the API does not work anymore. Here you can see that it didn't work. Oh, I see. It's somehow since I renamed this to March 2, it didn't break. Why? Because it's an integrated end-to-end, and it also updated. It should have broken because it's not updated here, March 2. No idea. Anyways, so we have, let's wait for the anti-gravity to finish. I think it's finished. Okay, I still see that field here. I don't want that. It already caught its own mistake, so let's wait for that to finish. All right, so in the front end, let's go and find a few other. I like that spending by currency thing. So apparently, once we load the data, this will show all the other currencies. And we may also need to put a central currency and the exchange rate from that to convert everything in the like one unified currency, that being euro. And the download is yet to be done. Let's get that thing started. Any other ideas so far? Product managers, ideas for enhancing this product?
Just thinking about one, if you have any monthly limits or something like this.
Ah, nice idea.
So it shows whether you are towards that limit.
Because when you do travel expenses, this can be very helpful if you have like these monthly limits, and then it can show you your monthly limit on that sense. And I like the way it came up with this country versus category crosstab table. You can see how beautiful it becomes when you do that. All right, so it's a little bit tedious because of this waiting time, but it worth the wait because we're building. Look at that. Like, we created this crosstab and downloaded it. I didn't explicitly ask for a downloading feature, and there it generated it anyways. So apparently the data is fixed, so we should be able to load this new data. So I'm bringing in this new data in here. Nice. This seems good. There you go. Now I generated 100 invoices on the fly. And if I go to my workflows, the workflow, the Git workflows, this Git rows should return 100 items from this workflow called receipts. And if I publish this new change here, and if I go to the invoices dashboard, if I refresh it, now it's showing all the data based on the generated invoices, the spending based on all those invoices, the Indian rupees, the British pound, the Swedish krone, the Norwegian krone and euro and Brazilian dollars or whatever that is, and so on. And also all the categories, the top vendors. Now this is a little bit sanitized data, and also the months. So I can change the months. You can see the data changing accordingly. And still we have the dark mode, so you can see the dark mode. You have the features as it was before. And it already created this comparison from last month to this month. It decreased or increased and so on. Look at this. It's so intelligent that since it is expense that was decreased, it shows it in green color, not in red color, because decrease in expense is a good sign. That's the future of AI in building products with AI. This is our detailed table. It already added pagination. I'm yet to found this, whether the pagination is on server side or in the client side. If it is on the server side and it's still caching the data, this would be super impressive. But this is like really next level, because this workflow does not have any pagination logic. It's a super simple dumb API. It's just dumping all the data at once. It's yet to be found if it is that intelligent. Now, if we see our categories data, this is all good. We're going to find out and do some screenshot featuring in here to show this problem to this AI agent to see how this all time can be fixed. But anyways, that's something that you have in mind as well. All the currencies, expense tracking, bar chart, the monthly, the comparative bar charts, the category by versus month bar charts, the legends. I think you get the point. Like if you find out an idea that you want to build and you think that it's something that you can build with by explaining it to a person, today you can build that with AI, and that's how you can build full stack applications. It's crazy what's possible. Isn't it cool? So we have 2.5 hours to perfect this product even further. We had these 3 steps. So we said we'll build the UI first, okay? And we just build the UI. Second, we said we're going to put auth. Third, we said we're going to put a PDF viewer. So we have quite a long way to go. We can utilize the next 2.5 hours and benefit from that time and build it further. And or we can also keep it as much interactive as possible. So you guys can ask questions and I will answer them. Yes, please.
Yeah, I want to know that, sorry, why didn't you use cloud in order to do everything? I mean, how's the usage of the n8n in this case, and when we should use n8n when we can use entirely in Cursor or cloud?
Right, good question. The question is, why did I not use Cursor or Cloud Code to do everything? And why did I do n8n in the backend? The backend that I did in n8n can be also used by coding frameworks, and I could use that to do it. Let me take a step back and answer that question. So this part, that was the basic backend side of things, okay? And let me quickly do this here. I hope it's going to hold. That is something that I have never tested before. Nice, it's holding. Now, this part and this part, okay? No, it's not holding it. Oh, I think I found a bug in my software. It's looking for text. I just hacked it by putting an A there, just so that you guys know how to build products. If you build it, then you know the problems of it. So this is the front end, okay? And this is the back end that we build. My great friend Amir's question is, why did I not build both of them in Claude Code? Why did I build it, the front end in Replit and the back end in n8n? This is the question. Am I understanding the question correctly?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so the answer is like this. Let's extrapolate on this, and let's build it for argumentation purposes. So the front end is requesting, and the back end is responding. So there is an HTTP request response going on here. Now, if I would have done everything inside cursor, let's take a simple line in here, and let's think about this, that this is the world that we built, and this world down there is a world that, where can I place myself? Imagine if the world of the product combo of n8n plus Replit is on the top, the old school product of building everything with cursor, or Gemini CLI, or what's that? I can't hear.
Claude Code.
Claude Code. Claude Code. etc. That world. Let's do a very cool comparison of the two, okay? So in this case, what else did I need? So I needed Next.js, that's fine. Next.js was also used here, so that is Next.js front end. What else did I need in this world? I needed an IDE, integrated development framework, or CLI. What else did I need in here? I needed GitHub integration, okay? I needed Vercel for hosting. I needed a database. I needed the Node.js side of the route, basically, the Next.js route logic that goes near to this one, considering the fact that this was for front end plus back end. What else do I need for running this full stack application? I needed to know all of these together, kind of like the knowledge of it, because of that, what do you call it, the integrated backend, how do you call it, the full stack comparison of this end-to-end integrated solution of Replit is better for non-developers. So for deployed engineers, not necessarily non-technical FDEs, but this new notion of guys and or citizen developers. For these guys, it's the time that matters, the time to value that matters. If I would pick this Vercel for my deployment, and then pick some database and then work with a lot of CLIs and things, leave alone the collaboration hurdle, leave alone the silo problems. For me, as someone who's moving fast in an organization, this approach is the winner, not this approach.
And how is in the production side? I mean, can we say that the top can be in MVP phase, or because me myself is more visual, I can understand it more, and then you should implement it to the second one?
For production, the top version is 100% production ready. It's not that you do prototypes and then you throw it away and then you come and do it again with code in iCode or Pro Code parts. The top version is for fast-moving organizations who adopt AI in a scalable way and yet fast. Another good thing is let's stay focused on this part, on this backend part, just for a second. The backend, in a visual way like this, is way more preferred by big organizations because of one thing that's called observability. The observability in here is way much better than the observability in this Next.js world. So not good visual observability. When something goes wrong in this case, the debugging or finding the resolutions and observing what happened throughout the entire workflow is way better in this situation as compared to the bottom one. Now let's go in and compare this part on the front end side of it. When you're building with Replit and you're building in collaboration, you're building it with mobile front ends, with web application or whatever tech stack that you're building. You're building with an end-to-end integrated system, like, for example, the web browser that you saw. And here, in case of Claude Code creates this web browser tool. Not sure about Gemini CLI yet, but Cursor came up with the idea. It creates like a Playwright client that runs the application and then it observes it. I'll come in and explain that feature in just a second in our Replit environment. But Replit brings that as a pretty much, what do you say, integrated environment. So it's always a question about integrated environments. So the integrated environment of Replit, because of this end-to-end, security. So in this case, you are responsible for putting security layers. Not enough security layers. In this case, in this Replit case, security is a part of the publication and things like that. So now if I do something, let me quickly generate one.
Sorry, how about controlling the AI and also guidelines or schemes or so on? Is it when we use anything, do we have such a control over the behavior of the AIs?
Yes, with guardrails and everything, I'll just explain it now in great detail on what did I mean by end-to-end integration, and I'll come back to your guardrails question. So now, if you take the inspect feature, for example, of Replit, I want to directly refer to something in here. I can do this inspect. I can go here and I inspect this, and I can talk about that particular thing and prompt something in here. You see, this part is loaded as a context in here. So that's basic context engineering. That's context engineering 101.
And can it be collaborated in team or is individually?
Let me finish this and then we'll come to your
Okay.
team. So now, in here, what is context engineering? Why would AI generate better code in this case? Because what vibe coders like myself used to do before was take a screenshot, take a right click, inspect, like literally, like inspect this part, and then bring that context to the AI's attention and say like, hey, this one needs to go like this, and this prompt that we wanted to do that would only go in this part used to be a lot of problematic back and forth, copy paste, screenshot, and this and that. But now Replit is an end-to-end solution in that inspect feature that if I was building this, look at this inspect feature, right? You see this? And if I was supposed to build this with normal software engineering practices, I would do it here. You see the same inspect, but this is coming from Chrome's expect feature. I would expect something. Which one was that? I think the cross tab. I would inspect something like this, and I would copy this entire output HTML in here. Imagine if I'm building it with Claude Code. And I would come here in my Claude Code, and I would say that blah, 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 my prompt. I would say, can you please make this part? And then I would paste the code in here. Compared to what is the end-to-end inspect feature here, I just click it and I start writing my prompt in here. What happens is in this process, it already does the context of that. Like it takes in the context, what do you want to say? Because I have inspected this part. It's a very simple example. But now imagine from this perspective that the memory, the context window of the LLM that I'm using here on Claude Code, or the context that I'm using here inside here. It's much easier for an end-to-end integrated platform to maintain it. Leave alone.
Should we connect them via MCP or is it already connected? How is this connection together?
Those are irrelevant questions when it comes to MCP connection to this context level, but perhaps under the hood they are using an MCP to connect and build this MCP, this context. But what I want to mention is like having this browser, this integrated browser inside Claude Code helps inside Replit, helps Replit's coding agent to get more eyes on the problem as compared to screenshots and then screenshot going through an OCR and so on. Whether or not under the hood Replit is using HTTP request or MCP to connect back to their server, it's irrelevant for now. But that's one big comparison to traditional CLI-based versus this integrated. But most important part is whether this is being used by a developer, a full like 40 hours, 60 hours developer, or with a citizen developer who wants to build things to the level that it's production ready. Coming to the second one that you said something about
collaboration of this.
Yeah, the collaboration part is one thing that that you can collaboratively build this across multiple people, and also Replit is an enterprise focus. It's an enterprise focused development environment. Now, if you take not just those 40 million app developers, but all of these big enterprises using Replit to build apps, this is something that cannot come off the shelf from a CLI builder. You cannot put guardrails around CLI builders. Like if you're bringing forward this capacity of building app or this capability of building apps to your citizen developers, you can just install a terminal on everybody's computer because not everybody is a developer. But with this approach of citizen development and the development lifecycle cutting so much from that old school engineering perspective to in a way that things are building in super small teams and they build it fast approach, and also this agentic workflows, like you have an orchestration layer somewhere and then they're all integrated through MCP interfaces and they can delegate and ask questions from each other in a swarm of a lot of agents are running, and you're building an AI agent and your AI agent is running in perhaps in your department, but it in general big picture is solving a problem to the entire organization, and you have in this big organization of 100,000 employees an orchestration AI agent that can, through an MCP interface, send instruction to your agents, and your agent is this little part, playing a little part in this big picture. You don't need to go through a proper development cycle that is so slow and it's so traditional. And AI agents are so good in kind of like in a very non-structured, agentic way on an NLP level, natural language processing. Understand your intent, execute a task that you have been given, and now you think about this like every single department is equipped with such a technology that they can build their front end, they can build their back end using n8n and Replit, and they come with their own solutions that solves their own problems. And additionally, with this MCP layer, that the orchestrator of the organization having like this sophisticated, built by really big engineers in the organization, AI agent that connects with your MCP and all the guardrails in place, all the security measures in place, will basically utilize your agent, your AI agent, that you can build it with n8n like this, and then you can expose it not from this end, but from an MCP interface. It will change the way the world is moving forward in product development. Products can be built in days, not weeks or months. This plug and play feature of like a swarm of AI agents connected to a big brain is coming into a reality, and this is a fascinating idea. All right, so let's go to, yes?
My question is that why are you using, for example, different tools? Like, why don't you use, for example, Google, because it has an entire environment, and maybe it's more beneficial that having more integrated one. So
it's because the organization,
for example, Stitch is similar to Replit, yeah.
Yeah, but the question you're asking is more an enterprise question. Why would a big enterprise with 100,000 employees change immediately to Google? And it's not feasible. So they are already on Microsoft. They want to stay on Microsoft. You need to bring this intermediate orchestration layer, in this case being n8n, to do this gluing part. And Replit in order to give this UI front lines. Be it Stitch, Bolt, Lovable, whatever interface layer that you do, that's a separate conversation. But at the end of the day, you cannot ask a big organization to change their underlying technology, to stop using Microsoft technologies and start using Google technologies, because Google is so deeply AI integrated. And you will end up building AI workflows that will take the data moving back and forth and then do the interfacing. So let's go and switch the Q&A to a little bit more build session, because we have got around 1.5 hours left, and in about 5:30 we need to start tidying up the room because we have an adjacent meetup. I want to take this loop of building this product a little bit farther. It's not just a demo. We have 90 more minutes to keep building this product a little bit farther down the road. And then I will take some Q&A, and then we'll have like an hour of networking downstairs in the lobby area. Okay, I have quite a bit of product managers in the room. Please submit your ideas for enhancing this app.
So you could have a submit button, like submit to what's it, accounting or something, right? The bill automatically gets the sent to accounting.
Okay, submit report or something. Another idea? Please shoot your ideas, and then we keep building it.
Dativ export.
Edit Dativ?
Edit.
Yeah?
Dativ export.
Okay.
So you can,
okay. So Dativ, for those of you who don't know, it's an accounting software that is so important in entire DACH region. Dativ export. Authentication. That's in our list. That's in the original list that we have, like build UI, auth, and PDF viewer. But I want to kind of like expand that list from the crowd's perspective, not only my perspective.
Some invoice fetching for Stripe.
So generate a Stripe payment link, you mean? Okay. But this is not an invoice. This is a receipt. This is a receipt reporting and scanning feature. Yeah. So we're not sending a Stripe link to someone to pay for this. We already paid for this, and then we're documenting.
Way around. I always struggle with Stripe invoices. So it would be nice to collect them
Via, yeah, but this is not an invoice management. It's a receipt management. It's a travel expense management. So it's not out of scope of that.
That is why I was asking who is the end user. If it's me, the one who is doing
Good point.
those invoices, then it's an overview
So
for
and
me.
so
If it's an accountant and they need to reject, approve, or move somewhere, that's a little bit different.
okay. Let's put this. End users,
It seems like it's for my overview.
consultant, the consultant who's running around and doing expenses, travel expenses. Let's also give it a name, a proper name. It's called a travel expense manager. Okay, it's not an invoice manager. It's a travel expense manager, and these are the ideas we're talking about to add. And the end users are consultant itself and the bookkeeper. We haven't yet built anything for bookkeeper. It's more for the consultant himself or herself. Dativ export could be one option. Submit report. These go end to end. Any further ideas?
Also, the consultant would want to know the reimbursements that have been made to him.
Oh, very good point. If it was paid by the card of the company, or it was my personal expense, that I can identify. Very good point. So personal expense versus company card and reimbursement. In that case, then reimbursement is a subject.
Maybe like a timeline, because I don't know when those, like I can't select a time frame where I want to examine all the invoices.
We have time in here. We can do on a monthly basis. So the entire dashboard changes based on that time. We also in the detailed view, if I go to the detailed view, I can sort based on this date feature. There's a date feature here behind this thing. So that's already as a part of it. But what do you mean by timeline?
If I want, like I'm traveling somewhere, and I would particularly to know like what kind of expenses I had during this time.
It's already there as a feature, yeah.
Do we have a drag and drop upload?
Good point. new uploads. I love this idea. I think we are going to go with this one. New uploads through the UI. New upload via UI. What if I didn't have my Google Drive running? I have collected them here now, and I want to have a drag and drop for uploading this invoice through a picture or a PDF, or even if it's a file that I received in my inbox and I want to upload it. By show of hands, who wants to go with this upload via UI? This is really cool. Okay, enough people that I'm happy we are going for that one because it's simpler, it's more UI focused, and I didn't want to spend too much time on n8n because in the morning we spend too much time on n8n anyways. So what we're going to build is a way to send back information to this UI. So if we go back to that screenshot that we had earlier, this one. So you see this is coming all the way from here to here. This was the only way to upload invoices. And it was only fetching data like this. What else we need to do is in here, we're going to add a new feature called upload in receipt. Not invoice. Invoice is a little bit confusing. It's going to be upload receipt. So we'll upload a receipt from the Replit UI. We'll create a feature which will need to create a new endpoint on n8n to receive binary data. Because now we're receiving, it's very nice one. It's touching both ends in a nice level. So now I need to create a feature on uploading a new invoice. I believe this is the right place for this. Download CSV or upload new invoices. And if I upload a new invoice in here, I trigger a new n8n workflow that this time it's going to receive a binary file. And this also touches another very cool workflow optimization or architectural point. So you see until here, it's the same thing. This is binary data. It's bringing binary data. From where? From Google Drive. Now, what we want to do is keep this part as it is. It has to be state optimized like this. This part doesn't change in this new approach. This part changes in a way that we need to create a webhook for this. So we need to, for this binary data part, we need to create a webhook so that one comes from Google Drive integration, one comes from a webhook integration. So this is the part that we're going to do now. And then this will create a connection to this part, and then the rest of them will just do the same way. And once this part in n8n is done, we'll go back to our front end, and then we'll say, this is the endpoint. Please now take it and then put it in the system. Any winning idea on this? Please. We use duplicates? Reduce duplicates? You mean data optimization? You want? Okay. That's more data plumbing tasks. I want a task that's more UI intensive so that we spend more time on Replit. Yes, who is asking a question on Google Meet?
Yeah, I said, Vidula.
Yes, Vidula.
Yeah, we would require a delete button also, right? Then delete also if we upload a wrong invoice or.
So we right now have a create and read. There's a concept called CRUD, create, read, update, delete. This is common operations. So Vidula is saying that we should also add a delete option. That's also a good UI intensive approach. Considering the time, I will only pick one of them, either the delete feature or the upload invoice feature. Okay, by show of hands, upload.
Yeah, upload.
By show of hands, delete. Okay, upload is the winner.
Both.
Both. Yeah, both is also possible. I think delete is so fast. The delete feature will take maybe 15 minutes. So if we add time left, then we will make the delete feature as well. Okay? And also probably the update feature. Okay, dokie. Now we need to create the endpoints. There are 2 steps in this to do. Step number 1 is to create the n8n webhook for uploading invoices. Sorry, not invoices, receipts. The step number 2 is integrate it in the front end. So in order for the uploading part to work, I need to send that kind of a traffic to the server, okay? Now, I will go to the webhook part. Again, do not do this in production by putting multiple workflows in the same workflow. I'm just doing it here for the sake of the educational content, just so that we have everything in front of us. And also, I'm putting small sticky notes here to now, from now on, explain what is doing what. This one is for getting all the invoices. And that one is maybe I can just do it like that. This one is for uploading receipts, okay? Now, what we need to do is, for the upload receipt part, we need to create a way that it comes from a webhook like this. And that's how we can use the front end to upload this receipt. So what we can do is add a webhook here. And this webhook will receive some data. But this specific data comes as a spatial type. It's called base64. It's a binary data. We will convert the data in base64 first. It will arrive here in binary, and then we'll convert it into PDF, and then we'll send it to the next step. So this webhook is called upload invoice. It's going to be a post webhook. We don't need any specific authentication for now. And we'll respond back by saying thank you. Okay, now if I run this, I'm going to work with the production one so that we're not worried about anything else. So this production URL I will use my post to just test first the basic parts. And there you go. I got back the message. Everything works fine. It goes through the execution tab. I have this particular webhook running perfectly well. Now, the task here is that I want to upload a new receipt, something like this. I want to upload it, and that binary arrives to my endpoint. So how do I do that? It is this feature called binary, and then I can send binary data to this file like this. And if I send this binary file, the workflow that will show here the payload of this webhook is going to be different. Now this payload contains this binary file. If I copy this to the editor, this is a very good feature. Please do use that all the time. Now I basically brought forward some binary data in here that is this binary file that I was looking for to send to Mistral AI in the morning, if you guys remember. Now what I can do is I can literally, in between these two, duplicate this part. But why would I need to duplicate that if I can do the following? I take this part and I connect it here so that the entire front end, sorry, the entire workflow can be triggered from two different locations. Either it can be triggered from a workflow that's coming from a webhook or a workflow that's coming from a Google Drive. Would it not be exactly the same way? And then I just connect this part in here, the respond to webhook part. Or the better, there is a small problem in here because the route that goes from here is different than the route that goes from here onwards. So we'll fix that in just a minute. Now if I publish this version already should do the job. If I unpin this, if I run it, it says, hey, I do not understand which one are you talking about, because it's confused that I'm connected with this and that, and the data in here, which one are you talking about? So the best way in here is that you put a set node, and then in the set node, you can define whether the data is picked from this file or from this file. Or another easier route is that if your nodes have the same name while exporting the data, then you can put a node in here called do nothing, or no operations, do nothing. And then this will unify the two parts. So you connect these two here. This one goes here. The entire workflow will continue based on that approach. And then let me quickly fix this for you. Now this particular error is looking for data as an element, and if you execute it, it will take the data as the binary input. So let's get this OCR, the document it's looking for. It's a binary file, and this is coming from the data elements in there. Now, this particular image, this particular message is unusual. Let's quickly run it from this webhook part. Unpin this. Form upload invoice, execute. And this traffic goes all the way through the workflow. It's going through the, I need to publish this because this is going through the backend one. So here you can see that it's running. Unless it's stopped, then I can see what is going on. So it stopped here. That's good. We did the route in here. I know what's the problem here because the links are broken. We can fix this in here like this. So now the data came here, and this extract is from the PDF that was uploaded from the front end. Now let's fix that. This is correct. This is absolutely the information I'm looking for. And then in here, it cannot find the link to Google Drive. Why? Because in this case, there is no Google Drive. So we also need to save it in Google Drive, right? So that we can get the link for that Google Drive. So there's one more step in here. In here, it was download file. And then in here, we're going to upload that file. Upload file. And the upload file will go to the folder called invoice n8n Replit. Invoice n8n Replit. And the file name can be the file name coming from the JSON, or I don't mind if the file name is even like date and time stamp. So I will just use now as the file name. It will be like a date and time stamp of the file name. All right, now if I do this part, you'll see what happens. If I execute this one workflow, it will upload the, in this scan in here, it will upload a new folder, a new file like this. This is basically the file that I uploaded from my local machine. And it will give me all the information, including the web view link, which is a required field by the subsequent fields in there. Now, this is the best time to change this to a set node, because the file that I'm looking for is either the field is going to come from there or from there. Or we can also run an expression in here. Yes, please.
This node upload file will as well trigger the other trigger again. You know?
Oh, that's a very good question. That's a very good question. You're saying that will this upload file trigger another upload in here, and then it will end up in duplication? I don't know. To be honest, the answer is I don't know. We need to find it out. Yeah, it should trigger. Logically speaking, it should trigger.
Yeah, and sorry, Emma, and if that's the case, which I think it's even be better to put the upload file before the Google Drive trigger the file created. So you just keep it one flow, because it will trigger it anyway.
No, in that case, then I cannot use my mobile app. I want to use the mobile app in the Replit frontend at the same time. So either I have something sitting on my desktop, I drag and drop in upload, or I use my phone app to scan. So in both cases, I want to do this.
So Emil, one suggestion would be like, if in Google Drive, if the file is getting uploaded, then it should have a certain kind of a file name, and the above workflow can check whether the file name has this word, and it can ignore that file.
Yeah, we can do something in here. Let's put this. I'll put a code node in here, and I will disable this for now, and I will name it like this: avoid duplicates. Okay. But only if time allowed, we will come back to this and fix it. Okay. If not, then you know that we had an idea in mind that we want to avoid duplicates because this one can trigger this one. And good job, Fabian, with that indication. Yes?
I was thinking just change the folder and then it won't do the same thing again.
That's a very good point. Like, you can change the folder. That's even a very clever idea. Yeah, and then put all your Google Drives from one folder to, absolutely, let's do that. So let me quickly do that. And then it's off the shelf, no hassle at all. So all the front-end uploads go in one folder, all the other uploads goes in the other folder. That is an amazing solution. Super simple. Sometimes this principle, KISS, keep it super simple. applies in a lot of places. So in this case, I'm not going to read it from this, or I'm not going to upload it in this. I'm going to upload in this new folder that I have created called Replit UI. So all the Google Drive goes there, all the actual uploads goes here, and then I'm good to go. And then since this gives me the URL anyways, it's going to go uniquely in that sense. And now when I'm inserting, I need to insert a URL that comes either from that side or from the other side. So the easiest approach is that you use an OR operator, or logical operator, because one of them will be undefined. And then when you go in and pick the uploaded file, and this has a web view link, it's gonna pick one or the other one. If one was undefined, the other one will run, or vice versa. Okay? Now, this error should be gone by now. If I publish it, even with this new change, the upload will go through the other folder, and I should see this folder receiving a file as soon as, there you go, I saw it in the other screen, and I saw that this went through, and this is an expression node, unexpected, considering rewriting your nodes, check execution. Let me quickly debug this in just a minute, but show you guys the file that was uploaded. So here. Now the file was uploaded in this folder, which was the idea coming from your name? Nina. Sneha. So Sneha gave this amazing idea to put them in separate folders. No need to check for duplicates. And I think it's a better idea to keep them in separate folders, because then you know that which one came from the scanner and which one came from the other one. So in this case, they both were undefined. That's weird. I think it's this is undefined. That's correct. I am tired, and also vibe coding 101. Screenshots, go to ChatGPT, and then to be honest, really don't give a lot of context, because these LLMs are becoming so strong. They get the point. You don't need to put the full context on that. So right now what we're seeing is that it cannot pick one field or the other field based on the logic that I have given. Something has to be changed, and we'll see how ChatGPT suggests this. And as soon as this is done, then we're ready to go and do the implementation on the front-end side by replacing this invoice upload, which comes as a curl already in here. And Replit will do the job for us. Meanwhile, to stay extra productive, I'll already initiate the Replit part in the process. And then I'll come back and fix this part as much as possible. So I will go to the curl. I'll say like implement an upload receipt feature and use this payload. Send the receipt as a binary. Place the upload button on the all invoices page. So meanwhile, it's implementing that feature. We'll go and fix the issue that we have seen here. The red is happening because your insert row node is referencing data from Google Drive. I think we can also do it with Google. Okay, it's like that. We have to put it as an if condition. The OR operator, the OR logical operator is not working. So this executed needs to be done. We can just use this guardrailed version, and it should just work off the shelf fine. There you go. But not sure why it's empty. It's yes.
Sorry, I have a question about when you ask ChatGPT. Should we ask about the? I mean, should we say that a version of the n8n, or whether it is local or it is cloud?
No.
In order to
no, it's not that.
Better
it's JavaScript. Oh yeah, general question, yes. Then a ChatGPT will give you better question. Did you guys hear that ding? That's coming from Replit. And I had to, for Vibebox, I had to bring that feature myself, so it comes off the shelf. So Replit finished its work, and it's telling us that something is gone. Oh, I see. So this error is because none of the branches were executed. That makes sense. But why is that the case? Because I saw the entire branch was executed here, not that one, not this one. You see, this is the reason do not do this in production, because you can't see your logs properly. You'll see a mix of logs coming in from all the sources like that. Apparently, this one. So this particular route, okay, it's not being copied properly. Let me quickly do this. Okay, if I upload, okay, the copy to editor is not working. Let's give it another try. So I have the binary, I'm sending the binary, it executed the backend, and we'll see in just a minute what is the error. So the error is that in here the data is not available anymore. And the data in here comes back. Okay, I see what's the problem. Because we received the binary data in here, the binary data in this node that we have just recently added is not sending back binary. It's basically sending back JSON files. And then in here, we need a binary file. So what we need to do is, at this point, we need to create a set node. I'm so tired to do it manually. I'll just do it through AI. I will ask ChatGPT to write me a piece of code to put a set node that either it goes from that route or the other route. Okay, so meanwhile this is working, let's check our Replit. So Replit created this upload feature. The upload feature is directly asking for a file. I want to pimp it up more with UI, just to burn some more credits. I would say, instead of getting the PDF file directly after the upload receipt, show a dialog with drag and drop functionality, and also browse. Just to make it more cooler. And let's go to this one. So what it does is it is checking for the execution of the true in the binary, and it will generate a binary output. The code after merge normalize, plays the code, ensure always binary, the data. Perfect. So this code node should do the job for the reunification of this part. So I don't need that. I need a code node in here in JavaScript that would run through both of these nodes, and it will do the job of that particular workflow. Okay. Okay. Now let's give it a try. Okay, now the code node is not sending back binary for us. Sending back basically the data. I will just tell this back to ChatGPT and then it should fix it accordingly. Okay, I need to bring this Mistral AI error as well so that this can understand the problem, and also meanwhile go to Replit because the change is done, and there we go. A nice upload feature where I can also browse and also drag and drop. Let's check the drag and drop feature. Wonderful. The drag and drop is also working. And then if I upload, there is something going on in the back end. Probably it's uploading and triggering the workflow. And if it is uploaded properly, then it creates the notification. If not, then it doesn't. So the backend right now has a problem. Therefore, it will not show the entire upload properly. And still we see 100 items, not 101 items. But we'll get to that point in just a second. So it's taking the I'm going to quickly run this here. This is still not returning, unless this binary data is returned as base 64. This becomes super tedious if the context is missing. So if not, then I have another idea. Yes, please.
What if we use the download file option again as a next node?
I thought about that we upload it and then we download it again, but the binary is already available here. So it's misusage of the memory in the context. So it doesn't make any sense to download it again after the file upload because it is already available. So that doesn't make any sense. And okay, now I am hashtag dogfooding. No, I have a very simple solution for this. Hashtag dogfooding, and this takes me to the lecture of a course that's just about to be released. And there we have a lecture that I will refer to you. This is yet not released lecture series. It's called n8n Builder Session. It's all recorded in that room. And I was almost going to fall in the same trap of AST abstractions. And I have one full lecture about that particular architecture, 38 minutes long lecture that is around architectural points. And then in this lecture, you will see what I explained that is a part of the lectures that I do around the world. It is around infrastructure things. It's around these concepts. Dry, don't repeat yourself. Wet, write everything twice. And aha, avoid AST abstractions. What I was going to fall in the trap was something called abstraction. And I'm doing it under a live stream in front of people, and that's an absolutely no-go. Why? What I was doing this abstraction for? For reusing this part, right? So my intention was to reuse this part. And how complex is to duplicate this part? Remember this one thing. Bad abstraction is costly. Remember this until you go home. And not all duplication is evil. And one last thing. Refactoring in n8n is cheap. So for that reason, before I lose this as another potential post for my n8n content, I will do this. I will So as I have been saying a lot that go dry, dry is evil, write everything twice, don't repeat yourself, and write everything twice, and is also good, but the best is aha programming, like avoid AST abstractions. And I was just going to fall in the trap of exactly the same thing when in a time when I am like literally in front of a lot of people, and even people who are right now also watching online, and also so many people here in the room. So I should have listened to myself and build it with the concept of aha programming, and not with the concept of don't repeat yourself. So I'm guilty of that. You don't be guilty of that. So let's go and build this thing or refactor it. Instead of like this code node, we just go back into original point and then duplicate the entire workflow. Why? Because duplication is not always evil. So you keep that. And refactoring is so cheap in n8n. So it's okay to have this duplication. Why? Because in order to have only one part of the workflow, which is the prompt, the rest everything is just like a setting. It's just a small JSON. The only thing that we're duplicating is this prompt that's sitting in here, like this much of text that is sitting only in one place. We're trying to do an optimization on the other side. Bad idea. Always keep your workflows separate so that they can be optimizable and they can be reused as you wish. So always go with this approach of avoid AST abstractions. This is coming from someone called Kent C. Dodds. He is a React guru. This concept of aha programming was so famous in React and full stack web development, but it's also true in n8n workflows, as you have seen it here. All right, so now this workflow should have already been working we'll double check that if we broke anything here. And in this case, I don't need to do this anymore, like this complex part. I can go back and bring that and fix it. So I'll go down somewhere where it worked. Now, the easier part is that I zoom out like this because I already have shared this JSON with you guys somewhere. So I will open that JSON and come here and then just paste it here. Yeah, I have it here, and from this one, I'm just gonna get this part and remove the rest of the JSON. You see how easy it is to refactor things in n8n? It makes life much easier. Yes?
What did you mean with refactoring is cheap in n8n?
This was the meaning. Like refactoring, what I'm doing is refactoring a workflow. I'm putting it back in the other orders. That's called refactoring. Yeah. Time-wise, it's cheap. It's easy. It's easy. But since I used costly word on the other side, cheap, costly in terms of time. It costs you too much time, and it's fast. And okay, so in this case, then this is data. It's coming from this upload feature. Then can move. You see now another simple refactoring technique. I know that this guy needs binary. Just moving this back and forth will do the job, because then I can go to the upload file, and then the binary that's coming in here. Okay, there's another concept in n8n called branching. So I can branch it like this. I do the upload, and at the same time the Mistral AI. If Mistral AI went by, I continue like this. I don't need this to be connected anywhere unless I need it. So I need it here, I can connect it, but I don't really need it, because after that I don't need to do any further operations. Yeah. Yeah. So you thought about this approach? Yeah, absolutely correct. You see now the possible routes and possible solutions that can come out of this becomes almost instantaneously, like from the visual side of it. So we'll see and put all of these extracted text and everything. And now in here, this URL, this LinkedIn URL, is coming from another source, which we'll set it in just a second by executing it at least once. And now if I upload it through my workflow from my then it executed this one. And there you go. It perfectly worked fine. The only thing that I will change in here now is the URL that is coming from the upload item, this upload file item. So I need that in here, so I connect it so that I can see it here. I have the web view content, and web view link goes here, and voila, I am done. This is a feature that n8n is deprecating, this $JSON. It was announced in the last monthly community update. So always use this approach. So there is an upload, how's that called? Upload file, no? Upload file dot item dot JSON. It can't do the auto completion for some weird reason. Okay, then dot first dot JSON dot, how's that called? Web view something, web view link. Now it gets the link. Perfect. We leave it there. That is going to be our final approach. I'm sorry, this is the worst workflow I've ever built. I don't like it, but I'm tired and I want to make sure we have like a full-fledged working solution before we move to Replit. But it works. It's not the best workflow. It needs optimization, but don't quote me on this being the best approach. There you go. It was correctly inserted. And this is not that workflow. This is the workflow. It's saying that it has to be executed. For now, I'm going to, just for the sake of time, because I see that we have like 45 minutes left and I want to spend some time and take some questions, I'm going to delete this or deactivate this link even. And I'm going to put like a text TBD here. That means like this needs to be fixed. And I will publish it so that we can finish the upload feature from the front end. The only thing that will be missing here is in Replit, this feature will be missing. This feature will not work for only those ones that are uploaded from here. But that will be fixed from there. So now, if I upload an invoice from the front end, I should be able to see that invoice coming all the way to the other side of the world. So there you go. The front end invoice was triggered from the front end, and it should trigger a new upload. There you go. The trigger of new upload is initiated. The front end is still showing, and it said yes, that's done. And if I refresh my data, I should be able to see that file. Wait a minute, it's still uploading. And there you go. The data is uploaded in this system. Its ID is now 16. By the way, this is again a problem of this $JSON. This is an evil. Let's fix this one from here. So all of that has to be there's something weird going on. This has to not be 16 because we have a lot of data already in the system. So okay, this was the old one. Okay, now total amount, tax amount, description, vendor, payment method, total items, category, country. I believe the link to drive is also fixed because it used to be. Oh, let's just keep this as TBD. Now if I execute that. All right, so now let's give it a shot. Oh, I see. The front end is sending it based on a different payload, while we're testing this one from the Postman that's sending it based on different payload. But nevertheless, the outcome, there we go, now it is fixed. The outcome is now just like the actual data that you're sending has to go to the same data structure that you're sending. Like the data, the information that you send here, like the way the binary information is sent from front end, and the way that the binary information is sent from the UI on the Replit has to be identical. And then it just goes through and uploads it in those files. I think we made a lot of points around this, just hammering on the same error again and again. Doesn't make any sense, and I'm also really tired. Like, it has been 8 hours almost, even almost 9 hours that non-stop speaking. It's not easy. I would like to call it a day from here. But we'll do some Q&A for another 30 minutes. And not work on that particular one error that's crazy stupid. All right, let's have some final rounds of Q&A from online folks as well, and then we will start organizing the space for the new people coming to the room.
So you're on an applause.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So what you personally like building with all this stuff? Is it all their demo versions, or kind of like are you deploying also some stuff to interface?
On Replit or on anything?
Like on anything.
Pretty much on productions, like big organizations, like 100,000 employees kind of scale. So anything is often treated as this rapid development prototyping tool, and then you throw away and then you rebuild everything. That's an absolutely opposite picture of anything. Anything is so much an enterprise-ready technology. And to be honest, it's the only good technology for enterprises because it can be self-hosted and it can be utilized as a highly configurable AI layer, because configurability and observability of anything is none off the shelf available in the market. So it's pretty much enterprise ready. Yes, please. There's one online, and then
Just want to follow up on this one.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see some resistance from enterprise when they hear that you will be using n8n? Because if it's kind of has the publicity, all those tools has the publicity of just try to build some prototypes and that's it. But if you go with this tool to the enterprise, do you have some?
In my journey of n8n, around over a year, met 8,000 people. That is a common first resistance. Okay. People do think like this, what is being discussed right now is a very, very common first layer of like, it's not for us. And then they go pick something else, like LangChain or LangGraph or Python or any SDK that they could build AI integrations with. And their projects fail, and then they come back and then they say, let me try it. I had a day in these past months where I met this guy in one of my journeys, and he said, we don't do n8n because it's not good for enterprises. And I asked him, why? He said, well, debugging is very bad and so hard in n8n. And I come from both worlds, doing both, both worlds, to be honest. The debugging in old school logging, console logging things, and in this visual things, And I asked him, how many workflows did you build in n8n? He said, we never adopted it. So someone strongly saying that debugging is hard in n8n, he never adopted it because somebody else told him that it's so hard. So therefore, it must be used. Once you use it, then you'll figure it out. And those companies who come to us and they say like, well, it works very well for us now, we want to scale it, is those kind of people who have already tried it internally. And usually it's a bottom-up approach. Businesses in their smaller units, they already adopt n8n, and then there are so many business units adopted it, and then they come and they say like, okay, it's a serious tool, we want to adopt it to the entire organization level. Yes?
For example, if the company already have the internal dashboard analytics software, for example, SBC, but now want to build a workflow, automatically provide the simulated report or summary to the manager's email address. And is that possible interpreted with n8n to create this kind of loop?
Yes, I mean, as the saying of n8n goes that you can automate anything with n8n, it's pretty much true because you can automate almost anything with n8n.
But it only simulated the information from the dashboard, but cannot do the further analyze, for example, alarm or.
Those are separate workflows. So you have like a workflow that is for notification. That's one workflow for analyzing anomalies in the receipts submitted and so on. So those are all separate pieces of the puzzle. Once you keep creating it, then it becomes this expanded version. This one, what you see on the screen right now, is something that we just for fun made it, and while making we did education. So it's super, super simple. But in a real world example, this will expand into so many nodes, so many moving pieces, and it will become more sophisticated in that sense. All right. There was a question from online, and then I interrupted that. Sorry about that. Now you can ask your question.
Sorry, maybe be out of the topic. I want to know more about this Crew AI. What's that? What was
Crew
that?
AI?
Yeah, Crew AI, and also I forgot the name. There is a hype of this acquisition of OpenAI.
Oh, OpenClaw.
OpenClaw.
Yeah. What's your question about that?
I mean, these are mostly personal ones, yeah?
Yeah, these are personal systems. So at an enterprise level, you don't want to release OpenClaw on their systems. Yeah, you need more gated approach, and observability is the main point. And in OpenClaw, you can observe things, so it's super crazy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, next questions. I really like the outcome of this n8n and Replit combo. We have something that we can be proud of, like as a group. It's not just me, but everyone. Yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hands going up.
3 questions, in fact, on my side.
Okay.
I know, so at the beginning you said that n8n is a German company, right? So I'm assuming that they're very GDPR compliant and everything. But then, as an agency owner, if a client asks me what or how compliant is n8n with GDPR, what do I tell them? Or how do I
So,
convince them there?
if the question goes, is n8n GDPR compliant? The short answer is yes, because it is a tool that can be GDPR compliant. But you can take whatever is GDPR compliant and make it not compliant. What does GDPR compliant means? Like, it is so detailed, but the simple answer to that, the legal, is like you save information only based on consent of people. If somebody says, don't save my information on your server, you're not allowed to save it. Now, you can make an existing tool that's compliant to GDPR not compliant by saving people's information there. There are more strings attached to it. I'm not a lawyer, but just to put it in perspective, you need to know this, that if I'm sending information of people or saving information of people on my biodata of people, like their name, their address, their phone number, and blah, blah, on my server, I take their digital footprint as a cookie banner, and in that, yes, I accept the cookie exists in all the European websites, is because by law it's mandatory. Because they somehow trace you, like somehow find you going to the next website. That's why relevant advertisements are shown to you. Therefore, they put that, hey, we're using cookies in here, and do you accept that? And that one click makes it compliant. Now, if you want to make an application with n8n, n8n itself is, n8n Cloud is 100% compliant, otherwise it wouldn't be a German successful company. The way it is doing is, yes, I accept. Now you build something with n8n, and you build an n8n form. You save something on a German Frankfurt-based data center. Everything is okay, and you're not putting the legal steps. Then it's not compliant. It doesn't mean that n8n is not compliant. It means that the workflow that you have built is not compliant. So that's the answer you can give them. Now, if you come from another perspective, you say, can I create a compliant workflow with n8n? Yes. Can I build a workflow that is respecting all the EU AI Act rules and regulations? Yes. And every single thing that comes as the governance layer for a big organization, you can tweak it, you can turn the knobs of n8n to fulfill all of those requirements of that ISO certification with n8n, but not other available tools, because this is extremely configurable. So it's pretty enterprise ready, and its compliance governance layers are good at that. Yes, please.
Yeah, I have one question regarding the API limits in the n8n flow. Let's see if the same workflow which I have executed right now, if thousands of people are trying to execute at the same time, how the n8n is going to behave, and what would the behavior with the APIs? I mean, is it going to crash at the same time, or is it going to say that, okay, wait for some time?
So no, it is using a queue management, and the n8n scalability is as much scalable as your infrastructure. So we at Avanai see certain clients coming and complaining about this exact thing. They say, oh, n8n is not scalable. But then we jump on discovery calls, and then we find out that they're running on a 4 GB RAM virtual machine. And they have 100 workflows, and it's running every day thousands of times. What is not scalable is the virtual machine. Even if they bump up that virtual machine's RAM and processor, it almost resolves the problem. But the best approach is to put it on a Kubernetes cluster, have a load balancer, have a proper auto-scaling approach. Those are all DevOps engineering 101 that makes any web application scalable. Now, the question is whether n8n is scalable or not. Yes, it is scalable. It has a worker queue, webhook, Redis, Postgres, this kind of an architecture that is out of the scope of this current time left, but I will in words explain it. So whatever traffic comes in a Kubernetes queue-based application of n8n, it goes through a load balancer. The load balancer gives it to the Kubernetes, the way Kubernetes works, to the Kubernetes available available nodes, and then internally available pods, and then the load balancing happens on that layer. It's not n8n's fault. And then once n8n workers pick the work from a queue in its Redis, you can imagine how strong Redis is. Like Redis is almost everywhere on your Uber, on your Airbnb, or any of these big scale applications you're using. Redis is there as a layer. So Redis is extremely reliable, extremely fast. Now the workers of n8n picks it from that queue, so it doesn't matter even if you have a workflow that can receive every 10 milliseconds traffic, it will be able to consume that. Every single workflow will pick that invoice. So imagine this invoice uploading is for the entire world, and you have that infrastructure that can take that load. Your load balancer can take that load, considering the fact that you have all the CDN and distributed networks and so on and so forth, and different regions that trafficking happens with all these scalability things, then eventually it is going to scale to that level. And n8n right now has like 100,000 plus users, new registered users every single month. So you can imagine that n8n Cloud is already on that infrastructure and it's working.
Okay, maybe just one follow-up question on that one. Just say that if as a fallback option, we want to prepare something which can handle thousands of requests, but in case if something gets stuck in the n8n, can we handle a mechanism, or can we develop a mechanism which act as a fallback, or maybe do the error handling part?
Yes, with n8n you can do a lot of error handling. And in this tutorial series that I was talking about, n8n Builder session that is supposed to be announced very soon. It's also an official n8n content that I'm teaching around the world every Wednesday in a new country. Contains a lot of error handling content. It's gonna be announced publicly on my YouTube, but it's n8n content and it's available for anyone. You don't need to be a participant of that workshop in order to get that video. You can get some there. But meanwhile, if you want to educate yourself on n8n error handling, just Google, ChatGPT, or YouTube. You'll find a lot of content. It's pretty rich in terms of error handling and logging and so on.
Okay, perfect. Just one last question from my side, then I'll close. Okay.
Sure.
So I heard a lot about this. n8n is going to be dead soon. As an implementer right now, I have some questions about the future concerns that if n8n is supposed to be dead in some time, then what are our future and where do you see this current infrastructure going?
The question whether this is going to be dead or not, I'll just answer. Can you please turn those knobs that will turn on the lights? Those two white knobs next to, just turn them. Yeah, nice. I feel more alive now with light in the room. So that's a clickbait. I think the actual philosophical question we need to ask ourselves is, in 5 years, if we get AGI based on Silicon Valley consensus, is will we have work or not? This is not the question if I, as an n8n expert, will have job anymore. No. The accountants, the lawyers, everyone else, 90% of them are going to lose their job. And that's almost going to happen in like 5 to 7 to 10 years. And 10 years is not a long time. So what we can do about that is get ready for that change. And I guess you guys here spending 9 hours in such a nice day in Berlin are those guys who are going to be a part of that change and not being changed by that wave. So congratulations to you guys. Tap on your shoulder. So don't worry, the change is coming and we are ready for that. Yeah, there was another question here.
1, 2, 3. I just wanted to make sure, was it not in your plan for today?
Never, no, yeah. No, it was a part of like my, if everything goes so smooth, so fast, and I run out of time, I have something in mind to build. But the upload feature was a better idea than the authentication, because you saw that unexpectedly we hit the aha programming concept, the avoid AC abstractions concept. So therefore, I decided in the meantime to change the routes from authentication to upload invoice feature. Okay. Yes, please.
Yeah, it's me again. As a implementer right now, I'm working on n8n a lot for the clients. Like to gain the trust of the clients, we always show some certification that okay, we are expert in this area, or what we about the knowledge. For n8n, I mean, do we have any certification which gets proven across the world that okay, this person is a certified developer and has a good knowledge?
Yes, n8n provides a certification platform where you can do an examination, and then they will give you a certificate. And also, this workshop that we have been doing around the world, we are going to retrospectively give them this badge. There are two things that are going to be announced in n8n soon. One is this badge thingy that is just given to you based on a participation, and one is a certification that is already existed on the platforms that goes through an official examination, and then you get it in your inbox. So just check it out on n8n website for examination.
Do you have that or some that link handy?
No, I have to check it myself. I have to find it. Just find it out yourself, or I will leave it in the description of this video later once I have some time to find the right.
Okay, because I have completed this level 1 and level 2. I mean, those were the
I think these are the ones that I was referring to. Yeah.
Okay, because apart from that, I don't see any certification.
There
like
are
Adobe
some others that are not for public, but it's more for partners. And we at Avanai, as n8n partner, we have to do it, but it is not for public use. So yeah.
But at the organization level, we can ask for this information.
Yes.
Let's say for developer like me.
Yeah. And to be honest, this entire n8n world is a totally new frontier. There will be big businesses built around this. And right now, building an examination service platform could be a business for it, because a lot of people are going through this, and n8n is extremely busy to do this by themselves. And if you spin off a business, call it n8nexaminations.com. I don't know if that domain name exists. Let's check it out. This will be an amazing n8n examination.com. And there you go. Somebody got a business right now. n8nexamination.com exists, and then you can go and build that platform to kind of like provide a comprehensive and traceable online examination for people, and give them unofficial n8n from your side certification. That by itself is a business, because Udemy give these Udemy certificates, and people do trust that because you went through an education system, you given some MCQ multiple choice questions, and you clicked it, and you got a PDF. That's better than someone saying like, I did this Udemy course. So, and there are platforms that digitally can prove that you have done something, and if your content is gonna go through that, and that's amazing. That's coming. And all these big players, I think Udemy was recently acquired by Pluralsight. Yeah, and they're already, these big platforms already have their digital certificate platforms. So it's just a plugin in their systems.
Are you planning something to do like a plug to SAP?
Good question. There is no n8n SAP integration yet, and we are super proud to be at Avanai, the pioneers in that. Someone just recently joining us on 1st of April, 18, 19 years experience, SAP consultant, already a pioneer on building an n8n SAP community node, is going to bring that to the market very soon. So there will be a community node that connects with SAP, but until now it's pretty much using HTTP request node, and it's HTTP request, so it's not as easy as the native n8n feature, like node that you can open and then you have like drop downs, and that's coming soon to the market.
But it's not on HANA.
Pardon?
It's not on HANA. It's not on SAP.
It's for HANA?
No, it's a question because PHP, there is no PHP core for HANA.
I didn't say PHP. What did you mean?
Sure.
It's not the PHP language. I didn't mean that.
Sorry, that means now we cannot integrate SAP with the, and for example, my data comes from directly automatically come from SAP Analytics Cloud.
Yeah.
So
if that platform of SAP provides an API, then yes, you can fetch it inside n8n. But there is another thing called a native integration. Native integration of n8n means there's a node for it. Right now, if I go here and if I search for SAP, you can't find one. Just until now. In a couple of months, this will change. When you find something for SAP or you find something Avanai, our company, you will see an SAP node showing up, because we're working on something, and my colleague Sasha is the pioneer of this thing. He's just going to start in a couple of weeks with us, and he already took this entire n8n SAP world forward. Let me quickly see if I can find some content about Sasha and bring it forward, because it's a very important so this is my dear colleague Sasha. Any content that you see around SAP is coming from this gentleman, and he is joining SAP very soon. And there has been quite a bit of SAP content that he has posted, and all of his posts go through this SAP content. Like he runs an SAP meetup in Hanover, and he has been doing. He just announced his SAP. Like this n8n SAP is thread, and he has been pretty much doing quite a bit of those things, and he is doing. This is the video I was looking forward to. So this is what he has been working on. There will be an integration that's going to come natively that will bring in SAP OData integrations in place, and that's going to come natively from inside n8n. Right now, this is on a self-hosted n8n that we're working on, and bringing it to the community nodes is just a matter of releasing this feature, this basic n8n feature. You're going to have these new nodes that will allow you to create these n8n related SAP features. This one, and I think it's just a matter of time that a lot of features like this will come to n8n. Like not just SAP, but other big enterprises as well. Like Salesforce is already there, but I think you can see Salesforce is already there with 65 so-called actions. But other big enterprises are coming to SAP as well n8n as well, because of its enterprise ready, and a lot of big enterprises are already adopting n8n. Yes, please.
Great, because it connects to my question.
Yeah.
Now that we're talking about the enterprise, so you obviously know n8n inside out, and you also have
I hope so.
this
Wait a minute, let me bring a microphone to you guys so that the online folks can also understand your questions. I just realized, take this is the microphone, and then pass it along to someone. Yes.
So starting again with the question,
Yeah.
obviously you know n8n, you know what it can do, and you also have this experience with enterprise. I'm assuming that you had your fair amount of discoveries. Where do you see the biggest gap between what n8n can do for enterprises and what they're actually building with it right now? If there were to be something where you see that there's like this unexplored potential that they could potentially do. Curious about that.
The current era or the current low-hanging fruits enterprises picking for building with n8n is pretty much the lower tier of EU AI, especially in Europe, like data processing, data plumbing, pre-sales, marketing data, invoice management, purchase order management, purchase request, because those are the areas where enterprises have a lot of human resources deployed, and they can save a lot of human resources. Support ticket, like the amount of automation that you can do around customer success, around support, is enormous. Like if you take an example of Klarna, the bank, they are one of the pioneers when it comes to support and adoption of AI and around support. Even OpenAI has covered an entire article about them, about their success. They would have needed 700 employees if it was not that AI agent that they built. And this is an old story now, like 1.5, 2 years old story. And that's pretty much the kind of first mile of AI adoption. But in a couple of years down the road, I would say almost every single business unit that you can think of can benefit from this AI boom, which is not just a hype, but a true tectonic shift in software development. Previously, we used to build software in order to enable us to do our job better. But now with this agentic world of building software, we're building software that is doing the job. That's the big tectonic shift, and I think it's a great time to be alive and build. There's a question. Can you guys please pass the microphone to each other so that we can capture your voice to the live stream, and then it's original. I don't need to repeat the question again.
Hi.
Yes.
So I want to ask a question about the use case for healthcare domain of n8n.
Yeah.
So it means, what's the scope of n8n in healthcare perspective?
So the scope of healthcare, can you be specific more on what is there any big hospital or something or insurance company that have adopted n8n? Is that the question? Or is the possibility the question?
Yeah, I want to know the possibility, but in the context of patient, hospital, not in insurance part.
Okay, more health data.
Health data. Yeah.
Okay, so when it comes to health data, like HIPAA compliance and all the compliance subjects around patient data, is a very important question to ask whatever tool you build with. And going back to this conversation we were having before about GDPR and EU AI compliance, HIPAA compliance is also equally important, especially when you're building it for North American and American companies. Because HIPAA compliant is, or even in Germany as well, in Europe as a whole, when you're storing and dealing with health or patient data, it becomes extra important. Now, the fact that n8n can be self-hosted on your own premises, even to the level that you can turn off the network and it locally works inside a building inside their racks, like bare metal servers, and it runs only in the local network. And we even have examples of running it on a laptop. This fact by itself is making it compliant 100% in those frontiers, including EPA compliance. Now, in case of the use cases around health, any use case you pick, it can be 100% compliant because it can be self-hosted, because it's open source, and every single line of code behind this magic box can be observed and can be seen, and observability is one of the very, very crucial questions when it comes to compliance. Yeah.
So do you have any in your
journey?
In your focus, like some of the applications has been, or any of the business has been adopted via n8n in this particular domain?
I don't remember or have any examples from the top of my mind that can be of healthcare. I don't know, but this is more a sales question, and our sales people could pick some examples, and I'll send it over. If you reach out to me on LinkedIn, I can do that. Yeah. All right. Let's see if there are any further questions, general questions around vibe coding, anything. Yes, there's another one. Microphone, please.
Also following up on the question.
Sure.
What kind of setups do enterprises or companies who have sensible data choose when it comes to LLM calls?
Oh, very good question. Like big organizations, when they want to be data sensitive, privacy sensitive, GDPR sensitive, when they want to make sure that they're using an LLM and they're not sending their employees information to LLM, what they do usually is like have a wrapper around the existing LLMs, compliant LLMs, those LLMs that are either hosted locally on their servers or are hosted in the EU infrastructure of Microsoft Azure and so on. And then in n8n, there is a feature that is called guardrails. So when you put guardrails, let me quickly show it to you. These guardrails can protect from certain violations and can do sanitization of certain types. And in these violations that you pick, these guardrails that you can pick includes all the certain information, like the personal data is one of them. And if you put these protectors around that, and then the text to check and the prompting, I don't want to go in details of guardrails, but it comes off the shelf, and then it gives you this pass and fail branches. And if a prompt or a user prompt that is interacting with the AI agent contains some information, then it goes in the failed branch. And then there are these intermediate anonymizing services that takes the information. For example, if it's John Doe, it changes it to some random text, gives it to LLM. LLM do not see John Doe. It knows it's a name, first name, last name, and it will come back with a text with the anonymized text. And then there's that layer is kind of deciphering it back to the John Doe that it was. So that way enterprises can protect their customer data and then yet make it 100% compliant.
Understood. Thank you for the response. It's the guardrails. I'd like to read a little bit more into it. I've also seen companies, maybe not large enterprises, select options where they have internally an LLM that does not train on their existing information.
Content, yes.
And that seems to be somehow, in some situations, if it's for personal use, sufficient. I was wondering if this is one of the situations, or if the enterprises would choose this option together with guardrails as well when they're using LLMs. And
it always goes as a kind of combination of multiple software packages to make it not only compliant but also super intelligent based on the data that they have. That latter example that you give is more going towards the either fine-tuning, if it's really optimized and it's really to the level that they want it to be fast and the LLM itself is self-aware of that local data, or it goes towards the route of so-called RAG, retrieval augmented generation, that your bot or AI agent can retrieve data from a big pile of text that you have there. So it's pretty much a combination of multiple technologies that can be implemented for those AI agents for big organizations. Yeah. There's a microphone, yeah.
Yeah, I maybe want to know also in that regard, with numbers, if you want to feed it some numbers and you want to have some conclusions drawn from it, but you, on the other hand, don't want to share those numbers.
Oh, that's good. So for example, if you want to upload a bank statement and you want to keep it secret and yet benefit from the LLM, again, the same anonymizer layer can be used. I don't remember the exact name of the company that I was giving it as an example. The layer of anonymizer works like this, that the traffic that's coming in, whether this be personal information or whether this be financial information, it anonymizes it. For example, if it's a bank statement, all right? And that bank statement is so, that becomes really complex. That financial information anonymizer layer is an extremely complex anonymizing technique as compared to full name and like biodata of people, because the interpreter layer has to be extremely focused on that one thing, and it becomes also computationally expensive to let's say take this $10 million balance in the bank statement and then replace it to, let's say, 1 million. LLM sees 1 million, and then when it comes back, you put one extra zero or 10, make it 10 from 1. It's really complex and interesting problem to solve. I don't know if there is a service that can do this, but the existing biodata anonymizers, I think, should be able to do that.
Okay. Or is the solution going to be any way to have locally hosted AI LLMs?
The solution can be locally hosted AI LLMs. That's what you say? Locally
hosted. So that you don't share it with anyone, you have it on your server.
Yeah, definitely. If you have an LLM that's totally on your server, you're self-hosting it, then it goes through the knowledge base of the LLM that you're hosting it. It never leaves the network, so it can never be accessed by the external companies. Yes, definitely. But my point was, like, I was thinking that you're talking about third-party LLMs. That's the point. In that case, then anonymizers are used. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, so we have a few more minutes for final questions. Any final question? Nice. Then let's do it this way. I am still available for some networking downstairs in the lobby, because as you see, some people are already coming, and we need to give this room a little bit of more air to breathe and also tidy up the whole thing. I couldn't fulfill my promise of like running this show for such a long time, but it's okay. We don't need to actually promise 9 hours of nonstop and then deliver exactly 9 hours on YouTube content. But I have broken the record before. Just for information, I have crazily locked myself in a room for 18 hours in a hotel room, and I live streamed 18 hours and then built something with n8n, and only later on found out that only 12 hours of that was recorded, this one. Because n8n has a limit of 12 hours, but it was actually 18 hours. So nevertheless, this session was now for 8 hours and 34 minutes. Well, actually, we started at sharp 9, so 8 hours and 35 minutes. but only if it was not because of the logistics of this room. I would love to do it a little bit more. But with that, I'm really thankful for all of you to join and be here. Thank you so much. And for you guys online, thanks a lot. And let's tidy up the room. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. You can bring it all here and then. Yeah, we'll put it on the WhatsApp group. Yeah.